Good morning, Julia. Hey, Quabena. Hey, Eon. Hey, Vegcom. Hey, Vowel Movement. Let's see. Who is here? 0_0. Completely nobody. I'm just here to watch Trash Fire, Vodka, Charlie, Sanzen, Chum, Sackbutt, Winfield, Xander, Pass the Shock, Joystick, Marshallist, Farflight. Another board person. Babo. Dinkprol. Shy. Angry Bear. Gem. Sidonia. Hello, hello. 1 second. I had to run to the store. So I turned on the stream and I ran real fast. Okay. Do you need a paper towel? Here you go. Here you go. I had to make oatmeal real quick because I didn't eat. Hey River. Hey Invadervin. Hey Sea Slick. Thank you, Joystick. I had to go get Claritin and food products. Thank you, Angry Bear. I didn't eat yet today. And it's pretty late in the day. My sleep has been all over the place. Hey, Inishu, I finally gotten banned from Twitter. It's weird to be banned on Twitter. At this point, you know? But today is the beginning. Kinda. Like 1.5. Last week might count. Me and Sunday, Friday drama streams now. Where I present him with dramas. And by I mean we. You too, you can suggest dramas throughout the week. Today, we're gonna cover something that I've been wanting to cover for like 1.5 years at least. Hey Free Pie, how did you get banned? Hey Lead Vitamin. Let me pull the video up. It's not new drama. It's from, let's see, when he made this video February 10th, 2023. Like 1.5 years ago. So this is something I wanted to cover. But then the Edwin stuff happened. And now is the perfect time to introduce this to Sunday. Oh, old, yes, old, new dramas, any dramas that he doesn't know about. Whatever we want. Make fun of how divorced Elon is and he'll ban you. Makes sense. Makes sense. It's funny that last night we watched that video D'Angelo did about that racist comedian because he put out another one about him today. Yeah, I saw that. Most people say free pee. Hey Deckham. Our neighbor's cat keeps trying to move in with us. Maybe your neighbor isn't that nice. Cats are the best, unless they're not. My oatmeal's too hot. Where's my water? Oh. I like holding my cat like a human baby and pacing around. He loves it. That's very cute. Frankie! I don't know where Frankie is. I think she's probably on the bed still. Your dog had some puppies? Every time I pick one up, they peed on me. Aw, what kind of dog? Cool down, oatmeal. I need brain fuel. Hey, Babbo. Who are you listening to? I was watching, Queeman. Watching the Hassan's debate channel. Or debate panel thing. Twitch aristocracy debate panel. Which was pretty cringe. What do we think of the thumbnail today? How do we feel about it? All cats do go to heaven. Let me see. Where's my topic? Best thumbnail so far. Thank you. Based Pog. A big boy? Oh my god. I need ingredients. Lurcher? I've never heard of that. Okay. If we get the dono goal today, I'll make a big boy. Alright? I'll make a big boy on stream. Diesel? I don't know who that is. Oh, FPF? Diesel? Terrible idea, do it. I'll make a nicer one. Hey, Darkstar. I want to see the mess it would be to see commentary community Tyler.
If I found out that he's got a secret fucking Pornhub account, he's doing tributes to my picture, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Thank you so much, Angry Bear, for the $10 tip. Thank you for keeping the stream alive and continuing, and that's $10 towards the big boy stream. Yeah, luxury big boy. I'll get a fancier version of all of those things. Like organic ramen noodles or something. I'll get free-range Cheetos. Lurchers are an unofficial dog breed. Greyhound type with the crossed with a working dog. Nice. Will you also enroll at Pizza Hut University? I don't know if I'm qualified, to be honest. I'm gonna hit up Sunday as soon as I finish. I'm like 3/5 That's a weird proportion to be at. But I really feel like I am. Will you sit there and let her call us soy? Always.
You sat there and let her call me soy.
Will the cold tap water you pour over your already microwaved inedible mush of trash be filtered? Yes. Yes, it will. Perhaps I'll even use a bottle. I need a list of ingredients. What's the content? Oh, a Beckett? That's Beckett complaining to Tom about Mantis. After everything happened, it was very weird and cringe. I spoke to Rezi's ma today, asked how she escaped you. She kept her secrets. Of course she did. I treat all my moms well. I knocked something down. Yeah, shout out all moms. Didn't Tom do a bit where he makes the big boy? Yes. I will be using that as a reference. Okay. It is time.
Tron has made it possible to order one of them. But I've seen the mugs. They seem fine. They're mugs.
Hello. Hello.
Oh my god, you're alive. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I just ate oatmeal. Wait, where did the window go? Thank you. I didn't eat yet, so I needed fuel for this.
That's fair. All right, let me get everything ready here.
Cool. Do you mind? How are you?
Oh, my eye is twitching and I am so tired after yesterday, but I am okay.
Well, I'm glad that you are here. I'm glad to be here. This is going to be the start of something beautiful. I guess we're calling it Sundyke.
Yeah, we need to think about that one a little bit more. I feel like there's a...
I feel like no one's going to understand, and they're just going to be like, this is a slur.
But
which it is.
Maybe that's okay.
Yeah, maybe. We can do a poll. We can take suggestions. But okay. Ahem. So.
What the hell?
What?
Oh, just my entire guest. Oh, here it is. I'm just blind. Never mind. We're all good.
Okay, I'll screen share this. Should I screen share, or do you want to just have the thing up?
You can screen share. Just let me set this thing up so I can actually see you.
Okay, cool.
There we go. Whoa, why is it? Oh, I see. Want that. Okay, we don't want that one. We want this one.
Also,
there we go.
There's no escaping this. No one can donate to Skip FD, okay? Not this.
That's fair. Yeah, there is no theory meter tonight. Theory meters for normal nights. This is now every Friday. However, if you donate, it will still go towards the theory meter.
And if I get my dono goal today...
Or whatever meter you donate to.
If I get my goal today, I am going to be making a bougie version of the big boy.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh,
organic ramen, free-range Cheetos.
Okay, well, I'll have to do that as well.
Yes.
But I'm not going to make a bougie version. I'm going to make...
the trash version?
An ethnic fusion version.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, so... let us begin. So this is the start of...
Okay, first of all,
Yeah,
what are we
go
what are
ahead.
we doing? What on earth are we doing and why?
Okay. What, in general on Fridays? Or just right now? Or
Yes.
both? Okay. So what we are doing, chat, is me and Sunday on Fridays are going to now be doing drama streams. Insert name here. Feel free to suggest things. So that I can torture Sunday and you all with drama. Today, we are going to cover something that I've been waiting to do for like a year and a half because the Edwin stuff happened just as I was going to actually like go over it.
Okay.
You watched this probably. FD Signifier's leftist infighting.
I don't know if I have seen this.
Oh, really?
I can't stand FT Signifier. I find him so boring.
It
I
was...
don't think I think I've watched like 2 things, and I think it's because one was like, oh, he attacked Attack on Titan, which sounds funny when I say it, and it's probably very dumb, and I can probably relate to it a little bit. And the other one was probably when he was calling Shark a sea slur. I can't think of anything else.
Well, this is the one where he did like a whole thing with DJ Mule about Xanderhal.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We're not going to be watching the whole video because it's 2.5 hours
Hello.
long.
How are you
Oh,
doing
thank God.
today? Just kidding.
I
Mr.
am
Thank you so
doing
much.
quite well, thank you.
Thank you so much, Wordsmith Andy, for the 101-bit middle finger alert. I'm just going to turn the alerts off for now while we go through this, but thank you so much. Okay. So, he made this video. Leftist
Okay.
infighting almost killed me. He changes his titles a lot.
I've noticed that Foreign Man in a Foreign Land also does the same thing. I wonder if there's like does that like help it or something in the algorithm? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it tricks people into clicking it when they wouldn't otherwise. I'm not totally sure. Also, maybe like people don't like it and then he changes it. I think maybe both, at least for FD. But so the TLDR for this, I guess, the reason why we're doing this today is because he promotes someone who is a serial rapist. Harvey Weinstein comparison in his video
Oh,
about leftist
wonderful.
infighting. So he makes this video that
Hang on, very, very quickly. Brooks
yeah.
is curious who relate those 2 streamers. They relate with each other. They're in the same circle. It's the same, like they all talk to each other.
is he calling
He
you
did.
racist?
I think Brooks is being Brooks. It's okay.
Calling you racist based. Okay.
Yeah, but joking, but not in a way that anybody else can tell, so I still have to address it. Thank you. All right, sorry.
Mm-hmm. I see his game. So I guess basically this is, I think what we'll do is we'll watch like the first 15 minutes so you can get the vibe and also watch the section.
You are the conductor, Aiko.
Okay.
We are watching whatever you choose to watch.
Okay, cool.
I'm
let's
just here to absorb and suffer.
Yes, suffer indeed. Okay, let's just get into it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And you can tell
That
me what you
reminded me
think
of,
this is even for.
That guy reminded me of Beaker from the Muppets a little bit.
Who? What?
The
Oh,
blonde
the guy
just
that showed up. The rapist.
The angle.
Yeah.
Oh, is he the rapist? Oh, I don't
Yes,
feel bad
he
about
is.
that.
He is the rapist. Yes. Okay.
It's like metrosexual Beaker. It's great. Okay.
Hmm. But rape.
No. I mean, that's...
Yeah.
Those are hardly...
Okay. So, wait, let me make your head a little out of the way.
Okay.
One moment.
Do you have a fan going, by the way?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I
Leave your fan
apologize.
on. It's okay.
Pretend
it's
that
okay.
it doesn't exist.
Don't overheat. It's all good.
Okay.
Just I notice when your noise gate goes off when you're speaking, there's just like in the background.
Yeah. Hopefully, hopefully it cools
It'll
down
get colder.
soon.
Yeah, it's been muggy here too.
Okay.
It's drama! Starring the drama king himself, FD Signifier.
Oh, you are so fucking brain dead. I just come on the stream, jackass.
Featuring the socialist you all love to hate, Hassan Piker. He's been canceled for going on 5 years now. It's the...
Okay. Do you know who the Rewired Soul is?
You know what? I'm actually just gonna watch it on your screen because I have this one muted anyway, so it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I just realized that this is actually point. Why can't I close it? Oh, can you stop streaming so I can get off the window?
Oh, yeah.
There we go. I just realized I could do that. Okay.
Okay.
The Rewired Soul, I have no idea who this is.
Okay. I didn't either.
Rewired Soul. You've probably never heard of them, but
Got Professor Flowers, DJ Mule, Merrick.
boy, do people hate them.
Oh, wow, that is a saturated image. I almost couldn't recognize her.
Professor Flowers, DJ Mule, and Merrick DeVille.
I don't know if it's her camera or just
Along
like
with
the
some
filter they
special
put over
guests
it, but like all the features of Merrick has a very cheerful looking face.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take away all of the detail from it, it's like, oh, her face is completely flat, which it's not. So it's like, what? Okay.
Yeah. Overexposed. Yes. Yes.
You've been dying to see. So get your tea ready, get those takes nice and hot, and get ready for the drama. This spicy, hot, juicy drama is sponsored by Adam and Eve.
Oh,
Go to
great.
AdamandEve.com and use the promo code FD50 to get 50% off one item along with free shipping to the US.
That's the sponsorship
Now
I
let's
need
get
to
back
get.
the drama.
Yes. Samesies. Okay.
So, if you are a regular viewer or follow me on my socials, etc., then you know that I make it a point to try my best to promote smaller channels as much as possible, especially the type of channels that struggle to gain visibility or just generally, challenge the types of voices and images that tend to be prominent for Black people online, in the media, even in, quote unquote, progressive Black media. There's still very clearly an absence of certain images or certain, views and frames of analysis. For example, one of my favorite videos
Pause for a
from
sec.
last year.
Morg for Bird says, according to Merrick, there was some fishy stuff going on with her interview with FD Signifier. She said so when Keffels had her and Zen on stream once.
Yes.
Huh.
Yes. The way that he framed her, and that's later on, and I'll link this to everyone. Since it is a very long video, people will be able to continue if they would like. I'll send it to you as well.
Oh, Brooks, what? Your stomach's upset or something this week. You are nasty this month.
What's
Brooks
wrong?
just said, maybe I'll open this video casually cleaning my glasses like a fucking tool. Wow.
I mean, yeah. How will you know that he's like an intellectual or something?
Exactly. That's how I'm
Here was
going to open all of my streams going by, hello everyone, I didn't see you there. I was too busy dusting my optics.
Yes.
Yeah.
us from Frank Laundry. The video had maybe less than 5,000 views when I posted it, and I can't take full credit for that video's success because that video is amazing and the algorithm understood that. But it did eventually get well over 100,000 views, and now it may be pushing 300,000, I'm not sure. But even beyond that, it's not just, Black figures. For example, the leftist cooks
I'm doing 1.15 speed until we get to
did a great
relevant
video
part.
on dunking as bad praxis that more people definitely need to watch. And one time I even shared just this hilarious impression of West Side Gun just because I thought the shit was funny.
Can I get an iced tea with some ice, please? A scoop of ice cream, same color as my white tea.
I share a lot of stuff, And people seem to appreciate that 99% of the time. I think people understand that without direct like action to share lesser seen things, the audience and the algorithm won't, notice stuff that's really good, but just hasn't quite hit the mark for algorithmic prioritization or whatever the word is. And at worst, people just ignore it. They just maybe aren't interested in whatever it is I post. But every once in a while, I get a strong negative reaction against something I've posted. And one such time was when I posted a creator named The Rewired Soul. So the first question.
Okay, so as we watch this,
Okay.
when it's done, you tell me if you know what The Rewired Soul did, okay, to get canceled.
What everybody is why were you canceled?
Yeah, so I'm a recovering drug addict and alcoholic, been sober 10 years. At the time, it was 5-6 years, and I was working at a treatment center, and I ran groups, not as a therapist, not licensed, right, but peer support. And I wanted to start a YouTube channel to talk about mental health and addiction recovery, but wow, a lot of young people are watching this stuff go down and getting a lot of bad ideas about how friendships are, relationships are. So I'm like, maybe I could take some of this YouTube drama and kick it off and have conversations about mental health, relationships, and all that. And it was going really good for a while. A lot of people were loving it. But, my ego got the best of me. I blew up to like 100,000 within a year. And I started tripping up, making some mistakes. And then critique videos started coming out. And, some of it very valid and places where I could, shape up. But you know how YouTube goes. Once people start getting views using your name, people just keep going.
A few years ago, The Rewired Soul was canceled. I wasn't aware of this when I posted, and when I looked into its cancellation, judging from the response I got, I thought I had reposted some type of like super predator. As I looked over the comments section, a few things stuck in my head. First, I'm not about to die on the hill for a person I don't know, so I'll just be quiet. It's better him than me. Second, damn, it really must suck to have people react to your presence this way.
What?
I thought the video.
What? Which better him than me? What? Why would you say that when you're talking about someone you just described as possibly a super predator?
Well,
why would you say that?
well, I think I
Not
don't
implying
yeah.
anything, but like that's a decision,
Yeah, I don't know if he is speaking in regards to when he did figure out what he did or when he thought that he's not a super predator, just to be clear. That's not.
Yeah, what did he do? I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, so it looks like he's dealing with drug addicts and he's trying to make content out of them. Which is
Let's
gross
just
out the gate.
we will save that until his portion is done, and then you can tell me if you know.
Video in question that I shared was pretty good. It was a pretty useful kind of like baseline engagement with a topic around race that I thought was a good perspective to share with people. I didn't consider the social stigma that might be attached to the person that made the video or what sharing the video, sharing someone else's content meant about me. And never did I think that I could cause drama for me, or more concerningly from my perspective, force another person to re-experience public shaming. Now, this isn't a endorsement of The Rewired Soul. This is not me coming to his defense per se, but I do want to be clear that his cancellation was not connected to any type of like abuse or direct harm that he did or stealing money, but it was clearly enough to ruin his YouTube career. And it was.
I think it's interesting to say that someone didn't do any direct harm, because what does that mean exactly? And who's the judge of like what degree of separation harm is,
I guess the idea is like, I don't know, like it's you haven't personally attacked the person, but you've opened the door for somebody else to notice this, or for like the attention on whatever it is went down to stress him out. I guess I don't know what any of this means. I don't know why this video is made. It's so confusing.
Well, we shall continue and see and guess, I guess.
Okay.
It's wild to witness up close how social sanction and public shaming can work in online spaces, and how just associating with a person who is experiencing a public shaming can be tantamount to doing the same thing that they did to get them shamed. And if you're not careful, you might end up being next on the list. You asked me a question a second ago, like, what did I think you did? And so the initial like like my initial thoughts, especially when you start talking about like left tube creators and whatnot, was that you had put hands on someone in an inappropriate way. And when I saw it was mostly just, you know, a lot of bad taste drama stuff, you know, and maybe at worst, let's say lying by omission, right? I was like, wow, that shit was intense.
Yeah, something we were discussing, like as a recovering.
So I will point out that was intense. It was intense drama. He didn't put his hands on anyone. What else did he say?
But that needed saying, which is interesting.
Yeah, but it's like, it's still like, what did you do? Like lie, what? A lie of omission. About what?
I don't know if I want to bring this up because it creeps me the fuck out. There's this guy, weird old man. He used to be a comedian apparently, or some kind of performer. But I discovered him through I noticed him, I guess, because Charlie, the Penguin Zero guy, Moist Critical, yeah, he was reviewing like weird cooking channels, and he was reviewing this weird old man who was like making like this weird rice with a bunch of sugary stuff on it thing. And I was like, oh, that's kind of bizarre. So I watched a few of those. And apparently, I randomly came across one of his videos again. I was like, oh, all the comments are blocked. Why? What happened? And I looked it up, and apparently he had raped a 14-year-old boy in the 50s. And it's like, oh, that's not wholesome anymore.
But like Charlie's video didn't have that.
This was years before anybody knew about this. I think it was only known a year ago. He published a video that he's taken down since, in which he tried to explain that, well, actually the person was 18 years old when he was in court, and actually he lied about some stuff, so it's all good, guys.
Sounds about right.
No, not like rice pudding, like something out of the movie Elf. Like he would boil rice and then he'd put chocolate syrup and marshmallows and whipped cream on it, and it's like, okay.
Gross.
Weird, very strange.
Drug addict, like
maybe at worst, let's say lying by omission, right? I was like, wow, that shit was intense.
Yeah, something we were discussing, like as a recovering drug addict, like I used to be a piece of garbage 10 years ago before I got sober, right? You know, my mom, she already lost a son, right? And she had to worry about me. I was dying, and she was looking at me like, what the, like, get your act together. My son almost lost his father. Like, I was destroying the lives of everybody around me, and I got sober, I got better, and I went, you know, I went on this journey, and then I started working in treatment, and I told people like, hey, look, you can do this, you can stay sober and turn your life around, and people will forgive you. Within this like situation and like with public figures, we don't see that kind of, hey, you served your time, you changed, you grew. It's just like, no, here's your digression and you are done. 4 years later, if somebody even shares your video, we're coming out with guns blazing. You know what I mean?
This is something I understood, but only noticed from far away. And I'm gonna be real, it seemed kind of harsh. Maybe not the initial punishment, right? The thing that he needed to be held accountable for, but the fact that
which was what?
Years later, it looked like he was not.
Do you know? Do you know the answer to that, or you just are we in the dark and you're asking me as a thing?
I know, but not because of this video.
The fact that you're asking me, I'm going to guess either some form of sexual assault or domestic violence. He's talking about drinking. My guess is domestic violence. No.
No.
Robbery.
No.
Murder.
No. He
used illegal cards in a Magic tournament.
No, it's kind of like the kind of content he made. He was like harassing people relentlessly. He was like basically a terrible person. It's been a long time since I watched. Primink has a good video about him, but he was basically like a piece of shit on his platform.
Okay, so it was the first thing I thought. Then he was like he was making content out of vulnerable people and being nasty to them. Okay.
Yes, exactly. So,
Gross.
so it's like the reason why people don't like him and why he was quote unquote canceled is because he fucking sucks. You know what I mean?
Do you have do you know any examples that we could look at? Because that'd be interesting to see.
What's
he called? Rewired Thought?
Rewired Soul.
Rewired Soul. Rewired Thought is going to be the name of my my OnlyFans when that launches.
Because you'll think differently afterwards.
Exactly.
There is...
Oh, he may have taken them all down though.
What?
Oh damn, he's doing terribly. I'm looking at his channel right now. He's got like, for the last 4 years, all of his videos have under 1,000 views.
Yeah.
It's only like when you get to 3 years ago that they end up getting back up there again. But he's fewer views than me.
Well, here's Primink has some of these videos, multiple videos.
How
Primink
many times?
I'll play a portion of this. I'll read the description.
Okay.
Okay, this is called YouTube's Pretend Therapist is Concerning. The Rewired Soul.
Therapist.
Pretend Therapist.
Not so Paul Blart. Yeah, okay, continue.
Yeah. The Rewired Soul is a guy who runs a mental health channel here on YouTube. The Rewired Soul, or Chris, discusses relevant topics in the YouTuber community and puts a psychologist spin on it. Making videos on Shane Dawson, Trisha Paytas, Bobby Burns, Jake Paul, etc., you would think the Rewired Soul would have some sort of credentials in the psychology field that makes him qualified to discuss people problems, but turns out he doesn't. In this video, we will discuss and look into the true motives of the Rewired Soul and see if he truly is benefiting the mental health community. So maybe I'll just like play the intro or something.
Sure.
Do I have to say that I am not a drama channel?
Not a drama channel? Not at all.
Okay,
Hello,
I don't
my
care about this. Let's go
children.
back to the other thing.
Yeah. No, it's fair. So basically, he's just like a shitty guy who sucks, and like, why would you? People don't watch him because they don't like him, and he doesn't serve like any purpose, I guess. So, yeah. So continuing on, but we'll see if we figure out what the fuck he did through FD Signifier.
Not going to be able to move on from whatever it is he did. I couldn't help but think that it couldn't be easy to want to move on from a bad moment in your life and have that be persistently weaponized against you. That you had to constantly keep in mind that your personhood and how you see yourself is no longer in your control. That popping your head out for something completely unrelated would mean having to relive that situation and address that situation over and over and over again. Whether
Aww. What? People are gonna bring up the shit that you did, and why they don't like you when you pop up? What, you have to live with your legacy? Yeah.
deservedly or unfairly. I also got scared because I didn't want that shit to happen to me. I got a good thing going here, and I'm not about to risk it for none of you, despite how this video was actually going to go. Being seen as legitimate when you're black, especially in any type of academic sense, is difficult and easily taken away. I've seen so many people try to question my intelligence, question my credentials, question anything about me except the actual analysis.
Is that Signifier an academic? What?
I don't
that's news to me.
believe so.
I thought you just a video essayist. It's not an academic.
I mean, if anyone knows, please let us know, but I was not aware, and I feel like if he did have credentials, he'd be flexing them a lot, you know?
Maybe.
He was in a PhD program.
I mean, credit to him if he has them and he doesn't. It's weird that you would call yourself an academic that way. I guess maybe he just thinks that means he thinks of himself as like an intellectual person. I don't know.
Someone said he was in a PhD program and dropped out to do YouTube.
Okay, so he was an academic. He's not an academic.
Okay, fair, whatever.
I've had it in the back of my head that every take, every opinion, every video, every tweet is possible evidence in the future case against FD Signifier. That if and when I do fuck up, it won't just be that moment where I fucked up, it'll be every moment I've recorded up until then. And if there's one thing I know from the internet as a whole, but especially the online left, is that you will be subject to critique, which isn't a bad thing. Everything should be critiqued to make sure things are going well and that the messages that are being put.
Pause for a sec.
Yeah.
Hey, Origin of Language, guest of honor, please come in.
Oh my god.
Origin, join us. We're in ICO Rules server, please.
He's not in my server.
Go into ICO Rules. You can find the link to ICO Rules Discord from her YouTube channel. It said, AIKORULZ on YouTube. Get in there. We want you to help comment on this. Okay, we're not even going to bully you. We just want you here. Not going to argue with
Speak
you.
for yourself.
We need an intellectual. Okay, we are covering material by an academic. And as you know, I'm not even a political scientist, so we need you there. Lefty Signifier, who cares what he says? Well, Origin, you should care because he's calling himself an academic.
Or
He's
do
casting.
you care about rapists? Do you
It's
care
Origin of
about
Logos.
rape?
No, he doesn't.
Oh,
No, he
that's
doesn't.
true. Fair.
My apologies. Hang on. Logos. Sorry. Origin of Logos.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Put out are the messages that people need to see, but it can be a bit scary. I find myself being extra careful, policing my
Look
thoughts
at this. Look at his graphics. Okay. Look how dramatic.
and actions in a way that doesn't feel like the practice of ethics or character development or being responsible with my platform, but just genuine anxiety and neurosis. It's not just me thinking I want to be a positive presence online and make people feel good and not contribute to harm. It's more me thinking, if I don't word this right, or if I share this random thought, if I don't say something about this issue here or say the wrong thing about this issue there, someone is going to try to interpret my action or inaction in bad faith, and I'll have thousands of comments. And
I don't know why all these people are wearing like white hoods. So that's weird. I'm just gonna say. Detractors look like they're
that is
in
an
the
interesting
KKK.
that is a decision.
Yeah.
That is a decision.
That
yeah.
is a choice.
And tweets flying at me. The parasocial nature of being a content creator and the depersonalized nature of social media makes it so people will critique and attack you in ways online that they never do in real life. And I know this because it happened to me a few months ago. Now, I survived my relatively mild cancellation by a specific group that I'll get to later, but the experience and the aftermath of it left me with a ton of questions and thoughts. Namely, why are we like this? Is this a good thing? Do y'all think does this feel good to y'all? Is this praxis? Is this direct action? How does this even work? Like, what goes into deciding who gets drugged and attacked and who doesn't? Also, is this why we're all...
It's criticizing my videos praxis.
Yeah.
Are you pushing forward the revolution by not appreciating my obvious artistic genius? Are you?
I think we're done with the rewired soul part of it. So do you know what he did based on this video?
No, I don't.
Yes, exactly.
What specific? Oh, okay. So he didn't explain anything.
No, he didn't. Nope. But
Okay.
if anyone
Is he gonna do
wants-
the same thing? Is he gonna do the same thing with the rapist guy?
Oh, you'll see. It's gonna
Oh my
be
God.
even better. Wait.
Okay, can you put it in your own words what he did, just so we have closure?
Like he was just a piece of shit. I mean, he was just attacking people based on their mental health, acting like he had credentials that he didn't. You know, I linked the video if anyone's interested in it, but it's not like he just kind of had his reputation tanked, whatever reputation he used to have. The reason why he's canceled is because he sucks, not because of anything anyone did.
I do think it bears mentioning. He's been waffling on about how it really sucks to get criticized, guys. Is this actually praxis? Are we actually doing what we ought to be doing as the left when we do this? And then he goes and calls Shark Zero a fuzzy woodland animal because he's not attempting to skin Vosh alive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds about right.
Here, like, is this a bug of online interactions or
This is
feature?
before the
Either
taxes
way,
incident, by the way, to be clear.
Yes.
what should we do about it? If we can do anything about it at all.
The chaos machine.
The chaos machine.
In my video about Black Panther, the top rated comment now says the following. Incredibly brave of you to admit you are a fan of Nostalgia Critic. It was meant...
Do you know who that is?
He's a guy who gesticulates and emotes like he's an anime character, and it's deeply upsetting.
Okay, I still haven't watched anything by him, and Yeah, whatever.
To be a cheeky joke at the expense of Doug Walker, aka the Nostalgia Critic, and it's true. I took no offense to it, and I have on a few occasions shown that I am a former fan of Nostalgia Critic. For those who know and are also former fans, it's not hard to see how his content and work influenced mine. For example, this running gag in the Nicki Minaj video where the elephant
It's
in the room
not, actually. Sorry, go on.
pops up is outright stolen from the Nostalgia Critic.
I mean, it's better than the first film, but I... Yes?
Don't act like you don't see me.
What are you talking about?
You've been ignoring me since the beginning. Don't act like you don't know why I'm here.
And to hopefully make sure people understand that it was an homage as opposed to just clear theft, I got Dan Olson, a former creator with a short stint on Channel Awesome, the Nostalgia Critics, video record label that he had in the late 2010s, to voice that elephant. Come on, man.
No, FD, come on. Just get in there.
Okay.
Okay? You good?
I'm good. I think I'm good.
You good.
That's literally one of my favorite jokes that I've done in my career, mostly because it's...
And you've ruined it. Well done.
Yeah.
It's ruined. No one will ever laugh at it again, if indeed they ever did.
I don't think anyone ever did, to be honest.
It's one of those jokes I know only a handful of people got the first time watching. Walker's definitely a persona non grata.
Well, you see, you need to have a very high IQ to appreciate FD Signifier.
That is true.
Yeah.
True.
It's not just because his content hasn't aged very well, it hasn't evolved as all the other people inspired by him have evolved with their content, but also because of the story of the toxic, exploitative, and abusive practices that were happening behind the scenes under his media company Channel Awesome at that same time frame. My understanding of this controversy, it was that Doug
I
was
know
at
this
most an
firsthand, by the way. In fact, I used to work for him. No, you didn't know this, did you? No, FD Signifier's in chat. Hey.
Oh, is he?
Look, he's in. We're being dicks to you, but I am intrigued if you wanted to come on and chat with us while we do this. That'd be interesting. I'll say that. That'd be interesting.
But not.
We'll play nice. I'll play nice. I can't say anything for Aiko.
Not until after the part that matters. But afterwards, I would love to hear an explanation.
You're gonna say no if he wants to come on? Really?
I won't let him derail. Oftentimes people will come around and want to talk to keep you from actually showing.
He's the boss. I can't.
But
hands are tied.
I would love to talk after we see the
All
main
right,
part, and we're almost there.
Thing.
We're almost there.
And not the real culprit behind a lot of it, but it still tarnished his legacy that he was in charge while a lot of bad things were happening, which is kind of sad because he is this major figure that innovated so much of what you probably watch on YouTube right now. So because of that influence and because he's not the worst guy, I've never been hesitant or too embarrassed or scared to mention my previous fandom of him despite his current reputation. Observing that a controversial figure was influential in media or art isn't tantamount to endorsing said behavior and shouldn't bring me under too much scrutiny, right?
Right?
Right? All right, if you agree, remember you said that. So, So,
here we go. Just quick note, because I don't care about Nostalgia Critic. I've never watched him, whatever. But do you know what he did based on this video?
Well, he said exploitative work environment. So my guess is something a little bit more extreme from what Markiplier did, which is he had people working for him and he underpaid them, or he was rude to them, or abusive, or things like that.
Yeah, I think that there was an abusive person underneath him. I don't know if he did anything directly abusive, but then again, I don't remember because I didn't really care about him that much. Okay, now this is the part that I care about. Ready?
Okay.
Ready? Cool.
Yep, I'm here.
Who else is a big influence on my work that I've never mentioned publicly? Max Landis. Yeah, it gets deep. It's that type of video. Landis is another complex figure. I don't want to dig too far in his story.
I recognize that name.
He is.
Oh, he had black hair at one point, or dark brown hair or something. He had a completely different haircut.
He's a screenwriter, nepo baby. His father was a director, I think, who accidentally beheaded children and stuff in a scene. I don't know. I think a helicopter. After he said he likes my thumbnail, thank you.
I didn't need to know that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's irrelevant, but continuing on. The reason why I'm doing this right now, and I've wanted to do this, is because after all of these segments of these, first 3 canceled people, I still didn't know what any of them did. And then I found out, I looked into this guy, and you'll see.
As to why he was canceled, I'll just say that the things he was accused of are a lot more severe than Doug Walker. But before all that happened, he was this unique figure.
A lot more severe.
Both in Hollywood and on YouTube, and I was a huge fan, greatly because of the way he talked about writing and being creative.
I would also, okay, listen to this advice and you can tell me what. There are two things. One, the guy himself and his inspirational things that he says, and two, what he did.
One question.
Hang on one second. FT Signifier says he didn't like your thumbnail. He thought it was horrifying. But here's what you need to understand, FT Signifier. As a real leftist, you've read Marx, so you understand that suffering is, of course, still an enjoying of your biological existence. Please continue.
Well, him saying it's horrifying is actually
better. You choose to experience. You're experiencing the pain of existence of being in the Ico zone.
This is the goal.
Is itself a perversely. It's a pleasurable part of being a human being, and it's awful, which is why we must all, of course,
suffer it.
Become fish people. Continue, please.
Yes.
Before all that happened, he was this unique figure both in Hollywood and on YouTube, and I was a huge fan, greatly because of the way he talked about writing and being creative.
I got one question more than any other question. How do I have an idea for a movie? I haven't written anything. I just have a blank page. There are a million answers to that, but I'm going to give you one that I don't know if you've heard before, which is maybe you shouldn't. If you really don't have any ideas for movies, and you're scared of writing a movie, and you can't finish a movie, then maybe you're not a screenwriter, and that's not bad. But if you have a bunch of ideas for movies, and you really want to be a screenwriter, and it's all you want, it's things you want so bad, can I say something to you? And I hope you really hear me. Just write a script. It's not, a blank page is not frightening. It's opportunity. It's empty land. It's not a void. It's a void you have complete control of.
He has this passion for creativity.
Just right.
People have nightmares about it.
Just right, guys. That is inspirational.
Activity and thinking about media that is infectious and kind of unique, and for those with whatever type of brain thing I have, it was inspiring. It made me keep thinking about how eventually I wanted to do exactly what I'm doing now.
No one gets what's special about Superman. What's special about Superman is that his parents didn't die. He's not a selfish post-traumatic sissy who needed to have his parents shot to death in front of him to understand that maybe you should help people and that crime is wrong and murder is bad. He didn't get stranded on a desert island. He didn't have a ring forced upon him that brought him into an intergalactic police force. He's just a guy from Kansas who has the best superpowers. And instead of absolute power corrupting absolutely, absolute power has absolved him from fear and greed and hate and all of the weaknesses that stem from human insecurity.
And he...
Okay, what do you think of that analysis of Superman?
Oh, I was too busy telling my chat to start to keep being nice to FT Signifier. Can you restart that? My apologies.
Yes.
Okay.
I knew you were paying attention. Okay.
Media that is infectious and kind of unique, and for those with whatever type of brain thing I have, it was inspiring. It made me keep thinking about how eventually I wanted to do exactly what I'm doing now.
If I may very quickly,
Yeah.
Signifier made a point of saying he's lost a lot of weight since then. I think you look quite professorial in here, actually.
He doesn't look bad. I don't.
It's hit me. I'm being more positive and nice now. Okay, that's how it works. I'm evil until I get my drugs in.
I mean,
Let's
he
keep going.
doesn't look like he needs to lose weight in this, but okay.
Looks fine.
What's
Okay.
special?
Wanted to do exactly what I'm doing now.
No one gets what's special about Superman. What's special about Superman is that his parents didn't die. He's not a selfish post-traumatic sissy who needed to have his
parents did
shot to death
die.
in front.
That's the premise. There's entire species died. Everyone's dead. He's adopted.
Yeah.
You know why he's adopted? Because his parents died. No, because guess what? Then his adopted parents died. Sorry, press on.
Front of him to understand that maybe you should help people and that crime is wrong and murder is bad. He didn't get stranded on a desert island. He didn't have a ring forced upon him that brought him into an intergalactic police force. He's just a guy.
But he did.
From
He did though. He's part of the Justice League.
Yeah.
He's actually the most intergalactic of the intergalactic police force.
He didn't need a special ring because
Sorry.
he went to a different planet in the sun.
Well, but the Green Lantern, who he works with, did. Just
True.
saying.
True.
Okay.
Kansas, who has the best superpowers. And instead of absolute power corrupting absolutely, absolute power has absolved him from fear and greed and hate and all of the
No, he
weaknesses.
didn't. No, it didn't. He's not freed from fear and greed and hate. That's why that's where all the tension comes from in the story. He's just attacked in different ways, and or they use kryptonite, which everybody has because apparently it's super common.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That stem from human insecurity.
And he.
Yeah, so I just want to say that was an incredible. I just think it's interesting that was inspirational. That's all. That's just, that's not important.
I mean, it can be. I mean, just provided your father is a famous director, that's great advice. Just treat the blank page as an opportunity.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways, yeah.
Made some good stuff. Like his video, Wrestling Isn't Wrestling, is legit one of my favorite YouTube videos of all time. If you are a wrestling fan, you've seen that video. And if you're a wrestling fan and you haven't watched that video, you need to go watch that video.
You need to go watch that video. I would like to point out that this is as much of a promotion as you can possibly get, right? Hyping someone up, saying, go watch. He has an active channel, by the way, with way less subscribers than FD has. I would like to point out. Okay.
Go check out this inspiring. Okay, hang on, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Very quickly. When we say Max Landis is a rapist,
I'll show you
Can we-
right after.
okay, let's go.
I'll show you right after. But
Okay.
serial, violent, yeah.
My Kanye video, you recognize again how that video and how he influenced me.
I don't
More
care about
amazingly,
Kanye.
Years ago, when I had less than
care about
1,000
Kanye.
subscribers, he actually commented on one of my videos. It was the first Edgelord video. It had maybe 1,000 views at the time, and he found this video and left a negative comment. He left a negative comment, and I'm pretty sure he was still in the middle of being canceled at the time. And again, I don't know all the details.
I don't know all the details. I knew he was in the midst of getting canceled. I didn't look into it. He was like one of my favorite dudes of all time. But I don't know all the details, okay? So I'm not going to say any of them.
But like I said, his cancellation was not something, it wasn't good. But I wasn't thinking about his cancellation. I didn't know all the details. I just knew he was canceled, and I kind of didn't care because this guy that inspired me popped up in my comment section. I'm a nobody YouTuber with no clout, no algorithmic integrity, whatever. And my response to his negative comment was, oh shit, it's Max Landis. We eventually had a short dialogue around why I wasn't wrong and why his comment wasn't a good critique of what I was saying and yada, yada, yada. But every few months, especially since I've learned more about what he was canceled for.
Learned more. Does he go into it?
I think about this short, really meaningless exchange. And I wonder if someone screen grabbed it. I wonder if that
Didn't then, have now.
person who wants to make the FD takedown video is going to go find that comment and pull it out to prove it as a way that I'm a bad person, that I had this positive exchange with a person who might be a sexual abuser. Am I going to get one of those, the signs were all there treatments?
Pause that.
You might
I'm
think
going to
this
the
is
washroom. Monsieur Signifier, if you would like to come into Ico Rules server or mine, either or, I think this is a wonderful. We're getting to the point where we would like to chat. If you're down with that, give me a moment. I'll be right back, Ico.
Sure. Sure. But what do you think so far, chat? Let me open Sunday's chat so I can see what is going on. But as I said, I meant to cover this like more than a year and a half ago, but then the Edwin stuff happened, so that took precedence. Where's Sunday's chat? Oh, now his title is Sunko Rules. What do we think about that name? I'm a great organizer. Thank you for saying that. I've never... Wait, you said I didn't, still don't actually? Sorry, FD, are you saying that you still don't know what Max Landis did? I learned a bit when I made the video. I do not... Okay. Let's say that that's true. Do you think...
All right.
Okay. Okay, FD said that he didn't know the details, I guess. Still don't actually. And
I saw in my chat.
yeah, I learned a bit when I made the video. I don't know the details
thoroughly. I just know it was really bad.
which is insane to me because
No. I don't think it's insane. I would love to chat. I am.
Okay, but
I'm
let's
intrigued. If you wouldn't mind, let's finish this. It'll probably take
finish
that long
this
to get
portion,
anyways, but...
and then I will show him.
It's irrational, but then you don't know left to. You don't have the perspective that I and a lot of us have as we amass followings and fan bases, or worse, anti-fan bases. I've seen people with a hate obsession for someone try to make grand sweeping statements about a person's character, their personality, their actual lives away from YouTube with evidence as flimsy as liking a particular tweet. And I know this because I've seen it.
In as few sentences as possible, which may be hard for you. Why have you been canceled before?
Oh man. Buying a house, being wealthy.
First person out of 4 that we see talk about why they were canceled is Hassan. Okay, so that's the Max Landis portion. If FD would like to join us, I welcome
Are you in my Discord or are you in Aiko's Discord? Either's fine. I'm just must be your Discord. No, Feek the Signifier. Is that yes?
We go into yours.
I suppose come into my server, Aiko.
Yeah.
Let's reconvene there. Okay, one sec.
Where am I going? I'm in the waiting room now. Sunday, let me in.
Aiko and says I have to wait 10 minutes for anything. Here, hang on. I'll sort that out. I'll sort that out. If you have, there you go. See if that works. There we go. Sweet. Well, hello. No, he's gone.
Maybe he can't.
No, he should be able to. I pulled him in. I'm the administrator. Hello? No, and he's back in the waiting room. Why? Why is he back in the waiting room?
Does he have permissions to speak?
Well, he has subject role, so he should. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go into the waiting room with him. I'm gonna see if the issue is with that.
Okay.
Hello. And he's just getting automatically. Why is he going back to the waiting room?
Does it work in the waiting room? Because we can just go there, maybe?
I suppose. The problem is other people can go into the waiting room, but like...
Oh.
We can...
Is there another room?
Let's just go in the waiting room. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to, if anybody joins... All right, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on, but for whatever reason, you appear to be being kicked out of the stage as soon as we bring you in. So we'll just do it here if that's fine with you. Oh, and it probably...
Test.
Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry. That scared the shit out of me. Let me just pop this out.
Next to it. Stage, when I try to click on stage, it has a lock and it says this chat is locked. So it kept sending me to the way.
That's odd because I should be able to drag you in. I've dragged in people without roles before, so I don't know why it's doing that. We revamped the server recently, so I might have to go in and fix some stuff. Also, I saw your camera was on in the waiting room. If you wanted to keep that on, you don't have to. I assumed you did that on purpose.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I like to hide my face. I get accused of being making smug facial expressions whenever I go into we'll say hostile environments.
I wouldn't say this is a hostile environment. I mean, I can't speak for Aiko. Aiko's a wild card.
You're gonna have the least smug face here, I'm sure.
We'll see how that works.
I was gonna say I'm familiar.
This is gonna be an adventure.
Affliction,
but welcome. I'm not gonna be an asshole. So this has been brewing inside of me for the past year and a half. So thank you for being willing to join us. Yes. Listen, when something goes under the radar for everyone, because most people, I didn't hear anyone mention this until I watched your video, because I watched your other videos, and up to that point I was like, okay, cool, good videos, and then I watched this video and I realized that after hearing, as I just said, up to the Hassan part, that I didn't know what any of those previous people did. And then I looked up Max Landis, and I was horrified, to say the least. I will show you exactly why.
Before we do,
sure,
can we take a quick second? I just want to clear some air very quickly before we press on with anything.
Where is this?
Aspersions were aspersions were cast on your academic status. I don't want to let that sit sort of unaddressed. If you don't mind my asking, like what are they? Like your credentials or what have you, if you have.
Oh, I have a bachelor's in mass communications, a master's in English, a master's in sociology, and I'm ABD for my PhD. But I quit after I passed my comps, because after I passed my comps, my promise to myself was that after I passed my comps, that I was going to post a YouTube video. And then I became a YouTuber, and I was like, we'll finish that some other time.
That counts. And full disclosure, I don't know anything about this. I just didn't like your Attack on Titan take.
Yeah, I said if we could, we'll bypass whatever this thing is, and we're gonna fight about Attack on Titan. That's the real fight.
We'll see. I have a feeling this is pretty serious, so fingers crossed. But I will, because I want to have that argument, but I don't know what we're gonna see here. So
which is totally. I mean, FD didn't do this. Okay, so. This is just me in particular.
I think he's pulling the strings. I think he's in charge of all these people.
Okay, true. Yes,
yeah, I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. And even in Sunday's not necessarily favorable chat, I saw people saying, I'm not quite sure what the thing is here.
Yeah, that was
because we haven't gotten to it yet. We haven't gotten to it yet.
You pointed out him.
No one knows what happened yet. I didn't go into it. I was letting your video speak for itself, or rather not speak.
Okay,
so this is my
insulting
concern.
Guests.
Yes, no insulting.
There's just one guy, to be clear.
Jesus.
No, I'm saying like my chat's insulting the guests, but like
I'm a tough I wouldn't be here if I didn't know there would be some vitriol.
Well, there's no vitriol in my chat, so
I appreciate you being a sport at least.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I'm more harsh on people that I think can do better and know better. You know what I mean? Like if someone is just a piece of shit, then I don't bother with them. I critique people when I think that they are not being completely honest or real about something. And so I would just like to show, before we continue on, what Max Landis actually did. So this is from the Daily Beast. They broke this, I believe.
Just very, very quickly before you go into
Yes.
that. What do I call you, by the way? Just FD or Signifier?
FD is fine. FD.
Okay. I'm as in the dark about this as maybe more so than you by this point. You said in my chat that you still don't know exactly what went down or whatever. And I think I think the issue, very quickly, I think the issue Aiko had was that you were promoting this guy's video in the same video where you were mentioning that you were to some degree aware that there was something of this ilk going on. So at this juncture, what specifically are you aware of?
We're not there yet. Sorry.
I'm just
we're not. No. I understand, but I want to like get this forward before we actually start talking about it. Cool. I'm experienced in how things play out information-wise.
So.
Thank you.
All right.
I just want us to be clear on what we're discussing before any like thoughts, emotions get inserted into it. With peace and love. Thank you very much. Okay, so this came out June 2019. 8 women accuse Hollywood filmmaker Max Landis of emotional and sexual abuse. We're not people to him. 8 accusers have come forward against the Bright screenwriter and Hollywood sign, alleging a pattern of emotional, physical, sexual abuse that spans a decade. So this is a person who's been compared to Harvey Weinstein, that people were waiting for years and years to finally be exposed, because with his Nepo baby position, his level of power, he was one of those people that couldn't be spoken about. People said that he tortured them, he raped people, he physically abuse them. So it's like, it's serious stuff. It's not just like sexual harassment. It's like scary shit. Being raped consistently. I'm not going to read this entire article, but I will link it. Okay? So I would just
you throw it in our chat here. Is there a way to do that on Discord? I don't even see where chat is. Oh, there it is.
Here. In
the waiting room chat.
There should be. It should be. If you let your mouse hover over the waiting room, you'll see a little speech bubble. It's tiny. It's next to the create invite section. That'll open up a chat window you can look at.
Oh. Okay, wait.
Yeah. Which I've apparently...
Here.
How do I get back?
There's that. All right.
Wait, how do I... What the hell? Okay. No, sorry. I clicked on the thing myself just to walk myself through it, and I ended up in a different window. Sorry. As you were?
So, like I said, I haven't looked at this throughout this entire time, but yeah.
I'm still here.
He did hold me down and rape me while I said no over and over. So he did this to many women, and this was obviously a big story if you were paying attention to the fact that he was getting canceled at all during that time. I don't see how you would not know that it was serious enough that you should look into it a little more before you so heavily promoted him. I think it's weird to talk about him getting canceled and merely allude to the potential of sexual abuse, but not actually say anything about it. Go ahead.
Could I try and summarize? This is what sort of I've gathered from this.
Yes.
FD, given that at the time you made the video, you were very clearly aware of the nature of what this guy was doing, whether or not you need the specifics, and I can understand if, for whatever reason, it's not your job to dig into this or whatever. You promoted a guy's video, you said it was really great, you need to go look at it, da-da-da-da-da. So directing fairly, I think at the time, a fairly sizable audience still in that direction. Given that you knew sort of what was going on here, it's a little strange that you, first of all, like directed your audience in that direction, and then afterwards, when you were giving examples of, hey, here's people talking about all the ridiculous reasons why they were canceled, you start off with Hassan talking about buying a house and whatnot. I don't think you intended this, but whether or not, regardless of your intentions with the video or whatever, it looks kind of weird. Like you understand, like there's a weird kind of framing going on there. I would not, with any confidence, my general impression of you is not that you would do this, but it looks like, why are you putting the most sympathetic foot forward after floating an example and promoting the video by someone who's accused of multiple sexual assault, right?
Yeah. I probably, if I had to do it again and think about it in that context, wouldn't do that. That just wasn't where my mind was at the time. The point of bringing up Landis was because he was a bad guy. And I just assumed a lot of people would know he was a bad guy. And the point of not going deep into his, I guess the accusations, because I don't know going deep into like what he was canceled for, I think is the most accurate way to say it. Is one, that wasn't really the point of bringing him up. It would have kind of thrown off the entirety of like where the video went from that point on. And that just kind of wasn't my goal. My goal was to couch and say, all right, how does canceling work? What do we cancel for? What is the value in it? Because I bring them up again later in the video.
Yeah.
And I think I'm more harsh at that point in time, but I also speak to the fact that as harsh as like that, there's like we don't have a real framework for like, what do you do after you get canceled? I think was the point of that particular section. And then having it transition to Hassan is just like, editing. This video has an interesting backstory in that my editor got into like a major car accident in the middle of doing it. It's actually edited by like 5 different people. You can tell, I think, if you know like what to look for. So like I didn't get a chance to do much in terms of rewrites or reshoots or a lot of things on it, and it was already late.
Well, if I may, I mean, presumably the video releases on your timeline. Why not?
We mean?
Well, you say you didn't have time.
Oh no, the videos don't necessarily release on my timeline. There's sponsorships. I need to have a video out in this amount of time so I can get paid to pay my bills. But yeah, like I'm a separate the art from the artist type person. I didn't think of it as promoting the work of an abuser. I was pointing out that video because I think that video is amazing. I still think the video is amazing.
Well, I mean, perhaps if I may, sorry to interrupt you. You may not think of it as promoting the work of an abuser, but if you're saying the work of an abuser is amazing with your channel to thousands of people, you are quite literally promoting the work of an abuser, no?
Yeah, no, that's a fair interpretation. That's kind of why I started out with like, the way you all are framing it is not how I thought about it in the moment, but like it's not necessarily the most unfair way of looking at it.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying, to be clear, is you were loosely aware of the controversy around this person and of the accusations around this person. Well, I suppose we should look at the next part where you address this guy later on. Let me finish this thought very quickly. but when you were producing it, so when you say like this was produced by 5 other people and your editor had a car accident and so on and so forth, is what you're trying to suggest is that the franticness of the production is responsible for the way in which this is arranged, so that somebody, for example, who just watched up to this point and clicked off would just see you promoting this guy and then talking about Hassan Piker as an example of someone who's been canceled for frivolous reasons. That was...
Yeah, I definitely would be the takeaway. Like, no. So I'm not, no. So let me be clear.
Okay.
Let me try to be as clear as possible. The critique you all are levying here is a fair one. It wasn't my intention. I did not think of it in the way you're like framing it now when I was making it. And had I had all the time in the world to finish this video, I still may not have done it that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't, I'm not even presenting that as a, like a, well, if, you know, had it not been rushed, I would have da-da-da. Like, no, I'm not sure that's the case. Because part of the goal of the video is to be kind of confrontational about the nature of canceling. And like, can you like a person's work that is bad? What does that mean about you? What does that mean about the person? What does that mean about art? What value is there in liking or disliking or promoting or hiding a guy? The fact that Max Landis, so I didn't, you know, start watching Max Landis because he was an abuser. I didn't know he was an abuser when I was first introduced to him as a creator. And the fact that he was an abuser doesn't change the relationship I had with his art when I first discovered it.
I totally agree. I recently found out about the Neil Gaiman allegations. You know Neil Gaiman, the writer?
I'm familiar with the name. I know he's...
I always thought it was Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman.
Is it Why the Last Man, I think he wrote?
No.
I think he's more known for Good Omens at the moment.
Good Omens and
American Gods.
He
Nancy Brothers. Nobody cares about that one though.
Yeah. But anyway, I love Neil Gaiman's work. Recently, stuff has come out about him being like an intense, like abuser, wild stuff. Right. I still enjoy his work, but I also like now I know, and I'm like, okay, that's a part of his legacy. It is what it is. And moving forward, when I watch his stuff, I'll probably watch his stuff, but I also know that's a part of the package, right? I think it's important to just like acknowledge that someone, like if you do something like this and people find out, it's important to not like minimize or bury it. But you don't have to go after anyone for liking the person or enjoying their work. It's not a reflection on your character for liking Max Landis's work. It's just, for me, it's about... Well, that's them and they're stupid. It doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, that was a throwaway.
No, I totally get it. I think that it's important to just like own the reality of the situation and not try to justify it, if that makes sense. I would like to challenge the idea that you were harsher to him later on. I've pulled up the other timestamps, which is, so the next time you bring him up is at 1 hour, 51 minutes and 23 seconds. So do you see the screen share?
Yes.
Okay, I will start.
Cannot change that dynamic. Max Landis just last week released another video addressing his cancellation.
For years, I had awful, messy relationships and where I was a toxic partner. And this spread to even my casual relationships. This was just about the way I treated people. I was never, in the discussion about me and in public shamings, they want people to either be a sociopathic narcissist predator or a totally innocent ally. And the truth is, I'm not a sociopathic narcissist predator, but through my life, I understand why people hate me enough to say that.
And I doubt it changes anything about his situation and how he's perceived because of the community he is beholden to.
I haven't followed Landis in years, so I don't know how to judge his changes since being canceled, considering that Landis has had more serious accusations and was already a divisive figure beforehand.
Okay, so you put up on the screen Max Landis accused of rape, assault, and psychological abuse. All right.
Get
so
why
basically you saw the
his
same
numerous
thing.
attempts at apologizing haven't allowed him to recover to anywhere close to where
I'm sorry, what?
his numerous attempts and was already a divisive figure beforehand. I get why his numerous attempts at apologizing haven't allowed him to recover to anywhere close to where he was. And again, you're only as canceled as your next project. But I think looking at his situation kind of exemplifies the flaws of this accountability myth, in that we don't really have a developed framework for what real accountability looks like. And I'd argue that a lot of us don't care.
But I guess
I would also like to point out that his accountability would literally be prison based on what he did, which is crime. So I just want to throw that out there. So the next
sorry,
Go ahead.
go on. Finish your thought. I want to respond to this after though.
Okay, I'm just making sure that I just want to play the last portion.
More in the sand.
Okay.
There's no more forever after this conversation.
On that Broy Deschanel video about canceling, Landis actually left another comment basically asking, what am I supposed to do? And like,
Says, I still don't understand what's expected from me or how I'm supposed to function in society or emotionally. I was asked essentially to die and go away. Important video.
I don't have a good answer for that. And I don't think anybody does, to be honest with you. There definitely needs to be a greater discussion and investigation on what the appropriate response is to people who transgress and then submit to being held accountable that we haven't had yet. And my problem is we think we've already had it. And I want to be clear, the people are
Okay, so
I don't,
that is
so I'm in a weird position here, to be honest, because I don't disagree with this.
Oh wait, sorry. There's one more part.
featured in this video that have problematic and sketchy pasts. The goal wasn't to launder their names or make you rethink whether or not they're being treated fairly. I don't want anyone to give Rewired Soul a pass on his toxic behavior or ignore Hassan's edginess or forgive Max Landis. I just want to again ask, why are we like this?
I feel like
What are we
comparing Hassan to Max Landis is a little unfair, but go on.
Okay, I think that's.
Yeah.
I think that is it.
Okay, yeah. So I'm okay. So I think we're all, not to speak for you, Aiko. My apologies. Tell me if I'm misrepresenting you here, but I think we're all in agreement that, and Signifier as well, that promoting the video of Max Landis was probably a mistake. I don't
think that's a mistake. I think it's fine.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I know I would still do,
yeah,
I would still point out that I love that video.
Yeah.
But why?
I think no.
But
I
why?
think it's fine.
Because because that was kind of the point of this. Part of the point.
Oh boy,
of
this is going to be interesting. Okay, go on.
Part of the whole point of this video is to critique the way we respond to bad people.
Right.
And like the way that we respond to the way that people respond to bad people. Let's get the full context here. This is my magnum opus about online drama after a good year of being involved directly in online drama, which culminated in catching a backlash from the Backlash for DJ Mule. So after this, despite other people bringing me up a lot and spreading misinformation, we'll get to that Trash Panda issue later in the video as well, or later in our conversation as well, Professor. President, I'm sorry. I keep on calling you Professor. You're President Sunday.
When Vosh was covering when me and Vosh were like slightly beefing over the Professor Flowers thing in the background, he kept calling her President Flowers and me Professor Sunday.
Same situation. But the goal was for me to try to put everything I felt about drama and everything I wanted to critique about drama in one video. And at that earlier point, I was responding to the criticism that because I did not think DJ Mule was the most awful person ever and needed to, never be on the internet and die, et cetera, that made me a bad person. And that's like a tool often used to harangue and silence people online. Is like, well, all these things, right? But this person knows and likes this person.
Okay.
And
Those
I
people
think
are
aside from
stupid.
being, let me just finish this.
Yeah, go on,
I
please.
think aside from being a not very powerful critique, that kind of that type of attack really just hinges on, I don't know, populism essentially. It also is just not very logical because all of us have connections to influences from and like relationships in some form of fashion with problematic people, especially problematic creators and artists. And so it was like, no, I'm going to put out there that like I probably wouldn't be a YouTuber right now if I didn't watch a lot of Max Landis videos between, I don't know, 2017 and 2020.
Let me let me retort a little bit here. So I agree with you. Look, I started my channel as a weird conservative, fresh out of Christian high school bozo. Okay, I did a lot of videos.
Here.
Who's in the chat here? Who's in the call?
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody come in. I will kick you immediately. Sorry. I did a lot of weird videos using writings by people like Carl Schmitt, actual Nazi, to do like political analyses of like video games and whatnot. Okay, like I understand the idea of appreciating the work of really bad people on its own merits and so on and so forth. If it has something to offer, it'd be stupid to toss it away in that respect. People say the same thing about Rousseau. Rousseau abandoned all of his children. He's kind of a dick. So on and so forth.
Marx is a fuck boy. Bell Hooks was a landlord.
Marx was a loving father, sir. But
I'm
leaving that
to
aside,
an illegitimate child. All right, go ahead.
But unbelievable. But that being said, there is a bit of a difference, I think, between, for example, making positive use or appreciation of the artistic work of a very bad man and promoting specifically a YouTube video of a man who is actively being accused of crimes. And here's an example that's still living right now that affected me recently. I actually mentioned this to Aiko earlier. I don't know if you're aware of a YouTuber called Feature Man. Probably not. He's like an older individual. He got a big boost on YouTube because Moist Critical was like covering a lot of weird, bad cooking videos on YouTube. And he found this quirky old man who used to be some kind of showman or comedian or something, who was like just making random stuff with like dollar store ingredients. It recently came out that he had actually raped a boy of 14 years in the 50s. And he is still in business on YouTube because there are a whole ton of people who will continue to watch him anyways. And one of the things that sort of is stuck in my craw here when I'm looking at the promotion of Max Landis's video here, even in this call, is that this guy is still living. This guy is directly profiting, not just monetarily from attention to this video, but also because if this guy is genuinely like charismatic and appealing in his videos, these are people who are going to become emotionally attached to this person and will likely also serve to defend this person when he is accused in future by other people. So it's like, I'm not saying that you intended to do this, but like it strikes me as something that's sort of inherently irresponsible, something kind of not to be done. If somebody is like, we're not talking about someone who's bad but dead or bad but in prison. We're talking about someone who's accused and who is still around and like when
and suffered no repercussions other than his his public image.
Right. No, that's a fair critique. That's just not how I thought about it in the moment. And even now, I think if just kind of like going back, I haven't watched this video in a while. I imagine that was probably an ad lib.
What was?
That me talking about the video. It's probably an ad lib. Like, you know, I mean, like I have a script, right? Like I read a script. This is not me. Like I'm not that eloquent, right? So there's a script, and then like there's different points on the script where my brain would just say, "Oh, say this." So ad lib, like adding
Max
ad
Landis was
lib.
an ad lib?
No, like talking about wrestling isn't wrestling. The video.
Right, but
That's
why
what we're talking
wouldn't
about
you?
right now.
Right, but why wouldn't you have brought it up if you're talking about your inspiration?
Oh no, that's probably why I brought it up. That's what I'm saying. Like what I'm
Right.
saying is I did not think about this the way you all are thinking about it now.
As promotion, you
All I
mean?
thought about, no, I didn't think about his promotion. Mostly because his channel's dead. He was like thoroughly like put out the game.
I believe
So
he's
like
still working.
I'm
No,
sure
no,
he's
let's-
still
let's-
working in some form and fashion, but he's not like a Hollywood writer or a successful YouTuber. I don't know what, I haven't checked his channel much. I'd be shocked if he was still, you know, growing and doing numbers on his videos. But I don't know. I haven't watched him much.
Well, if I may though, very, very quickly. Sure, very possible. Okay, let's run with that. So Max Landis, guy who's being accused of multiple sexual assault, otherwise like fairly embedded in Hollywood, fairly like in a position of advantage with respect to his victims, the people who are accusing him. Wouldn't then that sort of escalate the danger, because now you risk taking someone who's being accused of sexual assault and promoting his channel, potentially resurrecting it.
Yeah, I don't think that's a realistic outcome. I don't think I have that much power. I don't think I was. Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
hang on.
first of all-
Well, but if I may though, if you went on stream tomorrow, I dare you, by the way, but if you went on stream tomorrow and you said President Sunday's critique of my Attack on Titan take was one of the most brilliant things I've ever seen. Whatever else I think about him, you should go check it out. You don't think that would positively affect me at all? Like that would give me some level of
It would.
That's why you should
Yeah.
do it.
Like, no, I'm not saying you guys are wrong. Like, I want to be clear. You're making fair criticisms of how this like played out in the video.
Right.
I'm just explaining the thought process I was in while I was making it. And the process I was in was trying to create conflict between like the safe, comfortable way to engage with and regard problematic and canceled figures, and like the natural response you have to say, oh, this video is really good, go watch it. Like I wasn't thinking about Max Landis when I said that. I was thinking about my audience, who a lot of them I'm sure like wrestling. Like, hey, you guys would love this video. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a weird like
I should
it's
know.
a-
Okay, if I may, can I just so we're on the same page? So when you say you guys would love this video, am I correct in reading you as you clarify here? What you intended to say was not, you guys would like this video, go check it out. We can see if what you say in the video, of course. What you're saying you intended to say was, this crazy guy who did all these horrible things, you would actually love this video. Isn't that strange to think about? Something like that. Is that sort of what you're going for?
it's probably a mix between the two.
Okay.
On one end, it's this guy's the end goal was, well, no, the video, I think that video in particular was more so just, I think this is an amazing video, everybody should watch it. Like if I'm honest about talking about the video specifically. But that entire section going from Nostalgia Critic to Max Landis was to kind of put everybody in a position to think about how they actually respond to problematic figures when they like the thing that the problematic figure does. That was the ultimate goal of that section. Because I think the comfortable thing to do, especially online, is for everybody to just kind of like self-purity test their own like persona and everything they say online. And be like,
I agree, but you have to admit,
That's-
like, multiple sexual assault is one of those things we probably should continue purity testing for, no?
I would agree. I would agree.
Okay.
I would agree.
And I would like
it
to
was-
say that's a thing in and I think maybe more your sphere, but that's not like an inherent thing online. I think that it's about you as a creator have to set the tone as to like owning what the reality is, what you're comfortable with, what your standards are, instead of allowing people to come at you and tell you what you have to do. And I think that you could have done the same thing without
But you realize this video
undermining.
was for my sphere, though. Like, this is one of the most morbidly online, chronically online videos I've made. It's literally called, I think, The Online Left Almost Killed Me or something like that.
Yeah.
Leftist infighting almost killed me. It's so like it was it was specifically a message to the type of people within the community that I'm a part of.
But that's precisely that I understand what you're saying, but that's precisely why I take so much issue with it, because this is a community that by itself is not intrinsically wedded to the kind of spheres that Max Landis is involved in, which means that this is now an entirely new audience you've breached for Max Landis without his input at all. Like you're giving the opportunity for a person who's, for very good reasons, burned his reputation in a bunch of different places. Now he has access to another audience, and that's potentially a swelling of new people who might. Yeah. Go on,
I
please.
so regarded Max Landis as dead that just didn't cross my mind. I'm just like,
you thought it was.
To me, that would be like saying, oh no, that's not a good example. Yeah, it's just to me it was more valuable to expose my audience to a thing they would like than to worry about if the thing they liked would somehow create a way for a bad guy to awaken.
If I may,
more prominent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough. Why did you suppose that Max Landis was dead, quote unquote?
Not actually like literally dead. Like
no, I understand, but like
I'll be back.
his
One
career,
second.
His
like
career
there wasn't a thing that could be resurrected. Like his career's done.
Yeah,
right?
like his career, like he's not a online, like he's not Nick Fuentes. You know what I'm saying?
It's weird because that's actually the example that comes to mind. But go on, please.
He's not Nick Fuentes, where he's going to resurrect by going on a million podcasts and saying his things. He was a Hollywood, like his real job was as a Hollywood writer or producer, and that ended. His YouTube channel, I don't know how many.
Jordan Peterson was a psychologist once.
Well, but then he became a thing that's also immune to criticism. So it's Jordan Peterson now, I think, couldn't go back to psychology. Didn't he get his license revoked? You understand what I'm saying?
I don't. That would have been fairly recent though. He's been more of a YouTuber pundit kind of guy for the last for a while. So
just like, so if Max Landis, I guess here's a question I have. If Max Landis reemerged to be prominent on YouTube, you know, in the next 6 months, would you think it was because of me?
No, but here's what I wouldn't think. I wouldn't think for a second that it was because of Red Letter Media, who had him appear multiple times, but who deleted all of the videos with Max Landis to break down any possible association or to help promote him after the fact.
But here's the thing, though. Is the importance whether or not it's your fault, or is it that you contributed to a bad situation that can harm more people in the future? Create some kind of harm. It's not about punishing you.
No. That's a fair critique. I don't know.
I was hoping I would hate this guy. This is no fun. I'm liking his responses so far.
Yeah, no, because I get it. Especially as you all are experiencing the video, because you make a thing, you have an image in your head as to how this thing is going to work, and then you give it to the world, and they're like, yeah, this, and sometimes you're like, yeah, that exactly, and then sometimes you're like, no, that's not at all what happened there. And so
you thought Max Landis was bigger than you.
Yeah.
Oh.
He has literal, like, he's a Hollywood screenwriter.
Well, no, of course he is. But what's okay? So here's the read. Just to clarify why this is kind of perplexing to me, because obviously Max Landis is bigger than you. But in this respect, if Max Landis is dead on this medium, this is a medium where kooks and failures go to
resurrect,
right, or to reinvent themselves.
John Gruden, are you a football guy?
No, do I look like a football guy to you?
You wouldn't know. People don't think I'm a football guy.
You look like a football guy to me.
It takes all types. But you finished.
You got the stat.
I was trying to co-sign with a football example.
You're looking down at me from your camera. Okay, that screams football fan for some reason to my nerd brain. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying here.
You would realize that I thought Max Landis was bigger than me. And you were pointing out that YouTube was a place.
No, I understand what I'm saying. I didn't understand what I was saying with that previous comment.
Okay.
Yeah. So in your head, you thought that mentioning Max Landis was sort of like me mentioning Destiny. I can get clicks from this. I'm not going to affect Destiny's bottom line. It doesn't matter. Something like that.
I mean, not so much getting clicks, right? Because he doesn't have, any mojo on YouTube.
Right.
It was
he could though, right?
He could if he wanted to. I'm sure he could figure it out. And maybe I would, like, maybe if Max Landis got really big again and like it started like percolating more about like his stuff, maybe I would delete that section of the video. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing I would consider if I thought there was real harm that could be done from it. But in my head at the time, I was mentioning a person that was more significant than me, especially at the time. This is like a good year and a half ago now, and I've grown exponentially since then. So I feel like I may have been like 400 or 500K at most.
That's still like
Excuse me.
4
big, though.
times
That's
his
big.
size,
That's big.
though.
But it's not like, like you said, moist critical. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like now it's weird.
Yeah.
Go ahead. And like now, especially as I push like 800 plus, and like videos, I the last video I did was before this previous one was like 3 million, almost going on 4 million views. Like now I'm thinking of myself differently. And like I did, and to be even more honest, I really didn't understand what 400 or 500K meant then, because if I'm not mistaken, not long after this was the whole Kidology debacle, which I definitely wish I could do over. You know what I'm saying? And that was partially because I didn't understand the size of my channel, and what that meant. But no, like to be clear, you guys are right. If I had this to do again, I still would probably like try to make this point somehow, some way. If I were to mention Max Landis, I would still mention that video, because like the goal was to make people uncomfortable with the safety of being like, publicly I don't like, publicly guy bad, don't like, not going to talk about.
Well, if I may, just to give you a little bit of pushback there. So Aiko, the section you're on, I don't think you've moved it. That is roughly about where he mentions the accusations against Max Landis. Yes. Right. That's like
he doesn't really. Yeah.
That's like an hour and 50 minutes into the video, dude. The people who first see the reference to Max Landis, they're not seeing that. They're seeing, oh, there's cancelable things. But yeah.
Yeah, I was never interested in speaking on his crimes in the video.
Right.
Or his accusations, I guess, is to be.
But you did bring them into the video. Like they are there.
Like
whether you were
I didn't want to. I didn't want to not. Yeah. I didn't want to not act like it didn't exist at all. Right. Like I felt like it was that he was accused of abuse by a lot of women, and that was why he got taken off the map. So I didn't want to not touch it at all. But like, he was a small part of the video overall, and so that was really supposedly more about me at the beginning.
He's the only one who got your endorsement for his video, right?
What do you? No, I've been interviewed multiple people.
No. You interviewed multiple people, but I don't think I haven't seen the whole video. But I'm going to assume you didn't say about Hassan Piker, for example. Hey, here's a video of his. You got to go see this, guys.
I don't know if that's a reasonable point to say, because Hassan is pretty much the least canceled or cancel-worthy person.
No, I understand. I'm just giving an example, though. Like, for example, I think the point I'm making...
And Hassan is huge. I don't think it's a good comparison. I don't.
No, you're missing my point, Tycho. I'm saying that Max Landis is still the only person who had a video of his specifically endorsed in the video, regardless, right?
That's true. But that would only like I endorsed. Oh fuck! I never thought about it as endorsing. I endorsed the video to like to kind of like draw out the or engage with the discomfort of talking about a bad guy favorably in public.
Right.
And then forcing people who are watching me to think about what I'm doing and whether or not they like that I'm doing that. Right? Now,
do you
at
think
the
anyone
time-
knew who he was though, like in your audience? Because I didn't, and most people that I mean, I don't know if maybe people in your sphere do, but no one else really knew who he was.
I mean,
that
that's
was
not something I
around.
thought about a ton. I think some people definitely knew who he was, and I think some people didn't. I didn't think about whether or not. I did not think about like the one thing I definitely didn't think about was that this was a way to endorse, launder, and possibly resurrect Max Landis. Like that was not something I was considering at all.
Yeah.
And maybe I probably should have considered that. Like that's what your criticism.
Mhm.
I'm just telling you, I didn't think about that at all.
Well, I'm just gonna. I'll make it
understand
like
that.
I'll make it as concrete as possible. So like Weinstein would probably not have been convicted if it wasn't for the Me Too movement. It wasn't for the massive amount of attention, like public attention, not specifically like valid legal cases, but like public attention on people in Hollywood, for example, abusing their power to sexually abuse people and so on and so forth. And the flip side of this is if there is a large number of people who are increasingly like attached to some public figure or whatever because they were inspiring or charismatic when they were watching them, those people are really effective at shutting down people who are bringing accusations. And so one of the reason why this is such an issue is not because he like FT Signifier in particular didn't do his homework and he appreciated a video by one of the people on the naughty list. The point is that there's a very real potential, especially as you're saying, like your channel's growing substantially, that people who peruse your content could find this stuff, find this person appealing, be more receptive to his very sympathetic explanations of his situation, and therefore like swell the ranks of people who are defending this person from accusations by other people. Because like it all comes down to a sympathy game ultimately at the end. And that's how you win is by just getting more positive exposure than the people who are accusing you. So I mean, like that's for me. That's why.
But part of the point of the video was that, like in that last section, was we don't rubric for this anyway.
We don't what? I'm
Like,
sorry,
none
you
of us-
cut out.
Oh, you cut out briefly. There was a glitch. Say that
I
again.
said part of the issue, the part of the like core theme of the video that I got to when I talked about it the second time is that we don't have a real rubric for this anyway. And so like all of what you're saying is not like I wasn't engaging with it from that standpoint. I was thinking, hey, a person because so like and also
that's fair enough.
understand-
Look, I don't want to be. I'm not implying that you like meant any of this. Just to be clear,
Yeah.
like I'm not saying like, oh, you had like a content creator that you really like personally, and you were just like, well, I don't care if he potentially raped people. I'm going to promote him because I like this guy. I don't think you were doing that. Just bluntly on a material level, it's like. So you
and understand.
videos,
I think another thing I want to. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm also like I'm also an abolitionist, right? I'm anti-carceral, and I'm anti-carceral as a mentality. You know what I'm saying? So like,
right.
You know, I was talking about accountability as a myth. You know what I'm saying? Because like, what is the question? There is what is accountability? Like, under what context? What situation does Max Landis have to be in where? And I'm not even saying this like to defend myself now. I'm just actually interested in what you all think. What situation would Max Landis have to be in where I shouldn't even have to think twice about bringing him up positively in a video?
Okay.
Complete social destruction to the extent of someone like a Jeffrey Dahmer and hopefully in jail.
Okay, well,
That'd be mine.
since you're abolitionist, what would you typically say for someone who is a serial rapist? Like what I don't know what your stance is in general on like justice.
I don't know what we would do with a serial rapist. Like I don't have a personal theory on that.
Like in general.
There's restorative justice methods that say like you force them to be indentured to their victims in some form of fashion, pay restitution. There's people that are a little more hardcore and say you whip their ass. You know,
That's
there's
wild. Corporal punishment.
Yeah, like there's
How is
people that don't believe in prisons that believe you just the way you
just
address
beat them.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
okay.
I mean, like
that's
literally,
insane.
I think beating up a person one time is actually far more humane than putting them in prison.
Okay.
For really any amount of time.
But how is that going to? Okay, I'm not gonna. I know that's not your
Right.
specific point, but I mean, he's extremely wealthy. He could just pay victims, and what would that change? Like he could just still continue to offend, and nothing would happen. I think at the very least, I don't think that there's a thing where you can just go on autopilot and be like, yeah, this person's a great guy, everything's fine. Like I think that acknowledging
if I may,
the past like I think that it's just a part of history. It's a part of the paper trail. It's a part of what it is, and I think that it shouldn't be that you have to you don't have to do anything. I think you have to take a case by case situation and just talk about it how you will. You know what I mean? Like I don't think like his accountability like and his level of accountability shouldn't affect how you talk about him other than like just what you think about the situation. But like honestly, I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, I think if I may, I think what Aiko's trying to say is like when you're talking, for example, about like I'm actually kind of in agreement with this. I think imprisonment is a much crueler punishment than in some cases even execution, depending on how long we're talking here. But like I think what Aiko's saying is like a short event, like say a beating, say, or like a massive fine or whatever. The person is still in a situation where they can come back from it. I think for me, what's most important is not that the individual is personally suffering for as long as possible. It's a nice cherry on top if you really think they deserve it, but leaving that aside. What's more important is that the person is not able to be reconciled to society on the cheap in advance of like extraordinary proof of the person changing taking place. So for instance, Max Landis disappearing for 20 years, going to a Buddhist monastery and coming back and preaching consent and whatnot. Okay, promote that video. But Max Landis making inspiring videos while these accusations are floating around, and all that's happened is he's had the accusations and he's just very uncomfortable about it. That's not great. So the question is like what is required to get to a point where you are not potentially actively abetting somebody who is only superficially repentant, if even, and versus like whether you're regarding someone who the person who did those crimes actually is a person at an earlier stage of a transformative process, like a genuinely transformative process, which I don't think jail is, to be clear. I think jail is the death penalty for people who don't want to dirty their hands. But
yeah, I'm not saying
like,
that I think that he should be in jail.
I mean,
I think that if he I'm saying
in the
I'm not
absence of a better
prescribing
alternative.
I'm not prescribing anything in particular. If he was someone else with less power, if he wasn't a white man, he very well could be in jail with everything that he's done. But what I'm saying is that I think it's more important for people to be able to make educated decisions for themselves on what they think and how they want to conduct themselves. And I think my issue based on your video is that the general public who trusts you, who like, you know, your viewers, they like assume that you're giving them all the context they need in order to feel like they can go off. They're like going off of your vibes because they trust the way that you are portraying the situation.
And yes, I just didn't see myself as giving off the vibe of like, yeah, Max Landis. Like I say he did very bad things that were more severe than the accusations, yada yada yada. And like I say he was canceled for a reason. So like I'm not, and that's kind of why I didn't think of it as me promoting like a person with an abusive past. I thought of it as me engaging with my parasocial relationship with a problematic figure. And you know,
But I
would probably, like I said, I probably would think about it differently now, especially at the space I am as a creator now. But at the time, it's just not. That's just not how I contextualized it. I contextualized it.
That's great.
something
I
different.
actually completely believe you. So here's if I may, let me up the ante a little bit. So knowing what you do now, given that you've acknowledged that you think these are fair criticisms, would you remove the section from the video that promotes the video of his?
I don't think he
Definitely,
can.
I'll definitely maybe I can definitely remove the section that promotes his video. Like if
Red Letter Media did it with like
No, I don't-
multi-million view videos. I do that.
Well,
That'd be
so
great.
first off, like
Yeah.
let's be clear, it doesn't hurt me at all to remove like the large chunk. Other than like as a artist wanting the message of the video to be effective. So like that particular piece is not really important. That particular piece is not as important as like the end piece. And then like that beginning part makes that end part make sense. So removing that part, oh man.
I don't think that that's the answer. I don't think that it should be like, oh, like this is what you have to do. I think it's just a matter of information. I don't think that there was enough context for people to be able to like have their own idea of like what the gravity of Max Landis should be. You know what I mean? I think that like you have your own take based
So,
on
I
what
don't know.
you
So I don't know if I agree with that.
you don't think so?
Aside from like not saying Max Landis was accused of sexual assault, did I not imply that he did very bad things? Maybe I didn't. Like,
Okay, if I may, hang on. Here's very, very quickly. I'm actually going to bolster your point very strongly. If you look at your video's analytics, you're going to see like what the drop-off point was for most people who view your video, and I would reckon that the vast majority of them are going to drop off before the halfway mark. It's a very long video.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not even talking. I'm talking about at the front.
Yeah, no, you said that he did bad things that you're not going to get into. You don't really totally know about the details and so on and so forth. It was very vague. And then also, so me as someone who didn't know anything about him, the only reason why I know is because this is how I look at things. This is how I analyze content. It's just if I don't know what's going on, if someone apologizes and I don't understand what they did, I dig into it. And that's why this is the whole entire thing. It's not that what you did is like horribly evil or bad or wrong.
No,
it's
I get
just
you.
That,
I think I agree with you. Right. That. So there's a lot of things. But overall, I get what you're saying. That if I wanted to, for lack of a better way of putting it, be cover my bases in terms of like being responsible for how I engage with the problematic figure, considering the gravity of his accusations, the more appropriate thing would have been to be a little more detailed about what happened.
Yeah.
I get you.
That's really it. That's really my only thing is just so that way the audience can decide what they think about Max Landis and also respect your opinion, because your opinion on him and his work is valid and that's fine. It's from your perspective. I just think that everyone with their own life experience and their own principles and way of seeing the world, they should be able to get a sense of how much they want to look into him. You don't have to say the entire thing, but you know, it was just not like based like the experience of it and then immediately going to Hassan and him saying he's canceled, Hassan being super wholesome in that, you know, like it's just
I mean,
overall...
if I may, like literally just cutting out the brief part where you say you should all go check this out.
No,
I mean,
no.
that
I
would.
don't. I disagree.
I think it changes it quite a bit, actually.
I
Because now,
disagree because I think it's fine to
Why?
say. I think it's fine to praise someone's work, but I think that it's important to balance it out with the reality of the situation because it's a good point. Like, how do we engage with problematic figures, people who have done things?
No,
It's an
but, Aiko,
individual choice.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm on the same page with you there, but it's like at the same time, it's like you promote the video at the beginning of the video, and the specifics of sexual assault are not actually brought up until the end. Even though Max Landis himself references these things, he also says he points them out as an extreme. It's like I could be the nicest guy, or I could be the and like that. Like if that's the concern, if the concern actually is promoting the guy's video, which I thought it was, then like
Well, no,
that's like two words. So
weirdly, I agree with Aiko about how bad I was here. In that I think, because like I don't know, I'm waffling back and forth a lot here.
Brooks, who was in my chat saying he hates you, is now just saying you seem lovely. So well done there.
I mean, most people that actually, I mean, that's the nature of that's why I don't engage with drama a lot. I've literally, except for 1 or 2 times, never actually talked to a person that's criticized me and had them leave with the same impression they were presenting before I came on. It's just, you know, that's just how it works. But finishing with what Aiko, I think
slippery.
Yeah, I'm so slippery like that. Because I think Aiko's, I think the strongest point here, because I'm being honest, we're a year and a half later, Max Landis is still canceled. He still doesn't have anybody watching his videos, yada, yada, yada. So like, we have a case study to say me mentioning that video in a positive manner didn't produce any tangible result to his reclamation of his career. But it was in some ways a betrayal of my audience's trust to not be a little more explicit about his accusations while I was talking about him in a positive manner.
Yes,
because
thank you.
It didn't give the audience, it relied on the audience's trust in me to say he's bad, but not so bad that I wouldn't bring him to you. It probably would have actually been more effective had I mentioned it. Like if my ultimate goal of being like, hey, how do you feel about Bad Guy's awesome work? Probably would have been even more challenging had I mentioned specifically what he did.
Thank you.
You know
That's
what I'm
exactly that's really all that I wanted from that.
I really hate this. I have to argue with this guy about Attack on Titan now, and now I'm going to feel bad about being mean. Like, fuck.
I don't feel bad.
I was getting clicks off that too. I was gonna get so many clicks just milking you, and it's just fuck, damn it.
I mean, you know, you got to do what you.
My whole week has to be rescheduled.
Can we talk about? Can I clear one thing up that I've seen
Please.
in your chat multiple times that I just have to continue to clear up? I have never called Shark 300 a trash panda. Never. You can ask him that. He's actually, I think, in fact, I'm pretty sure he tweeted about it or something. Like I saw him mention something about that, which is hilarious. There's like, I like the tweet. I like the tweet. And so, like,
I'm not really familiar with this. Like I've heard of it, but I don't know the details.
Now, don't get me wrong. I had and have a lot of criticisms for how Shark handled the thing that brought him into conflict with people close to me, and definitely how he handled it after the fact. And I don't want to rehash all of that. But I just want to like clear that up. I'm also not anti-race mixing. I don't know if that's in the chat, but I'm sure it's coming.
Wait, so you liked the tweet that called him that? Is that what it was?
No, I don't even know if I liked the tweet that called him that. I may have liked the tweet that compared him to the character that was played by Samuel L. Jackson when in Django Unchained. I may have liked that tweet. I also but I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, when he brought me up in his video, it was because I said this is hilarious in response to that particular community piling on Jesse Gender
for liking the tweet of Samuel Jackson as a slave, yada yada yada. It was the epitome of the type of drama I was trying not to be involved in. And don't get me wrong, mistakes were made in that situation, but I have to clear that up whenever I encounter people in this sphere that don't actually watch or pay attention to my content, because that gets repeated over and over and over again.
What's your while we're on the topic? What's your opinion of Foreign Man in a Foreign Land showing a picture of a raccoon on the screen when he was talking about Shark Zero in particular?
That's a good joke. It's a good joke. You know, like I can't control that other people called him that. I genuinely don't think that Shark is that term. Genuinely. I don't think that's truly who he is. And you know, I wish that that could have played out differently so we could have avoided that conflict. But I don't think Shark is that term. Would you go to, there's a video that I did in response to that whole debacle, like trying to be above it all, where I wanted to talk about and talk directly to people with similar backgrounds as Shark. And when people like were trying to put that on him, I was like, no, I don't think so. I don't agree. And I made it clear there as well. So it's just
okay. So to be clear though, so I have to confess, I actually can't recall off the top of my head where I heard this was said. But with respect to Foreign Man in a Foreign Land calling Shark Zero a furry woodland critter, you're fine
that's his
with that.
business.
So
That's
you deny that you never said that, but if you did, you're cool with it.
If I did, no, I didn't. I didn't do it because I'm not cool with it. But if somebody else called him that, I'm not going to like fight them about their perception. I tend to be nicer than other people when it pertains to stuff like that.
Well, I mean, perception's one thing, but what about, like, for example, leveraging a slur that, for instance, white racists also use against them in a public setting that's going to hit both communities? Like,
Yeah.
I
don't. That word. I don't know if you watched my Spike Lee tried to warn us video, but I made a pretty clear thesis that the way that word. However white people feel about that word has no bearing on how black people use that word. That word has a specific usage and purpose.
I agree with you, but by the same token, like Foreign Man in Foreign Lands video, his audience is not just black YouTube viewers. It's also, it reached my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like it's
yeah,
it's not just an inter-community thing. Like this is public. It's attacking people specifically for their association with largely white audiences as well.
As a black creator, there's certain things I do police myself on, like certain conversations, certain messages, certain ways of talking that I will never do publicly, right?
Yeah.
So like there's a there, but as a black creator, if I let the white gaze dictate my behavior for the sake of protecting or not getting into any type of trouble
Listen, the white gays are like early 2000s, okay? It's about the trans people now. You don't need to worry about them.
The white gaze with a Z.
I know.
And a long E. It's my point though. If I let that be a dictating factor, I wouldn't be here at all. And so you kind of like push and pull with it. Foreign Man in Foreign Land responded the way he responded. I don't think that's who Shark. I don't think Shark Zero is a C slur.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand that there is a valid argument for that, and I'm not going to argue against it. Like this is not a passionate, this is not a passion point for me.
I'm in the dark about this. What is the valid argument for that, if I may?
It's basically that term has been used as a label to identify folks within community who are not safe to be within community, because they cater to white sensibilities, white supremacy. It's why every black Republican is a representative over a non-black state district in their state. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a way of managing intercommunal conflict and decorum and being on code. Black people have to we have collective interests. We don't always have collective visions for pursuing that interest, but we usually have a pretty like effective list of things you shouldn't do or you can't sit with us.
So canceling, if you will.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm so sorry. I could just
Okay.
very quickly. I got a pin on this just because. So what did Shark do? Exactly.
Shark.
Walk me through this.
So I don't know all the entire story. I know it starts with Shark defending Vosh's Professor Flowers video. Is
Right.
where like it first becomes like ugh. And understand I got in community with him after that. I went on his stream after that. So that wasn't like explicitly a deal breaker because my hope was that me and Shark would eventually like break bread and, build an understanding and maybe address that. But by getting him in a position where he was not essentially isolated in a almost completely white creator space, like he could do better next time, right? That was my underlying hope. Then after that, he did the same. He did the same thing with Keffels, from what I understand, and I don't know what else. I know. Oh, and the shit with fucking Cat Black. Was another moment that was just a bad look. So there's all these moments.
I saw the tweet. Cat Black. That brings me back.
And he called some girl a niggerita.
I think that was Cat Black, wasn't it? Or is that somebody
I don't
commenting
know.
on that?
No. There was some really problematic woman.
I remember what the word was. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, there was some really problematic woman. Some who was in conflict with Keffels that was black. I don't know that whole story either.
Oh, was it Jai? Was that the name?
Jai? That was the name.
Jai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know all that happened there, but I know Jai had a real beef with Keffels. And Jai, from what I understand, is a problematic figure. She's never been, I don't know who that is, never been in any communities I'm part of. But he called her a niggerita, which is like, nigga, no, you don't do that. So there was like multiple transgressions that he had that, like I'm the outlier here in terms of my perception of Shark. But I think to be labeled that term, you have to be in a more proactive support for white supremacy. And I think what Shark was really doing was just trying to defend his friends who were predominantly white. And what often happens. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Tequila Sunset is providing clarification. Wouldn't mind you responding to this if you don't mind. They say, no, this is off. Shark was responding to someone who was insulting a trans woman who had been pushed to suicide by parents who forcibly detransitioned her. He deleted the tweet. I'm assuming this is
Jai?
No. Jai would have been the person he was responding to, I think. I think the person in question would have been, I think, someone can correct me on this. I apologize if I get it wrong. I think it was a Saudi trans woman who had been tricked into going back home, and you might know more about this, Psycho, potentially. No? Okay. There's a few people on Twitter. I'm not on there anymore, unfortunately. Actually, quite fortunately, I'm glad I'm not on there anymore.
Smart. Yeah, it's healthy.
But well, I wasn't voluntary. But there was a trans daughter of wealthy. I think they were Saudi. I could be wrong. Who apparently got tricked by a caretaker to going back home, and they forcibly detransitioned her, and then she killed herself. I think that person was being mocked. I think she was sort of in. I don't want to like speak out of pocket here if I'm mistaken, but I think she was sort of in Keffel's circle, and I think that sort of came up there. Now, granted, like Keffels is sort of known for weaponizing other people's empathy pretty consistently. But from what I've seen of this Jai individual, I don't think it would have really required much prodding for her to go to that point.
Yeah, I could. So I've only heard bad things about Jai. And I don't have any defenses for Jai, and I don't know the full context of like the conflict between Jai and Keffels, if that was a part of it or not. I just know that was on the list of transgressions. Was he
right? Okay, so I guess the point is just being made is like, sure, nasty thing to say, not appropriate, not acceptable, but at the same time, it was in response to something. It was tit for tat. They were
possibly. I don't like. If that's true, it's tit for tat.
Yeah.
Like, so to me, this is in the lane of what's her name? I'm about to fuck her name up now and get in trouble. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Jenner. Like, if I have an issue with Caitlyn Jenner, I'm not going to use a slur. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like if you have an issue with a black woman, especially in defense of like white people, you don't use a slur. You know what I'm saying? You don't say niggerita.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, I guess I think that's the
like
point, though. One. Yeah, but that's what people bring up though with respect to using the C slur with respect to.
But the C slur, so it's not a fucking slur to black people. Like that's the whole point. And like in that.
Well, I mean, it is literally a slur though. Like it's not on the scale of like the N-word or something, but it's a slur.
Yeah, it's literally a slur. Just like the N-word is literally a slur. Just like the F slur is literally a slur. Or the female dog is literally has a slurring effect when said from one population to another. But within community, it takes on a different context. And it's not for people outside of that community to police its use.
Well, I agree. I would agree with that. But when you're talking about like on Twitter, for example, the people who are jumping on board with that are not people within the community. It's going to be a lot of people who are, for example, white followers of Jai who exist. Like that's a thing.
People
for instance.
Elaborate there. You kind of lost me.
Well, I mean, for example, like DJ Mule is just I don't follow a lot of people in your circle, but that's one person I know that you have had sort of a positive general connection with over the last little bit. Maybe Noah Sampson or whatever. Like these are white creators, and these are people who you can sort of expect to have like at the very least like a fairly large following of people who are not black. Those people are going to be as involved in these discussions because they're taking place on Twitter. They're concerning public fallout between people in and outside of the community and so on and so forth. Like when these things are said, like I would agree with you if this was like if somebody was saying, hey, this was said in a phone call, this was said in like FD Signifiers or Shark Zero's Discord server, this was said in like anywhere, like maybe like the panel you run with Professor Flowers or whatever, that'd be one thing. Like fair assumption that most of the people who are going to be watching it are going to be people who are specifically invested in that kind of discourse. But in this context, you're talking about this word being used in the context of very large, very diverse groups. And I think assuming that this is an inter-community thing and doesn't have like that other effect, I'm not like trying to make like a massive deal about this. It's like, just like
they'll live. If they don't know how to engage with black art and black creators without like taking the cue, certain things we say and talk about are not for you to like dive deeply into or repeat. Like that's
they'll live, but I mean like this is being done to Shark in their presence as well. So it's not so much the audience I'm concerned about, it's the fact that the nature of what's being telegraphed is not an inter-community notion anymore. Like it now involves a whole bunch of other people who are not in the community.
Yeah, that's just kind of it just is what it is. Like the whole thing is public. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing is public. So like in a perfect world, you know, I behind the scenes was like, hey, we shouldn't say anything else about this situation forever. And notice like you haven't seen anything from anybody that I am like tangibly connected to since then, as they've kind of like died on the vine as a
I
as a
haven't paid
community.
attention to it, but I'll take your word for it.
Right. So like I don't think it was ideal, right, that that discourse happened in public. But once it happened, one of the least of my cares is that this is happening in front of white people.
I think, if I may, like I think the reason why I'm really digging at this is not because I have to be careful here. It's not because I'm of the opinion it's the worst thing in the world. I think what's frustrating me, not that I think it's acceptable, but what's frustrating me is I wish it was just kind of owned that this is also what's being done. Falling back on it's in the community is fine if it's in the community, but it's sort of like if I jokingly, like let's say I'm in, pretend I was like Jewish or something, or I am Irish, but who cares? And I was using like a slur appropriate to that group in private, that'd be one thing. But then if I was like very publicly calling someone like the K slur or something like that would be like, okay, this, whether or not you are that person. Like, for example, if I called someone the F slur, that's not suddenly okay because that's the thing that like either people I hang around with do as a joke, or because I'm implicated in the word itself. It still bears additional social weight that isn't there in that other context, because the context is different. This is public, and it then enters into like popular conversation and so on and so forth. I don't think Shark's going to be like horrendously damaged by it. I don't think the people watching are going to be horrendously damaged by it. But like, it is a different kind of attack in that context than if it's just being used in the community, right? And I suppose I'm just like, why not just say, well, he fucking deserved it if you're going to go that route, or if you're going to say it's a funny joke or something, you know?
I don't think he deserved to be called that publicly. Personally, I don't.
Basically, so your mindset is that like you don't think so, but if other people want to say it, that's their take.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think like I'm seeing, like I'm not familiar with this too much. I just saw a little bit of like maybe the impact on Shark. I haven't talked to him a whole lot, but I've seen him around.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry. 1 second.
I think that the problem that I'm seeing in chat with people who are more familiar with this is that Shark was kind of like singled out, and it's like this whole group of people
And that's what's
against
interesting.
him.
No, he wasn't. Go ahead.
No?
I'm sorry. Let me just finish.
Just like as far as like, you know, the Black creators kind of against Shark, and then like he's kind of like singled out by himself in the situation. Like I feel like I'll see this happen with different Black creators like Rhizome, Relevant. I don't know if you know who these guys are. This girl Cherry. Yeah, so it's like they like won't be in like the same exact sphere, have like the same takes, so they'll be associated with someone that other people don't like, and then they'll get dogpiled based on that from like this very prominent like bunch of creators that do have like a voice, you know what I mean? And it's like other people will like support them, but still then it's like, oh, this is like an inter-community thing, so then like people don't really like, I feel like, you know, in these instances I see people kind of get like, you know, a bit
You cut
crushed.
off for a second. You still hear me?
Yeah.
I kind of missed that last thing you said there.
Okay. Basically, I'll just see these individual Black creators on occasion get dogpiled by like a bunch of like this kind of like area of like more left, or I don't know what people call this like sphere anymore.
Black
but
people, like you mean like MySpace?
like more left.
The cornbread
MySpace,
tube, or
that
just
takes me
like,
back.
or you mean like cornbread tube? Or are you just talking about like Black creators
pro black creators in general.
No, I mean like more like the video essayist kind of like
Like, so I want,
leftist.
so all right,
Yeah.
let me stop you and just kind of clear a couple things
Yeah,
up. I don't
sure.
know if anybody's ever said anything about are relevant, if connected to like
Oh,
explicit
not to
quote,
you.
unquote,
Not in that. I just mean like in general. I'll see this
Yeah,
happen.
so you're witnessing a phenomenon that has happened. Like people called MLK a C slur at
Right.
times. Like, you know, so a couple things. This idea that Shark was singled out is not really accurate. If I'm not mistaken, what started it was in a like hour-long video from Soul Bunny. She mentioned Shark Zero for like 90 seconds. And Shark in the fashion that would have him be called this term,
Yeah.
jumped out in front to defend, deflect, and, you know, take up for his friend, right?
Which friend?
Keffels,
Oh, okay.
in this case.
What was just so we're on the same page here? What was he defending Keffels from in this context?
I don't know, noodles.
It was the noodle
something.
thing. I thought it was the noodle thing.
It was Soul Bunny made a video about Keffels.
It's coming
and,
back
like,
to me. So she said
that whole space.
She said he gives off like sea slur energy or something.
Sea slur energy.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay.
Now that one I can't, like, I kind of agree with.
Oh, with the
That one I
Keffels.
kind of agree with.
Do elaborate. I am intrigued.
Well, because when you do that, right? When you persistently, when you're A, surrounded by all white people, and then B, you're surrounded by all white people that consistently come into conflict with black people around issues of race, and then C, are the first and sometimes the loudest to defend them from that criticism. That's what that looks like. That's, you know, walking like a duck.
Okay, let me let me respond a little bit very quickly. So
go ahead.
Just to be clear, so the thing that was being defended was Keffels, for example, being flippant, a little glib about, I can't remember her name, but some non-Asian woman made a cookbook involving noodles.
The whole video was a lot of stuff. I know one of the biggest things, and I put this in this video actually, was Keffels' moment where she said, let's do digital blackface and fuck up.
Keffels is the worst.
She was like, let's make fake lesbian black women Twitter accounts and start fights or some shit like that. So like Keffels is beyond reproach.
Yeah.
You know, at this point that he's defending her. And the noodles is just the meme that came out of it. I don't remember the whole thing. I remember the noodles because it's a meme. I don't even remember like how that actually plays out, but I do specifically remember this thing that I just mentioned because I put it in my video because I was like, okay, that's beyond the pale. And so these are your friends, right? Like, you know, tactical N-word. These are your friends. And I know it's worse shit behind the scenes because that's how this works. Because when you are a fly in the milk, as in you are this singular black figure surrounded by whiteness, you are subjected to a lot of abuse around race and you are forced to deal with it. And one of the reasons why I wanted to engage with and hopefully like build relationships with Shark is because I saw immediately that he had that experience to a great extent. And I saw immediately who he was surrounded by. And I understood because I was trying to come up as a creator. Because understand, like before me, there wasn't a black video essayist space. You know what I'm saying? We had T1J, that's kind of it. And then a lot of black feminists who were really not left tube and too tough. They had like their own world that existed apart from left tube for the most part. It wasn't until like Khadijah kind of pulled that space a little left tube, but then I was born out of Khadijah's wave. So,
okay, so if I may very quickly, so I have these pulled up. Somebody was kind enough to send them my way. Yeah, here we go. So the tweet pertaining to Cat Black was, no matter what you think of Vosh, what Cat did the other day was 100% sexual harassment, and it's just plain gross. I always speak highly of Cat, especially with her talks on sex and consent, which makes this even more sad. I think this was responding to Cat making comments about Vosh's genitals, I think.
Yeah, and I won't defend what Kat said, but what he leaves out is that Vosh started that line of the conversation. Like that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Just like Vosh, I'm really digging into shit. Just like Vosh is the first person that brings up Nazis in the Professor Flowers conversation, right?
Yeah.
Like that stuff is.
But
like
the conversation at that point though is private, right? So Cat Black's the one who published the.
No, publicly, if I'm not mistaken, he publicly
said
you know,
something
I
about.
don't know the full detail.
What did Vosh say? He said something about. Did he say something about
love
her
white
body, or did he say something? I can't remember. Sorry.
Okay, well, if Vosh mentioned it first, then I'm kind of like.
Yeah.
He said
And
something.
and don't get me wrong, like
he said something sexual. Oh, was it like fetishizing white men with beards or something
if I'm
like
not
that?
mistaken, like he said something, and this is a meme in a lot of concerning white spaces, that super anti-racist black chicks love white dick or some shit like that. Like that's a literal quote that he said on stream. And so like,
But did he name Cat though when he said that?
It was fully understood that he was talking about Cat Black.
Was it?
But
I wouldn't understand that.
Have your community do the full timeline recheck. I'm sure they're clicking away. But because Noah talked about this in his video, and he had the receipts in the moment to prove it, that Vosh was the first person to turn the conversation sexual.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think the point where I'd go with this is like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not super interested in grilling you about this till the cows come home.
Want to move to Attack on Titan?
I would love to move to Attack on Titan. I don't know if I want to subject Aiko to that. I don't know if she's much of an AOT fan, but I think the crux of it is just like, it feels like Shark in particular is being given a lot of negative special treatment here on the basis of an association with Vosh. Like, for example, let's say you're right, okay? And let's imagine a worse scenario. Let's say Vosh specifically mentioned Cat Black, but for whatever reason, Shark wasn't aware of it. Seems from the tweets at the very least he's not aware of it. The nature of the response to Shark seems to largely be treating him essentially like a race traitor on the basis of taking a particular stance on a particular issue, and it doesn't seem to be, to my eyes, like there's a case where that makes sense. I'm not seeing it here. So like when he's saying he disapproves of what Kat did and thinks it was sexual harassment, Vosh can do something gross and he can make that comment, and I think at that point it's like, I would criticize that. I don't recall what that was, so I missed that myself. That'd be fine. But what he's saying is like specifying this particular person's private information given in confidence, specifically about sexual matters. That is sexual harassment, and that's attempting to sexually shame someone publicly, which is, whether or not like you judge that to be equivalent is still different. It's not a thing that is in any way needful or is warranted by the case in that situation. And so I think like highlighting this person in that particular way with this particular kind of language that sends that particular kind of message, both in community and outside of the community, that strikes me, and I think this is one of the reasons why it has become such a thing. It seems not proportionate. It seems like
So no. So let me agree with you to an extent, and then explain why that happened and why I wish it didn't happen, but the fact that it did doesn't. Is what it is situation. As I don't know if you caught me, you had maybe just came back, but I was explaining to Aiko that he was mentioned for 90 seconds in an hour-long video about a whole other person, right? He jumps out in front. He white knights. That was an accident, but that's funny. For Keffels, who even at this point is beyond the pale.
But
we
wait,
wouldn't know how bad it would get.
I'm sorry. Was it what did he jump out in front after he was referenced in the video?
So he was referencing this video.
Yeah.
And this video is greatly not about him. He gets
Right.
90 seconds in an hour-long video. But on Twitter, he jumps out to defend and deflect, etc. And this is what happens to this is what, how do I say this most effectively? People who have the problematic inclination that Shark has in this situation, this is exactly what they do, and this is exactly what happens to them. Keffels and Vosh and them barely said a word in his defense at this moment.
Of course. Yeah.
Barely. They let him walk out there.
Oh, this is par for the course. And one of the more cathartic things of the last year has been watching this happen to Keffels when she decided to defend Vosh in the tax folder incident. Just let her get hung out to dry. It was beautiful.
Right. They left him out to dry. He went out there, defended his white friend's racism, and black folks historically, when we see that, when we're trying to address an issue of racial injustice, and we see one random black person jump in front of the bullet to take it for their white peer, I got to be real. It evokes a passionate response.
Can we watch?
Why are you doing this? Why are you here? But it works though, because the conversation stopped being about Keffels in that situation and started being about Shark Zero, and that was unfortunate. That was a failure. In terms of if you want to talk about we're trying to really address the problem, yada yada yada. You have to address folks in that situation first before you get to the main problem, because they get in the way. But it was disproportionate because he wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. It was kind of like activating a trap card. You know what I'm saying? And so it's now we got to take you off the board for real.
Can
and
I
I wish
just
it
play
didn't
this
happen.
real quick so we know what we're talking about? I found the portion in Soul Bunny's video, the short portion where she mentions Shark.
Is that necessary? I mean, I remember that part pretty clearly.
I mean, I just want to be clear to since this is Shark jumped in, I guess to do whatever, apparently defend Keffels after he was mentioned in this. So I just want to see what he was reacting to. It's very short.
Just fucking misinfo. And it is, I'm seeing it now, by the way, people perpetuating this. And this is how you start to build up a cancellation profile for someone who didn't even do the things you're accusing of them.
First of all, F you Shark for being another black man complicit in some racist transphobic bull against a black trans woman. You're really giving leftist Candace Owens vibes. You were so mask off with your bad faith attacks on Cat Black. Shark was the first content creator to push this misinformation that debate bros till this day still latch onto. The hordes of racist white queer people that ran with this to attempt to silence Cat, and anyone calling out the bold trans misogynoir. Shark gained a lot of clout and profited off of the attacks. Black trans people don't have to accept contradictory allyship from cis black men, throwing black trans people to the wolves that are debate bros. Cat wasn't the first or the last trans person he's gone after. The clout and access he gained after strategically going after Professor Flowers was the first time I sensed coon vibes from him. At the moment, he lacks any contrition for the hate he pushed. I don't have time to deal with Uncle Ruckus Jr. when my black and brown trans siblings are lacking resources, support, dying, and being murdered. There's a lesson from this that I want leftists and especially Cornburn Tube to understand. To have allyship with black trans folks is so much more than public stating your support. To be intersectional with us, you need to include us in your dialogue. You'll need to share your platforms to help push nuanced discussions. Learn what trans misogynoir is, which I discussed in my video Transphobia and Trans Misogynoir. Now back to this caucasity.
Okay, so that was the portion for context.
How long was that? 2 minutes?
I mean, I think that
It's allowed 2 minutes.
yeah. I mean, just for
She
for
used
the
the
sake.
same exact meme as he. I'm disappointed that I thought I was the first person to think of that.
Well, you know, just for if I were the person in this video taking the criticism or whatever you want to call it, the name calling, I think I think it's sufficient for him to have a reaction, at least.
Yes,
Like,
I'm not saying
yeah.
I'm not saying him having a reaction is like wrong per se. Like you get attacked publicly, the natural response is to defend publicly. I saw a horrifying thumbnail and title, and I said, "Let me click on this and see what's happening." And here we are having this conversation. So I get it. I was just explaining why it felt disproportionate because it was, because the goal wasn't to like to this day, this is like that particular video is more known for being anti-Shark Zero than anti-Keffals. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm saying that was unfortunate. That's not how I would have wanted that to end. And part of, if there was one drawback to the conflict that erupted after that being solely focused on Shark, that was it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if it feels
well, Keffals used him as a shield, you know, and that's an unfortunate thing.
Keffals uses everything.
No, I mean, but like things like that is what allows someone like Keffals to use someone like Shark as a shield in order to escape any valid criticism. One other thing I'll say about this video is like Soul Bunny brought on this Asian girl to talk about the noodles thing, and that was completely bullshit. Fuck that woman. Okay, that's it.
I think just to maybe like readjust our angle a little bit here. Someone sent me a super chat. I'm going to paraphrase it roughly. It seems like one of the things that sort of happens as a consequence of the business nature of everybody who's involved in this, Shark Zero, yourself, Soul Bunny, etc., Vosh. It ends up being the case because people have a voice in these particular spaces, not by dint of who they are by right in their respective communities, but because of how successful they've been in getting their voice out there as like a showman, essentially. That it ends up being the case that you have a whole lot of people who are hanging on the words of people who are established, or people who are being promoted by people who are established, and ignoring everybody else. And you were talking about how it's different for like this word, for example, to be used inside the community. I would concede that readily, but by the same token, who is in the community or who the community is, the perception of that is very easily warped by whoever happens to be able to speak the loudest. In this particular case, like the assumption, for instance, that Shark Zero is surrounded by white people in particular. Like, no doubt, if you were to look at prominent like streamers that would sort of work around him, you'd have like Vosh would stand out, maybe Xanderhall and Demon would stand out. I don't know who else is active.
They're literally called the White Leaf Collective or some shit like that.
White Forest, but I don't think it's a Caucasian forest. I think it's referring to something else. But I get what you're saying. I get the joke. But
I mean, like Shark has a decent, for his size, I think, black following. He has.
Oh, he does. Yeah. No. I think he does. But I think the point is, though, it's like on the basis of these particular spats and taking positions on really very niche internet issues, you're going to very loudly say that somebody is outside of the community or not, or just in some sense alienating them along pretty specifically racial lines. Like it's
that's the whole point.
Yeah, I know. That's why that's what I'm saying.
Like, so the whole point of that term is to like identify a problem and a threat. So like he earned that. You know, I wish that things didn't happen that way.
Oh, so he did deserve it. You've changed your mind.
But he earned it. It's different from deserve.
I don't think it is, but okay.
I think it is, because like earning is like like I guess this is the non-carceral person within me. I wish this didn't happen. So like when I hear deserve, it's like this is what should have happened. Is what I think when I hear deserved. And so I don't think this should have happened. I wish another thing had happened as the outcome before this happened, and even after this, I wish another outcome was possible. I opened myself up to have a public conversation with Shark. No, not public, a private conversation with Shark. But Shark did not respond to any messages. I think he blocked me.
And you know, he was not interested, and which is fine. That's his prerogative. But like when I hear earned, I said, is this a reasonable response to what happened? Yeah, I think it is. I think it was. Like as I was naming the transgressions off the top of my head, you know what I'm saying? Like far less would get you ostracized from Black community. You know, far less will get you labeled from Black people. So,
well, I
for
mean,
this-
from some to be sure, but I mean, obviously not from Shark Zero's community. I think what some people are objecting to is like
Shark Zero's community isn't very Black. It's just not. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, or at least the community he was in.
I don't know if that's true or false. How do you know?
If you know, you know. For President Sunday, if you know, you know.
I don't know.
Yeah, if you know, you know, Aiko.
Yeah.
If you know,
I
you
mean,
know.
I don't know. So
I think you kind of insinuated that like it was clout and kind of like you know, it was kind of clout and like size that kind of made the label stick. And no, like the average Black person here, if I wanted to make a full on, this is what, if I wanted to like make the real here Shark Zero bad video, it would be demonstrably more negative and doom him in the eyes of any Black people that are not just like Shark Zero, that don't have that specific bad, you know, inclination or habit developed from whatever reason. Like I have no qualms about like why the result was why the result was what it was. There's not any real argument, you know what I'm saying, or like questioning in that situation. It's just a matter of the severity and the goal. You know what I'm saying? I had a goal of hopefully pulling Shark in and creating a connection there. That goal is now obviously impossible.
I understand what you're saying.
It's impossible for a reason.
Here's a question. What is the ethnic makeup of my audience? Just take a guess.
White. As fuck.
Fuck, he's onto us.
You're pretty white, Professor Sunday.
Excuse me.
President Sunday. I'm sorry.
I'm Irish, and I take umbrage to that.
I could have talked to you for this next video, but I already got an Irish person. I got a more problematic Irish person.
Oh, thank God.
But what was I about to say? Fuck, I don't remember. You asked me about the Matrix movie.
Oh.
Who asked you about that? So,
there was
your screenshots, your chats are popping up in your screen.
I mean, I can't see. I sometimes look at short chat on my phone. They want us. Last I looked to just move on to Attack on Titan. This is making them upset.
The Matrix thing. It was your video
about
about
it's the
trans.
Wachowski sisters thing.
Yeah. It was so long ago when I watched
what it is. I know what it is. I looked at this recently. Yeah. So the you were wrong. Just FYI, the red pill was not a metaphor for the estrogen pill. It was just a little bit of an Easter egg. That's why they picked the red pill, but it didn't mean that. Yeah.
There was something. There was something else.
I mean, the Wachowskis were apparently literally like directly interviewed, and they said this. They chose the red pill as opposed to say the green pill on the basis of that, but Neo is a cis male, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, so I was just I think when I brought that up, it was in the Manosphere video. Would you say it's fair to say that the red pill is symbolic of estrogen?
Oh, I wouldn't even say so at all. I think it's like, so for example, I have little plushy octopi everywhere, right? They've got like kind of these colorings on them. So for example, if I were to make a video about, say, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I might make a choice to color the squid in these colors. But that doesn't mean I'm referencing reversible squids. It just means it's like, oh, it's an Easter egg. I'm not making a statement specifically. I mean, like, to be clear, like, there's obviously like a lot of thematic resonance there, like in the movie as a whole. I 100% agree with that. You can definitely draw the connection. I think it's fair that you did. Just as a point of information, it appears as though there wasn't an analogy to transition in particular being made. It was just the fact that they chose that color for the pill was sort of like there was I guess suppose some kind of like sentimental or personal value in that choice, but it didn't bear on the plot of the story or what it was meant to convey.
I can hold that. The whole point of that was to dunk on fucking red pill people, and to kind of force them to engage with like what's the word? The lack of internal logic behind their entire movement.
However, by implication, if it was the green pill and the blue pill instead, then they'd be completely fine.
I will say no. I think
they
what it was.
still would be bad, but I get your point.
I think what it was, because I think you were going based. Was it Jesse Gender's analysis? Maybe it was so long ago. Was it someone else?
I think I actually first heard that from Aronach.
Oh, Aaron. Okay, wait. No, it was something about the main character. What's her name? What's the main Trinity.
Female
about
character?
yeah, about Trinity being trans or something like that, and like using how it was like using different pronouns or something like that.
No, I was using she pronouns for Neo.
For Neo. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
and
what it
I was taking
was.
the cue from Aronach because Aronach used she pronouns for Neo in her video.
Right. I think that's what
and-
the thing was. Which
Yeah, I mean,
which people thought was weird. I thought was weird, which is, not necessarily your
I was,
opinion. If you're taking the cue from that.
Yeah, I still find it. I think it's a pretty compelling argument for like. I think that's a completely valid interpretation of like the movie. I'm sure there's other interpretations that are just as valid and conflict with it. And for that particular piece of that, I think that was the Black Manosphere video where I first mentioned that. I'm not sure. Excuse me. I was specifically wanting to like reference Aronach's video,
Mhm.
so it made sense to speak to the topic in the same way that Aronach did.
Okay, yeah. Like I said, I can barely remember it, but I think it was brought up because at the time I was like, even if that were the case, it's weird to assign she, her pronouns to someone that doesn't have those pronouns because it's separate. It's not necessarily important at the moment, but I think that's what the reference was.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think that, was there anything else?
So me and Sunday have to fight about Attack on Titan, although I didn't watch your whole. I gotta be honest, I didn't get through Sunday. What you doing Sunday?
Pardon me. Someone just sent me a thing. I'm just trying to. I don't know what this is. Okay, we'll come back to that. I'm sorting. My whole thing got messed up because of the. Oh my God, where is it? There we go. All right, we're back. My power went out or was reset. No, sorry. My Windows updated, and so all of my menu items got reshuffled in OBS for some reason. So navigating has just been an absolute goddamn nightmare.
So me and Professor Sunday were about to fight over Attack on Titan, and he was suggesting that.
President Sunday, you've actually got more credentials than I do.
Damn it! I'm sorry. I promise you, I'm not doing that on purpose. Me and President Sunday were about to fight on Attack on Titan, and he was suggesting that you wouldn't want to deal with that if you weren't familiar with the story. It's I don't know. I was just pointing that out if you didn't want to bother with it.
Well, I'm happy to pick it up a
If you
different
want
day if
anything
you
else.
like. I don't want to ruin.
No, this is a special occasion. Sunday. I don't know when I'll be froggy again. I can just get froggy every once in a while, especially after releasing the video. I start jumping in people's chats. So yeah.
What did you release recently? Black Ops Won't Save Us. Okay. I don't think I watched that one yet.
It just came
Okay.
out Tuesday, so you may have missed it.
So you thought made a video about cops, and you thought I'm gonna hop on a President Sunday and Nitro.
Well, what I do is whenever I make a new video, I search my name a lot in general because that's often how I find smaller people, like basically signaling to me. Well, you don't know this because you're not really paying attention, but like I post.
Oh, I do. Everybody else knows it, so they tell me. It's okay.
Oh, okay. I post a ton of smaller channels on my community page, and like I find them sometimes just by searching for me because they'll put me in their metadata. I don't know. Sometimes the algorithm maybe just knows to connect it. I think at this point, because like I don't feel like people are mentioning me sometimes, but I'll notice it. Either way, and then whenever I drop a video, I'm always looking to see people's reactions to the video, almost like a quality control type thing. Like, okay, how are people responding? What hit? What missed? And then this popped up. And that's happened a couple times. That's actually how I ended up talking with Shark, because Shark was reacting to one of my videos.
So our strategy is working. Great.
Well, no, because I saw the Attack on Titan video, and I only got through about 5 minutes, and I was like, all right, I'm not watching this.
Coward.
Oh.
So Aiko, apparently this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. This is your show, so it's up to you.
I wonder, what do you think about Tyler? How was your chat with Tyler?
Okay, we'll indulge Aiko on Tyler. I think is that a fair trade-off? We'll do Tyler then Titan. It's Attack on Tyler time.
I enjoy talking to Tyler. That was a really good conversation I had. He's a little spicy. I think I said he's on my problematic white boy roster, but he's at the top of that roster.
That's totally cool. And I'm just basically, he's like my new lol cow, so I just milk him a little bit.
Really? Well,
yeah.
I mean, I guess I could see how that's possible, but I don't.
He says a lot of wild
I am a little
shit
curious.
about
what do you think
people's
about
dicks.
Tyler? What do you think about Tyler calling you a racist, FD?
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, like, most white people think I'm racist. It is what it is. If I was, that's every 7th comment in my comment section.
What do you think about people fondly reminiscing about the days in Iraq when they went and they machine gun brown people down?
I think Tyler's military experience is. I may not have the most purely leftist opinion on ex-military people, because I've had a few in my family. I don't think I've never seen that particular thing. The vibe I get from Tyler is that he's not overly proud of his military service, but that it represents a very significant and at times fond memory, because most men I know that were in the military, they hated it and loved it at the same time, because it's maybe like a weird, almost cultish environment. It's hard not to reflect on some experiences in ways that are inappropriate and will come off inappropriate to people who haven't been in that experience. But from what I've seen of Tyler, and I'm not like an avid watcher, he also that also brought him further left in his politics, as he sat back and was like, yeah, this was fucked up. So
I mean, the last time I heard him talk about this was when he was debating a loaner box. This was frustrating to watch.
Well, the
Yeah,
last
this is
thing that
frustrating to
I
watch
saw,
because I was on the same side as him in essence on the debate itself, but leading up to it.
well, I mean, there was the sound effects. He did.
Hang on, Echo, just one sec. So leading up to it, he was effectively bragging about how he was laser targeting a guy to get bombed, like he was a tough guy, and I've encountered him multiple times, bringing up his military service to virtue signal about how brave and tough he is, and so on and so forth. I don't get the general impression. I think what stuck out to me the most was when he was like, I wouldn't care if we quadrupled the funds from the U.S. to Israel to just expedite the genocide of Gazans. That was a thing. I would just encourage you to
I mean, like I said,
Maybe-
problem.
I don't
Look, here's
want
the thing,
to. I
though,
don't want
all
to
of
be
y'all
like
debate
don't
this
don't
thing
like Tyler.
wild ass shit.
No.
I don't.
hang on,
I don't
I'll-
want to be
I would
like
just-
that vibes. I just want to be clear. He's just. I enjoy the memes he provides me because he'll say something. I'll be like, "What the fuck did he just say?" So I'm not gonna push the memes on you because you like him and that's cool.
Well, if I may very quickly, like here, I'm just gonna be straight with you, FD. 'Cause frankly, I'm disappointed by this conversation for two reasons. First of all, because you confirmed my worst suspicions in the latter part of our conversation about some of your opinions on X, Y, and Z, stuff that I can't broach. But on the other hand, you were kind of a sweetheart for most of it, so I like you. So this makes this whole thing suck. But my experience with Tyler, and there's a lot of people like Tyler. Tyler's just been a little bit more successful in recent history. Is that people like Tyler are whoever the person they're talking to needs to be. And I do not think the nice conversation you had with him was with the Tyler that existed up to the point of that conversation. I'll say that. The Tyler up to the point of that conversation was someone who thought that, for example, like pro-Palestinian protesters were privileged fuckwits who should go get a job. Who brags about how tough he is because he shot brown people in the Middle East, and thinks that like he has no problem whatever with Palestinian people getting killed, provided the United States is not funding the thing. So it's like, I don't know. My personal experience with him, because we got along for a little while, and there's a reason why we switched, is that this guy will play very nice and try to push all of your buttons up to the point where you are no longer advantageous for him to interact with, at which point he'll turn on you. I don't think that's going to happen in the near future because you're significantly larger. He has a lot to gain by you being nice to him, or I think that'd be the perception, but I don't know. When I was watching that conversation, I was like, oh wow, that's he's taken the bait.
I mean, I can only talk to the person that's in front of me, you know. I don't pass white people. Like I have a general distrust of white people in general. You're all suspicious until proven otherwise. So far, I got Noah Sampson, who's not even fully white.
He's not.
He's pinker than I am. What are you talking about? Look at him. How's he not even fully white?
I'm sorry, I don't want to put his business out there.
Okay, fair.
And you know, Jesse Gender and a few others that I like. Okay, I fucks with them. And doesn't mean that they're perfect, right? But I say that to say, you're not gonna tell me anything about Tyler or any other white person that I'm loosely engaged with that changes how I behave or my opinion, because my opinion and behavior is always going to be guarded for a while.
Oh, to be sure, and I wouldn't expect otherwise, but I only bring it up because I heard my name mentioned in that conversation, and I know this was
he's not happy with
after.
you. I know he's not happy with you, and that was after y'all fallout for whatever reason. And I feel like that was, what did you just make? Because I've seen my face pop up on your channel a few times.
Not that many. I think I've covered you. The first time I ever saw you was when.
Oh no! Yeah, you had made a video, and even your own comment section was like, "For President Sunday, sir, this is bad."
No. That's your audience. I know because I checked through. I'm curious.
Oh,
I clicked on the names. How many comments are here? Oh, okay. So I targeted a bigger creator, and his audience came in. See, that makes sense.
That is interesting. I tell them not to do that because that's probably why.
You're also experienced, so you know they don't listen to you, right?
Motherfucker. So you said this recent time you talked about me on the Attack on Titan, that did a lot more numbers. I see what you're doing.
Well, that's because you attacked a beloved anime series. That was your first mistake.
That video's like 6 months old.
And yet it aged like wine.
It did. I stand by everything I said in each one of those videos, probably. I don't remember.
I actually don't. Well, probably the
Well-
second one. Definitely the one I did on the B-sides. I don't know. That had to be like late last year. I stand by that one.
If
I
you
don't
guys
remember
want
the
to talk
first
about that, you can feel free. I'll let you do that. What was I gonna say? Oh, but basically the reason why I brought up Tyler is because I can't wait to see when he freaks out about you eventually. There's gonna be an eventual fallout. I think it's gonna be entertaining
it
for
has to
me.
be like a real connection, right? Like I'm not.
Not on your
bring-
side. You probably won't give a shit.
giant
But
spider.
he will have a wonderful stream for me to watch and laugh about. So that's what I
found
appreciate.
Tyler watching my white rapper video, and I did not feel his critique there. But like, I don't mind watching people criticize me, good or bad.
I think
won't
what
be
Aiko
a
is saying.
critique.
Hang on.
You'll-
I think what
yeah.
Aiko is saying is like, you know how you came onto this call and we grilled you in the most annoying SJW-ish way for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
I don't know. You speak
Like
for
you probably
yourself.
fucking hate us afterwards. Okay. So Tyler does the opposite. You come onto Tyler's stream as a bigger person. He's all of a sudden the reflection of you as far as he can imitate that in the conversation. So not to like this is absolutely
I mean, I think if I'd have
came
came on there to debate Tyler, because I don't watch debates much, but I saw his conversation with some other conservative video essay guys about plagiarism, and then I saw parts of the thing with Loner Box, and so like I definitely didn't get that Tyler. Like and that's kind of why I find Tyler interesting.
Well, the reason why I'm bringing this up though is because I got that Tyler, and the reason why I got that Tyler, to be clear, is because when he made his Demon Mama critique video, and to be clear, like the person he was interviewing, like I took that all very seriously. Me and Demon Mama and her community and adjacent people, sad to say, are kind of a done deal at this point. But he tried to lay in extra accusations that he didn't have proof for. Like for example, White Forest is a cult kind of thing, stuff against Vosh, etc. So stuff he didn't have evidence for. And I flat out asked, like, can we start like digging into this more? Like we've told these people that, hey, we're digging into this stuff on you. We probably need to like dig really fast to get the actual evidence for this before they hide it all. Otherwise, all this is going to go to naught. And his response to that was to call my entire community groomer defenders. So the reason why Aiko's bringing that up is because Tyler's kind of developed a shtick at this point, which is he sucks up to people and then he eats them when they're not advantageous to connect with anymore. And again, like, I wouldn't say with confidence that that's going to happen to you. Just saying, like, just talking straight for a second. This is absolutely going to be covered by him tomorrow. I would not take very seriously the sincerity of the statements of someone like that. I'm just saying. I don't care. I'm bored to death of it. It's easy content. A lot of people in my audience now are really like pissed at Tyler, so it gets views, relatively speaking, so it keeps my editor paid and out of the doghouse. But you know,
well, I'll keep that in mind. If you know, I am the only community I'm in is Cornbread too. That's the only community where it could ever be a burn to be suddenly out of community or have a conflict. Everywhere else, you know, it's you know,
I reviewed
appreciating people for what we have, and you know, disagreeing where we're not necessarily. Who is Garak the Simply Plain? They're not being nice to me in the waiting room.
Who?
I don't know.
What?
And I don't even see them here.
There's someone in the waiting room.
Yeah, they're in the waiting room chat.
I don't see anybody in the waiting room.
I just noticed
In the
it.
chat?
That's why they're in the chat. They're just in the chat. Is it?
Ignore them. We're sorry. Just to be clear, so the waiting room is the waiting room. We're supposed to be in the stage, but for whatever reason, the Discord is set up so that you get kicked out of the stage. I don't know why. I don't know why Aiko's not being kicked out. Aiko doesn't have special privileges, but
oh man, now I activated it, and now everybody's coming.
Just close it. Don't look at it then.
All right, so for Attack on Titan, here's the key thing. What exactly? I didn't watch the whole video, but I'll be real. What I watched reminded me of the last thing I watched of you critiquing me, which is you basically just nitpicked and bad faith the entirety of what I was saying, and just kind of just.
Can you give an example? What was bad faith? What did I do that was bad faith? Anything stick out? You can't remember.
I wish
you
I could
never
remember.
can remember.
No, give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay.
Give me a second. I was basically explaining. It was a section of the video where I was explaining that I was trying to get to the point that I don't have a full-on stance that I'm confident in, or at least at the time. Now I do, but at the time I didn't have a full-on stance as to whether it was fair to say Attack on Titan was fascist. And before I could get to that, you stopped every 5 minutes to define fascism, to tell me to get to the point. It was really. I'm gonna be honest.
Every 5 minutes, huh? I must be very meticulous. I was paying very close attention to what
you're saying. It was kind of, in my opinion, it was beneath you. It was not it was not good criticism. You know what I'm saying? It was criticism that I feel like anybody that does this, it was criticism I would expect more from some bro streamer.
Oh, slow down, cowboy. My beer-addled brain just figured out something. So you say you only got 5 minutes in my video, yet I critique you every 5 minutes.
No, I only watched about 10 minutes.
Something's not adding up here.
I skipped around a lot. And once I realized that it was kind of in the same vein.
You mean it felt like 5 minutes? Because that's how I flow.
It might have been. You might have been such an amazing orator and engaging speaker that it felt like time just passed me by. But it just felt like. So let me ask you, what is my take on Attack on Titan?
Your take on Attack on Titan is that it glorifies fascism. Elaborate why, and then I'll destroy you.
Oh, wait. No, you watched that? Did you watch the whole second video?
The whole second? I only watched the second video. I think I learned after the fact, because I thought for a brief bit that did he delete the other video? What the hell? I'm not seeing anything on Attack on Titan. I think it was why does anime appeal to? Was it young men? I can't remember.
There was. So I've talked about Attack on Titan 5 times at this point, but only has one actually dedicated real. Well, actually dedicated.
That'll
video.
be the one I covered.
Okay, but that video's not about it being fascist. I barely I'm positive. Let me just go. Let me look at FD Signifier Attack on Titan.
He doesn't even know it's on video.
I'm so prolific. After a while, you have so many hits, you forget which ones you're working with. Let's see. The thing is even titled.
I'm an acquired taste. Only content sommeliers can appreciate.
The thing is even titled "Did Isayama ruin Attack on Titan on purpose?" Right? So fascism gets 5 minutes, genocide gets 3 minutes, and
correct me if I'm wrong. You think that Isayama set up the story so that genocide was the only solution to the problem of the universe, therefore valorizing, in a perverse way, genocide as a solution to the problems of oppression and whatever.
So I do think that, but I'm just trying to make this point.
Okay.
The video's thesis was that Isayama fucked his own story as a method of self sabotage. That is the thesis of the video. And so to me it's evidentiary that of you not fully giving the video a real look, that you're talking about fascism so much when most of the video is just about how the story fell apart and how I theorize that it fell apart because of Isayama's intentional.
Well, I don't think the story fell apart either. I think the story is perfectly coherent. I was disappointed by the final season, both seasons of it. I don't know how that works exactly. Because I felt like they had set up something a lot more interesting and then resolved it to, oh, well, I guess Paradise is just Australian Israel, which is not very interesting.
Australia,
Go ahead, finish.
Oh no, oh you don't know this? Literally,
Oh.
the island of Paradise is Australia on actual world maps. That's where it is.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, or I think there might be a fan theory, but it's based on the actual geographical layout of the world. It's literally Australia, which is weird because it doesn't have any of Australia's wildlife. But
you get my point though.
It's Madagascar. Sorry, Madagascar, not Australia. Sorry, my apologies.
The video's actually about, the video doesn't, because at the time, now I feel more strongly about seeing Attack on Titan as fascist. I watched another video which I think had the not silver bullet, fuck, what's the thing, the smoking gun.
There you go.
I watched another video that I think has the smoking gun to put the nail in the coffin as pro-fascist, if just not by irresponsible usage of fascist and Nazi insignia, which is that General or Captain Rainer. What's the guy's name? Blonde hair, Reiner. Is that Reiner? Blonde hair.
It's German. Reiner. It's not Rainer. Reiner.
Sorry, but is that Reiner?
Yeah, you can tell you watched the sub version, not the dub.
Well, I read the
Reiner. Oh, okay.
God damn it. What's that captain's name?
Oh, the boss. You're talking about Erwin.
Yeah. It's literally based off of a propaganda.
No, you're thinking of Pixis. That's what you're thinking of.
No. That's where most, this video caught this, and nobody else that's done the Attack on Titan fascist bad argument that's prominent. That's
okay. You're thinking of Erwin. Okay.
Yeah, Erwin Smith.
This is a general. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go on.
Yes, Erwin Smith is based on a literal Nazi general that was used then and now as a mythologized propaganda figure to launder the Nazis essentially. Erwin. Let me see if I can.
Erwin
Rommel. Yes. The video is by a guy named Too Many Cats. I'm not gonna try to reproduce his argument.
I mean, is it possible, if I may, that it's just a Germanic name and that's kind of the setting?
No, he spells it out pretty compellingly that this is a purposeful depiction, and that the depiction matches.
Did Erwin Rommel lose his arm charging into a suicide run against giant zombies?
Erwin Rommel, this is me reproducing somebody else's argument. Erwin Rommel's Nazi mythology would have him do such a thing. So it's a very pro this figure representation who is a Nazi. And so
hang on, wait. So just to be clear, so any character who is heroic and blonde and named Erwin is a reference to Erwin Rommel.
No, sir. I'm gonna just link you the video.
Even though his last name is Smith, just to be clear.
I mean, yeah.
Classic German name, Smith.
I'll link you the video. It presents a very compelling argument. I'll let you actually address it. Please address it.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it tomorrow. Okay. We're doing a movie stream tomorrow with Brooks. I'll look at that beforehand.
But anyway, but that's beside the point. The main point I'm trying to get across is that that specific video does not take a stance on whether or not Attack on Titan is fascist. It presents the idea that Attack on Titan is sloppy with its fascist themes and undertones, which I stand by, to the point where if you interpret it as pro-fascist, that is a fair interpretation.
I disagree categorically. I think for the first 3 seasons, the fascist elements are specifically critiqued as that which gives rise to a hellish internal politics of the society itself. In fact, the 3rd season, the beginning part of the 3rd season is specifically about them fighting the internal police and its fascistic tendencies. And then at the end of it, the fascist elements of the Jaegerists who are overtly fascist and the fascistic Marlians are not just depicted as horrific, not just as evil, but also as stupid. They are all destroyed miserably. And ultimately, it's the people who are opposed to genociding, using totalizing violence in order to solve their problems. Those are the people who end up becoming the heroes, as opposed to Eren Yeager, ended up killing him in order to usher in a new world in which that solution obviously didn't work because it was cut dead.
Yeah, but it looks so cool though.
It doesn't though. It doesn't though. The fascist elements don't. That's the thing about Attack on Titan. None of it looks cool.
That
is
horrible. True for you, President Sunday. That's true for you, and you are approaching it as a well-learned, better read than I, interlocutor of these topics and ideas. You're not approaching it.
No. See, here's where you're wrong. I was a dumb fuck conservative when I watched Attack on Titan. Okay, and let me tell you, that universe is fucking horrible. It's
I understand,
horrible.
But we are talking. Yeah. There are still literal debates about this within their community. There's still people in my comment section, in that video and in every video where I've talked about Attack on Titan. Eren Yeager was right. He had no choice. This was the best outcome.
Yeah, but people do that about like Yagami and the Columbine shooters.
Yeah, so they usually have far less defense though. You see what I'm saying? Like, so Thanos was right was a thing, right? You remember that, right?
Yeah, but you'd have to be really stupid to think Thanos is right.
Exactly. You have to be really stupid. But if I'm not so stupid, if I'm moderately intelligent and I understand who the good guys are for most of the video, but most of the show, I see the the Nazi dog whistles with the blood libel, the fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, like, I'm thinking of Wick when you say that. I'm sorry.
I don't know who Wick
Did you see that?
Oh, Wick,
you know who Wick is. That's the first time we spoke. You know who Wick is.
I know who Wick is. I haven't seen him in forever. Is he still doing shit?
Somehow. I don't know how the hell he's affording it.
Are you not cool with him now anymore either?
Brianna Wu went on a whole Zionist arc and he just couldn't take it after.
Brianna Wu?
I think he depends on Brianna Wu.
That's disappointing. I liked it.
Is it? I had no expectations at all, but
All right. Anyway, fuck was I saying? My point is that, I watched a lot of Attack on Titan video essays and like responses and like paid attention to their fandom, and I don't agree with it being pro-fascist. Well, at the time, I didn't agree with it being pro-fascist per se, and I don't know if it's pro-fascist per se, but I recognize that people saying it was, pro-nationalist, the Japanism undertones, which you can get from the video made by Lost Futures. There's so many things. There's so much meat to the bone that yes, you can make a completely valid argument that it's anti-fascist because of how things play out. But my argument is you can make a very valid argument that it's pro-fascist by the way things play out.
I disagree because it's not about how it plays out. It's about like literally what the fascistic elements are, and what they are is
what are the fascistic elements to you?
There's two categories. So I distinguish between seasons 1 to 3 and the final season. So seasons 1 to 3, the fascistic elements are more ethical. So it's like the glorification of suicidal self-sacrifice for the state and violence, etc., contempt for people who are concerned with the interior life of so on and so forth, and just the fetishization of technologically augmented violence as the true place at which these are the main characters of humanity, that kind of thing. And it's a nice icing on top that they're all white, blonde Germans as well. The final season is a little bit different. The final season is okay. So the justification for extreme acts of violence is that you are in a global system of international anarchy in which states are using extreme violence to subject other states to whatever, to keep other people under their thumb. And obvious evocations of the Holocaust. You have a population of people who have some projected historical magical advantage over the rest of society, who have been alienated from the rest of the globe. They're isolated on an island somewhere. They have a homeland in a distant region.
Should be taking
And
notes. I don't usually do this. This is
yeah.
my first real debate. And I am not handling myself well. I don't know what to do. All right,
I'm
whatever,
3
fuck it.
beers in, so
Oh no.
I'm well past my bedtime, so maybe we're on even footing. So go ahead.
maybe.
I'll try to remember.
I
what
mean,
thought
I
wanted
mean,
to say.
2 beers in is when I'm at my peak. So,
Oh shit.
but Aiko, by the way, I apologize. I know this isn't like
It's okay. I will. I'm just peeing on my chat.
that's
Yep.
That's very offensive. But anyways, so the fascistic elements in the final season are the insistence by the situation on genocide as a viable option in either direction, either in terms of sterilizing the population or eliminating the existence of hostile populations or eliminating the existence of the oppressed population, which is just a faster way of the sterilization. Because that's Aaron's quote unquote brothers, the Beast Titans. I forget his name. It's been a little while since I've seen it.
Yeah,
What's his
I
name
don't
again?
remember now.
Blonde guy with the glasses. Yeah, it looks like Hohenheim. But like here's the thing. You ever read Dune or watch Dune?
Only seen the movies.
Okay, well, good enough.
And only
So-
the most recent movies, not the old joints.
Yeah, you're probably fine either way. I think the old
I'm
movies are
muting
better personally, but
myself.
they're still
yes,
bad.
I'll talk to chat. How are you, chat?
Basically, the idea of Dune is simplifying it greatly. A guy has a super logical supercomputer built into his brain.
Thank you so much, Invader,
And as a
for
result
the
of this, he's
$10
able to
super
intuit
chat. I'll add them to the donut goal.
how history will progress
If we get the goal,
in the near to
I will be
long
making a big boy, a fancy big boy.
like it's sort of unclear. Like, can Paul Atreides like actually predict the future, whatever? But as a consequence
see.
of following through a line of logic, he finds himself hypnotized by his visions, so that he ends up stuck along a particular trajectory. Aaron Yeager's sort of similar like this. He has a particular logic in his head. Now it's more it's more like magical in this case. He's like metaphysically somehow connected to other people who hold the coordinate Titan, and so he's like he's constantly acting out the emotions of people in the future and in the past. So it's weird like that. But something similar is going on. And as a consequence of this, he's playing out a logic that isn't his own. He's incapable of creative or spontaneous thought. And so he's simply playing out the logic of the terms that are given to him. You're in a world of nation states that establish and maintain themselves by extreme violence, etc., etc. And therefore, the only way to win, quote unquote, is to play that game better. And so, what he ultimately ends up doing is he takes that logic to its logical conclusion. He plays that game better. He happens to have access to an army of giant zombies in his walls, and he can turn himself into a giant centipede somehow, and he just crushes everybody else in the exact way they would do to him if they had those things.
Can I interject? Okay,
please.
Go ahead.
No. Please interject.
So a couple things. Like the rumbling was when I think I may have said this at least in some version of talking about this story. The rumbling and the aftermath ruined like 3 days for me because I was like, I can't believe this is how this ends. I can't believe this is where they're going with it. Because, and you may not be aware of this because you didn't read the manga, because they changed this in the anime.
I'm updating
In
the
the
goals.
manga, in that
One sec.
flashback scene between Eren and
I did actually read the manga for that scene
Right.
specifically because I heard they changed it.
Yeah, and you know that he says, "Thank you for committing genocide for us."
But here's the crucial part though. At this point in the story, Eren Yeager is mentally compromised to the extreme. He's stuck, and they are still committed to killing him, both as a part of Eren's plan and as a part of their plan. That is what will take place regardless. This is not him endorsing the genocide. This is him telling a doomed fool.
I think that's a valid interpretation of that panel. But I think it doesn't take an idiot. Like, it doesn't take an idiot to interpret that and say, yeah, Eren did do some real shit for his friends here. Which is where a lot of the fans still are today. And
that's the point. That's the point though. The point is not that a fascist must be a selfish psychopath. The point is that fascism isn't a mental illness. It is
so slippery.
It is being possessed by a set of
Losing your brain,
assumptions
trying not to come,
that end up
edge
driving
super hard,
even
like,
people who have some of the most noble personal traits to doing horrendous things because they are hypnotized by a particular logic that follows through from what they have presumed. Yeah.
I don't think you're fully getting me.
Okay.
So like what you're presenting here is really interesting. Like you should just purely make Attack on Titan fascism video essay by President Sunday, and you could do a real
Big Boy Tacos.
I can see the books behind you. I know you have like a drama section and then like a reading section of your stream. So like you're probably like I know you're better read than me because I stopped reading when I left grad school. I was like, if it wasn't for a fucking video, I was probably not reading that shit. Right? Because I just
you're a smart guy. Why not?
Because I'm a smart guy already. I just don't care anymore. I have 2 kids, a wife, and other hobbies, and I got enough.
I get all of my book recommendations by a guy who has 2 kids, a wife, and hobbies.
And that guy needs new hobbies. No, I get it. But you get my point was that you, President Sunday, have a excellent understanding of fascism and these themes and the history.
It's a major conspiracy.
And all that stuff.
It's a major conspiracy,
and so
mate.
You're able to interpret, extrapolate.
It's unbelievable.
And like what you just said to me, like you don't have to be a selfish psychopath to be a fascist. Like that is a really good interpretation that's useful to put out there. Right?
To fuck her hard.
There's people that watch this and say, yeah, sometimes you just got to be a selfish psychopath. Because a man's got to do what a man's got to do. And like that is a thing that exists because of the sloppy way the topic and the themes
I disagree. I disagree completely. See,
so do you think? Hold on, wait. Not
everyone
not
live, not top 10. Please like the stream.
That interpretation, but that people hold.
Oh, you cut out there. You're kind of frozen with your 2 fingers like this.
Suffer.
Still with us? Hang on, let me check the server.
Suffer.
Something happened. What happened? What happened? Is he still there? He's still there. FD, you were completely frozen. My apologies.
Gunner.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Where'd I leave you at?
Synthetic Man is a racist YouTuber, live streamer, and kind of a known quandary.
I don't need you to explain Attack on Titan better than I could or better than others could. I need you to explain why
are we pro or
anti-fascist that are understanding it
depends on which
poorly,
fashion
that think a selfish psychopath is a good thing to be because of Attack on Titan. I need you to explain to me why either they don't exist or why that's not relevant to like the critique of the show and manga.
Connecting every fucking like salubrious, untoward behavior that has ever been attributed to just gender
so long
people.
as you're like stylistically depicting anything, that you're not going to find people who are not feeling sympathetic towards the wrong side in this case. The Empire looks cooler than the Rebels. It is what it is. Okay,
Could
there are
we
people
please
who are
stop talking about
obsessive.
my dick?
There's a cult following for Jeffrey
Please
Dahmer,
stop talking about my
Columbine
dick on your
shooters, et cetera, et cetera. Like,
program.
that's a thing.
Please stop
There are
live
people who
streaming.
have
Talking about
perverse
my dick.
views
It's
of
fucking weird how much you
virtue
talk
or whatever
about
you
fucking
like
me.
all over the place. But I think generally, here are the cues that make fascism in particular, or the elements that evoke fascism, to a general readership. This is what makes it deeply
Is it
unattractive.
sexual harassment? Maybe. I don't know how.
The
I don't know,
rigid
I
cult
don't
of the
care.
military is depicted
sexual
as
harassment?
stupid and
Maybe.
retrograde and suicidal up until the third
How
season.
does it go?
In the final season, Eren Yeager, despite being
Sorry, I just got to interrupt. I don't agree with that. The
Could you
military
please
is
stop
awesome.
talking about my
And they fly
dick?
through the air on,
Please stop talking about my dick
but they
on
die
your
being
program.
awesome because self-sacrifice
Please
is
stop
awesome.
live streaming.
No,
Talking
but it's
about
not
my
depicted
dick.
as awesome.
It's
Here's the
fucking
difference.
weird how much you talk
If you
about
wanted to
fucking
depict
me.
self-sacrifice as awesome,
I still
what
say
do
you
not
gotta
depict
hunt down. I don't
is
know what
the
gender
people
fluid is, but I want to be covered in it.
Screaming in terror like children as they're being bitten to bits. You
What
wouldn't do
about
that.
the-
You show them being stoic and defiant.
What
right?
about
Here's
the
an example.
Where was
general
that?
Nazi general they reproduce for the show that charges headfirst into his death?
No, you're assuming that Erwin is Rommel. I don't think that that's a fair comparison at all. I think Pixis is a better comparison. But how Pixis died is he's been duped by Eren's brother to drinking his spinal fluid, and as all of him and his men in a final suicidal ditch attempt to stop Eren from enacting a fascist
talking
act
about
of violence
Finster?
against the Marleyans, he's
Do you have a
defeated
link?
on his back on a cart. I think he's even.
Are you excited about
drinking,
your
like, a piece of wine
future
he found or
appearance in tie-dye stream
Like, he's-
tomorrow?
These people are
Always.
not depicted. They're depicted as human, and they're depicted as like doing their best, but they're not depicted as ennobled by dint of anything related to fascism at that
I'll take a
point.
link.
They're humiliated and completely. Their role in the story is completely reconfigured by that point. As far as Erwin is concerned, Erwin is actually one of the most pitiful characters in the story. He's shown to be a fool by the end of it. The revelation is that there is no mystery.
Okay.
It's literally just another police state outside of the borders of the island, which is why at the end of it, like, Eren starts off as being like seethingly.
Did Tyler make a comment about you reading his book on stream? A little
tone of his
bit.
character is he is a man literally too angry to die. He's just seething with rage. He wants to kill all the Titans, and at the end of it, he's just fatalistically like, "Okay, are we free if we kill these people then?" Even when he meets Reiner, he's like, just like, I'm doing the same thing as you, buddy. Like, I don't, no hard feelings. Just has to happen. So, and by the time, like, even in the manga, by the time Armand is saying thank you for doing this, he is so brain damaged and warped. He's treated as effectively an invalid, like he's pathetic, and he's specifically depicted as pathetic.
Yeah,
yeah.
And the fan base, and that, like, what's interesting is that, like, there's a set of fans that were disappointed in the ending because of, I think, reasons we probably would agree on. That
Let me look at the
kind
big
of,
boy.
I don't want to say petered out, but I feel like it shit his pants again. I think on purpose. But then there's a whole set of fans that are mad that Eren wasn't cool anymore at the end. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, so going back to, I think the core argument against what I just said was,
Does
that
anyone have the link to
every
the
fan
big boy?
base is gonna have every piece of media that's very popular is gonna have its share of weirdo fans and outlier fans. And yes, no, I wouldn't agree that the Empire looked cooler than the Rebels. I wouldn't agree with that. But Darth Vader was very, very cool, and is probably, if not the most iconic.
Does anyone
character
have the
coming
link to the
out
big
within,
boy?
like,
Because I'm gonna make it.
right? So, like, I
We get the
you,
dono goal.
but I don't think anybody thinks Darth Vader was a good guy for his actions.
I'm gonna meet you halfway. Okay, I don't think anybody thinks Eren is a good guy for his actions. I think a better example.
No, that's just categorically not true. That's just categorically not true. There's so many people that are fans of Attack on Titan that think Eren's.
I actually said that earlier, so I'm going to obviously defer because I agree with you. I think my point is, I think the majority of people don't see the intent of the book as glorifying what Eren was doing. That being said, I think a better example would be like Yagami, where he's depicted as being a genius. He's depicted as being and he fails not ultimately because of human failing, but just because he came up against a better super genius. I think with Aaron Yeager is deflated as a person. He's rendered powerless by the point at which he's doing this.
Hey boys,
And more,
boys, I'm running away.
I'm sorry, Aiko.
My chat is not happy.
I'm so sorry, Aiko.
It's all good. Thanks for the talk, FD. I appreciate it. I think you ultimately got my point at the end. So thank you very much. Good faith talk. Sunday, I'll talk to you later. Thank you, and...
What is this on your screen?
Oh, I'm peeing on chat.
That's what that meant.
Yes. That's what
Okay.
I'm not physically doing it. Not right now, at least. Okay, have a great talk. Goodbye. Please stop live streaming and talking about my dick. It's fucking weird how much you talk about fucking me. Okay. Ugh. I have to pee again. So you're gonna get smacking dicks. Remember, if we get the goal today, I'm gonna make a big boy. Okay? Someone has to find me the Tom video though. Here's smacking dicks. All I wanna do is smack dicks all day and all night. Smacking dicks. All I wanna do is smack dicks. The dicks are smacked with other dicks. All the dicks in the world are smacking against each other. Smack some dicks. We're smacking dicks on each other. Smacking dicks together forever, ever. Smacking dicks all around the world. We're smacking dicks on each other. But don't smack dicks if they're taking a nap, if they're resting or peeing or engaging in sensual acts of penetrative or non-penetrative adult things.
Simp Nation, listen now. We're going to Simp.
Okay. Thank you, another board person.
Of making something that was too beautiful and ephemeral for this cruel and vicious world which we have built for each other. Oscar has guest rooms in this economy. Oscar has been in the fucking media industry for like 80 years. He is rich as shit and connected to some very strange and
Is this the timestamp?
Let's see. Hey Tyler, why do you think lefties have such dog shit takes on superheroes? Okay, I did get this one.
You remember the timestamp? Oh wait, I didn't open the transcript. Don't let me forget that I started boiling water. Okay. Okay.
This lie cannot.
Tell this Finsta I don't know what gender fluid is, but if he's making it, I want to be covered in it.
Nice. Please stop live streaming. Where do I find Tom's big boy, though? That's the real question. I want to be covered in it. Okay. Well, that killed the view count.
Lie cannot.
Tell this Finsta I don't know what gender fluid is, but if he's making it, I want to be covered in it.
Be mainstream in our society. It's a lie.
And what harm is it causing, do you believe?
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying what's the
Well, Shadiversity, it seems that my artwork isn't the only thing I'm going to be glazing tonight, you saucy tart.
harm of people expressing?
Cool. Okay. The fuck is this?
Storytime with Tomfoolery presents Do You Want to Play With My Balls? Hey, Louie. Do you want to play with my balls? Sure, Chuck. I can hold your ball sack so it won't drag on the ground. Wow, your balls are so big, I can't even fit them in my mouth. My mum's always yelling, Louie, get those balls out of your mouth before you choke. You know that mean girl, Sally? She squeezed my balls so hard, they looked funny. Yeah, well, when I play with Sally, I always end up with blue balls. Billy Johnson made Sally cry last week. Now that kid's got balls. Not anymore. Yesterday, Sally kicked Billy's balls so hard, he lost one. Look, Louie, your dog is licking my balls. Let's roll them on Sparky's fur. Girls hate hairy balls. You know, Chuck, if we show Sally our hairy balls, she'll scream for sure. Yeah, but I don't know. I kind of like Sally, I wish she would just play nice with my balls. Yeah, me too. Hi, Sally. Do you want to play with our balls? Sure, but only if I can play with both of your balls at the same time. Finger these links for more storytime with tomfoolery. Perhaps you could subscribe to his channel or press like if you feel the urge.
I don't know what that was. It just showed up. The heck? I'm afraid I'm gonna keep clicking on weird shit and end up somewhere deranged. Hey, Beard Tweezer. I'm just waiting for the water to boil. I already saw the Bo Blacks video.
So recently I was watching my favorite
The
live
Nick
streamer,
one.
Augie RFC, come back
But while
to
these
YouTube.
eggs are
And on that
while the
stream,
water's
YouTuber
boiling,
Bo
I'm gonna
Blacks
put
was
it on,
caught
okay?
making several lies, ultimately culminating
Hold
in the
on.
fact that he
BRB.
actually did not have BPD.
Yeah, I lied about having BPD.
So on Twitter, Willie Mac Show said, first they came for John Swan, and I said nothing because I didn't lie to Dream. Then they came for Tipster. I said nothing because I don't like Lolly. Then they came for Bo Blacks, and I said nothing because I don't like his rap song. And finally, they came for me, and there was no one left to speak up for me. Critical Shotgun posted a picture of Bo Blacks with the word liar tattooed on his face, like Boogie2988. He said, if Bo Blacks wants to get back into the house, he knows what he needs to do. Willie Mac Show put out a tweet, and well, you know, listen, I don't like giving my opinion on this show, but, well, he doesn't agree with me, so I'm actually not going to read that one. Nicholas Diorio tweeted, Bo Blacks needs to shut up, make Twitter versus, and profit. Give up the dream about people caring about your opinions because they never will. Stop begging for the respect and admiration you will never receive. Make your slop, pay your mortgage, and live a carefree life. Some people work at McDonald's for minimum wage. Others try to find a cure for cancer. You read relevant tweets and compile them as archival slop. That's your role, and you do it well. Accept that and give up the dream of being a niche internet micro-celebrity. You'll be fine. Or go to casino and put it all on black. Bo Blacks responded to this tweet by saying, the fact that you're saying this now, despite how I've milked you for content, is respectful as fuck. That's a W and I'll happily give it to you. Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I didn't do the proper research. That's actually not the response to Nick Diorio's tweet. That's actually him responding to his mortal enemy, Tipster. Bo Blacks' actual response to Nick's tweet is, you've been talking about me on Discord,
Yeah, this is a new
live
video.
streams, and
Okay.
Twitter
Timer.
daily for a week. Meanwhile, all I did was make a few Reddit and YouTube comment replies until the Augie stream, of course. You're the one who needs to shut up. And he attached a screenshot of all the... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Look, I'm not really good at this whole compilation thing. My editor just quit. These are actually all the screenshots of the times Bo Blacks was talking about Tipster on his channel. That's really embarrassing. I'm going to edit that one out. I'm editing this part out of the video. Lyrics posts a screenshot of Bo Blacks' tweet and says, Josh, remember, you're always one response away from winning everyone back. You got this. Seth told Bo Blacks, Nick told you to put it all on black, not put them all on block. In response to Bo Blacks blocking lots of people on Twitter, Bo Black said, it's my dyslexia's fault. Now, I don't like to give my opinion, but he didn't put any context here, so I'm gonna just say he's playing that one completely straight. In response to Tipster's tweet, Elvis the Alien tweeted, you're one of the few ex-commentators that still has integrity, and you've always been consistent. This is good advice. Now, look, I don't typically look into this kind of thing, but this Elvis the Alien fellow only has 11 followers on Twitter. Look, I don't like to give my opinion on this show, as you guys know, but I'm thinking that's the real Elvis the Alien. Critical Shogun tweets out, Bro is desperately name-searching himself and blocking everybody, showing screenshots that he's been blocked by multiple Bo Blacks accounts. Bo Blacks responded to the criticism he was getting over blocking by saying, just to let you know, the real reason I'm blocking so much is because I'm converting my Twitter experience to specifically cater to what I need to see to make Twitter versus videos.
Bo Blacks.
Might unblock some people after they're done talking about me, but for now, now I need to focus on my content. Now look, I don't like to put opinions in my videos. Now look, I don't like to put opinions in my. Now look, I don't like to put opinions. Now look, my videos. I'm just reading tweets. Now look, I don't like to put opinions. I'm not trying to put opinions in the video. All right, this one's just him inside of a casino. Boblax went on his private account to tweet, "Y'all called me fat when I beat my anorexia in 2020."
Okay, am I crazy or does Augie not really look that different? Because I don't think he does. He just looks like slightly less 12. Like, no one would ever see this guy and call him fat. And if they did, it's a meme or they're weird. Yeah.
What the fuck? I guess he's mad because they're not calling Augie fat in the pictures because he has gained weight in the last year. There's no jealousy in sight, folks. I'm sorry. Listen, my apologies. I don't like putting in my opinion. Boblax on his Mayo Monkey Black's private account tweeted, "How would
I
Nick
mean, Nick is doing a really good Boblax impression, to be real.
react if I made that same tweet, but I replaced Alberto with Destiny?" And it is the imagine if all these freaks were in the same room Alberto meme. Now, when Boblax brings up Destiny in this tweet, he's referencing the time that he boosted a false allegation that Destiny the streamer was a pedophile. When he knowingly quote tweeted someone pushing obvious jokes as a legitimate allegation, Boblax used that as an opportunity to dunk on Destiny for platforming Mr. Girl. Now, the problem with this is those screenshots are with a girl named Courtney, and Josh knows Courtney, so now he's not just being malicious towards Destiny, he's also kind of fucking over Courtney, which
He
was
didn't
somebody
yell those
he's
things
defended
in all
previously in the
caps,
past.
major L.
Really
Yeah,
pathetic
true.
behavior. Now, I know I don't give you my opinions in these videos, but I'm actually going to give you my opinion in this video because I desperately need the validation from my audience that I'm not as stupid as everyone around me seems to think I am. I think Boblax knows that he's in the wrong on this one. In fact, that's probably why he apologized and specifically wrote to Nick explaining exactly what his thought process was and why he was wrong. I think it's actually also super hypocritical that he is making this argument when his previous statements are super contradictory to the types of arguments he's defending here in this tweet.
And now he's unironically calling ex-TikToker Papa Gut, who was known for calling out pedophilia on the platform, pedophile. Honestly, I don't know if I should be surprised or not at this point, but regardless, it got a lot of people talking about Deaf Noodles to the point where he's now
Boblax is a
trending
hypocrite.
on
Oh
Twitter.
my god.
Oh, how'd that get in there? Going back to the
Oh, I have to put my alerts back on. Thank you so much, another board person. Please donate to the ICO Big Boy Recovery Fund. Yes, true. I need to recover. I need to eat food. And my brain is eating itself. Wait, let me turn my alerts back on. Here and here. I will add that to the $69 Sigma fucking your mom goal. If we get it, I will make a big boy. But someone has to send me that video because I can't remember where it
the
is.
RFC stream from yesterday, Nick DiOrio called out Boblax,
Make a
saying that he
fancy one.
oftentimes changes his positions when people slight him. Like, he'll go back literal years and start reevaluating takes he either didn't attack or defended at the time, and then retroactively, now because he doesn't like that person, pretends these things were bad. I've noticed in the past, you're a little sneaky little fucker. When, like, somebody wrongs you in particular, you'll start to retroactively go back and reassess certain positions you might have taken in the past, or you'll start bringing up stuff that you kind of hand-waved away to begin with, and then you're looking at them almost through a completely new lens. Do you think you did that with Keem? So guys, I think he's already started doing this to Nick DiOrio not even 24 hours after he said this on the live stream yesterday with Augie RFC. Ironically enough, he actually picked a screenshot.
Like when he starts saying that, I have a timer. Thank you. 1 more minute. He sounds like Boblax when he starts talking. It falls off a little bit as he goes, but it's a pretty good impression.
screenshot from the exact drama that Courtney was involved in, the same person that's in the tweet where Destiny's being accused of being a pedophile.
It starts on a late-night Augie kick stream back in early April. Augie asked me why people in his community were mad at me. I specifically started talking about a certain prominent e-girl named Courtney, who was not very happy with me. Content creator Boblax then joked that she might have skeletons in her closets. I played along with this non-serious joke and said that there might be screenshots of DMs of her saying bad words.
Courtney or whatever, they're just like seething.
Air it out. I want to hear you talk mega shit about
I bet Courtney has a lot of skeletons in her closet.
True.
There might be screenshots of DMs, who knows, but
Screenshots of... Not only was Boblax very aware of the Courtney drama with Michael Alberto, he was there the day the drama started and played an integral point in beginning it. There is no way that he did not know who Courtney was.
Augie, I think you should moderate more actively.
I'm trying. Literally, shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Holy shit! Let me finish the sentence.
Alright,
oh my god.
Boblax, explain.
Okay.
So I think he should probably stop explaining things, Augie, and maybe he should
Taking
just
out
read
the
his
stove.
tweets. So despite Boblax really being mad that Mr. Girl made comments about his sister, the reality of the situation is that Boblax's autistic fixation on Destiny has completely consumed him to the point where he's legitimately damaged actual relationships with his friends. Boblax genuinely believes that he and Destiny are enemies locked in a forever war, despite Steven, on most days, probably not remembering that Boblax even exists. When Boblax doesn't like you, he will maliciously attack you and try to endlessly justify it as some sort of misunderstanding.
Yes.
But does that give you the right to push a tweet with, again, someone we know? I know Courtney, you know Courtney, we defended Courtney with Alberto last year. Do you think it's fair to like take a tweet like that completely out of context to paint somebody as a pedophile because you have a grudge against them?
So I saw like in the tweet you see like Destiny's messages and
Yeah.
like the joke he was making. I knew he wasn't being a pedo, but he was making a pedo joke.
So you
And I was
retweeted
like-
someone who's calling him a pedophile, and you're like, oh, he's clearly joking about this. But it's valuable to my argument right now, so I'm going to make a comment about it. The nature of that was calling him a pedophile. There's not really another way to splice it.
Yeah, I know. So
this is one single example of a pattern of behavior that this little rat exhibits because of his downright malicious nature and raging insecurity. Look at this little freak. Look at him eating mayonnaise. It's adorable. How could somebody like this be an egomaniac? Come on. I need you to listen and think about what I said and make a real apology. Not public, no optics, just you talking to me. I think you fucking owe me that if you even respect me just a little bit. Video form, written form, whatever. I understand this was a mistake on your part. You had no malicious intent, but I think it's a big fuck up. I don't know if I'm being sensitive, but yeah, I'm always worried about being too whiny or bitchy, which is why I let retards like Keem step on me for so many years with zero respect. And now I see you're doing the same shit with Destiny, letting him step all over you, trying to correct the record when he called you a big fat retard on his stream over fucking Boogie 2988 DMs. Pathetic is what I think it is. I don't know, man. Maybe it's harsh, but I think you're a talented, smart, loving dude, but sometimes you're dense as fuck. Why do you think my debate with Destiny stood the test of time, but yours didn't, despite it being the same topic? You're not smarter than me, Nick. We're just smart in different ways. You need to hold me to the same respect level you have for yourself, or I don't want to be your close online friend / co-worker anymore. Sorry, I love you, bro, I really do, but this is how I felt about you for a year now. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I just assumed maybe one day you'd magically respect me and not act like I'm dumb, and Destiny is so smart in comparison to me. I don't know politics, but I know how to be a smart fuck laughing about dead innocent corpses outside of a public protest and make a big tee-hee joke like someone's dad didn't just fucking die. I don't give a fuck about optics at that point. Destiny's a freak, and I never want to be as intellectual as him. He is a sex pest freak that needs to shut the fuck up and stick to his lane, debating Boogie 2988 fat fuck on his cancer. Destiny is too retarded for civil political discourse. He's too content-brained. Making good, funny political streams does not equate to smart, Nick. A hole exists outside the screen. There's a theocracy process, and it's not decided by Twitter likes. You have zero respect for my opinion or intelligence. Half the community knows this is what I think of Destiny, but you don't. Then get surprised when I take a jab at him on Twitter. Destiny openly calls me restarted on streams. We have been online enemies for years, and you're too self-absorbed to see that he memeing on Destiny is like me memeing on Anissa Joma. My audience has been aware of this for years. I have a 600,000 view video owning Destiny on my channel. channel. My Twitter versus audience is not the dumb little commentary community that, by the way, I built with Augie over 3 years. I helped build the community that you're setting my standards to. Destiny's not cool. He is not my friend. I hate him. Tipster I hate is a meme. I hate Destiny. He is evil. He is not my friend. Everyone but you knows this. Literally, like 20 YouTubers know my behind it and the scenes knows of him. I didn't need your snarky optics check. Fucking DM me next time. Zero respect. I'm asking for the bare minimum, dude. Bare fucking minimum. Share this DM convo anywhere. I don't care. It's juicy content. Fuck it. Fuck you, asshole. Apologize for real, or we're not friends. Bye. Hey, dude. Are you good? I was putting RGB on my refrigerator. You're sending like a lot of messages.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I got it. I made some food real quick. Because I'm dying. Dying. Okay. Now, this is what I wanted to actually put on that I noticed. American Read Act.
So it seems like
the David Lucas situation just got more disturbing. David Lucas. Worse than Brendan Schaub. That's what I can say. Cool? Cool? The timestamps are all gonna be a mess. I'll have to go back and do them. Everyone live, not top chat, and please like the stream. Thank you, thank you. If we get to the $69 sing about fucking your mom goal tonight, I will make a big boy. Okay? A fancy one. With organic ramen and free-range Cheetos. That dude that was on Matan, yeah.
So it seems like the downfall of David Lucas just somehow continues to get worse. Like, it's pretty clear now that this guy is not only a terrible comedian, but a downright creepy and awful human being as well. And this was initially all exposed in that bizarre podcast he did with Matan, where he acted very creepily towards Matan for the entire podcast.
I don't know. Let's smell up under that jacket. Take that jacket off.
Oh,
probably naked
he's
up under that bitch.
17.
Let's see.
But just as you thought this month couldn't get any more worse for David Lucas, it somehow does. Because during a podcast he did with
Effie's
fellow
not gonna
comedian
come for the
William
song.
Montgomery, David pretty much openly admits to assault with little to no remorse,
What?
referring to himself as a quote-unquote gorilla pimp.
Bitch, you fucking with a pimp. You expect to get slapped and you expect to get cheated on. Gorilla pimps ain't no joke, bro.
What is a gorilla pimp? Just like a strong pimp?
Yeah, like that means he beating bitches, choking hoes. I strangle a bitch.
To death?
To the point, to the brink of death. To the brink of death. That bitch will see the light, then I bring her back.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like he's joking.
Get your ass up, bitch.
And that's not even the worst part. David
He
then,
doesn't seem
with
like
a
he's
smile
joking.
on his face, segues into a story about the time when he nearly murdered his now ex-girlfriend.
This one time, I used to be a crazy boyfriend, bro. I used to be like one of them little jealous niggas. And she was taking a shower when she was about to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you about to go out and be a hoe, this, that, and the other. I was like, I might as well just stop fucking with your ass. And then she said something like, I was like, yeah, I was talking shit like, yeah, you gonna miss this dick. And she was like, I can always suck another. Or something like, it set me off, and I grabbed that bitch from behind her neck, bro. and that bitch, I choked her, dog, and she passed out. She passed out of my arm in literally like 5 or 6 seconds.
Oh my
Scared-
gosh.
I was so scared. I thought
Was
I
that in the shower?
She was drying off.
Drying off?
Yeah, bro. She collapsed in my. That was.
What? Hmm? Famed Kill Tony regular.
That was scary as a bitch, bro.
What'd you do?
As soon as she hit the ground, she woke back up. I started crying.
Did you drop her, or you sort
William is like, yeah, he doesn't know what to do. He's like, is this a joke? It doesn't seem like a joke.
to set her on the ground?
Bro, I literally, like, imagine you choking somebody.
Yeah.
And before you know, they just pass out.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And I wasn't prepared to catch a body.
Right.
To catch her falling body.
Literally and figuratively.
Man, listen, bro. When she fell to the ground and she woke up, she was like, "What happened?"
What'd you say? You slipped in the bathtub?
I told her that she was yelling, and then she just fell out.
What did she say? How'd she take that?
She believed it, but then like when we later on down the line, I told her I had choked her, bro. Like when she fell to the ground, we both started crying. I was crying, baby. Bro, I was literally scared, dog. Like in that.
What would you have done if you accidentally killed her or something? What would you have done? Try to hide the body or go to the police?
I probably would have told the police we were having kinky sex. Because she was naked. They would have believed it.
Right.
Like, we was having kinky ass sex. That bitch told me to choke her and fuck her from behind. Yeah, bro, it was scary.
Like, he actually deserves to be behind bars. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets arrested one of these days for a crime similar to the ones he spoke about in this podcast. Like, if you can do that once, you can definitely do it again. It's also baffling how this story hasn't received more attention. Lucas's so-called edgy comedy is one thing, but when he openly admits to beating and almost killing his girlfriend, that crosses into criminal territory. Like, how do people around him hear these admissions and not react? If one of my friends told me something like that, I'd be rethinking my entire relationship with them. Like, the fact that his circle hasn't stepped in or called him out is actually concerning. What's also troubling is how comfortable Lucas seems to be admitting to these things in such a public forum. If he's this open about it on the internet, one can only imagine what other harmful behaviors he's engaged in that he's not talking about. It's clear he thinks he can get away with it because so far he has, but at some point this kind of behavior has to catch up with him, right? David Lucas likes to position himself as an edgy comedian who pushes boundaries.
This is comedian David Lucas. You know me from Kill Tony and other various roast shows. I'm an edgy, push the boundary comedian.
But there's a difference between being provocative and engaging in actual criminal behavior. Like, what he's doing is not comedy.
You ever did Grinder? Are we in a safe space?
We safe space.
Think about that.
What is this? You keep showing me like juice.
What you think about this?
Why are you showing me that? That's extremely weird. Show that to him. 20.
Kind of cute.
Me? You're saying this?
Little earring. You're older than 17.
I promise I'm 17.
Let me see.
I
Let me see your
swear.
ID.
Put so much effort into that shit and you won't even smell it.
Let me rub your back.
You won't even smell it.
Let me rub your back.
Why you touch-
Get real nice and close like we're in prison. Sit that little pale booty down.
I can't even be a predator if that's what you're alluding to.
No, Game of Thrones. What is you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Because I thought you were trying to.
You on some weird
I
shit.
called you a predator.
I'm not a predator.
No, for sure.
Skip the question, bro. We ain't even finna entertain that bullshit you talking about right now, because I got children, and that's a very sensitive topic.
Go past it?
Yeah. I'll put my hand in my ass and make you smell it, bitch. Come here, nigga. Put that shit in your face now. You want to smell it, nigga?
No.
You still gonna smell this ass. I ain't took no shower, and I'm straight off a plane. Boy, this shit. You gotta scratch the ass.
We're gonna
Scratch
watch
the
this
ass so you can smell it.
podcast
Let me ask you
after.
this. Why would you make the joke about
With
George
William.
Floyd when you have no idea how it can affect the black community?
Because I wanted to.
But what?
Because I wanted to.
But you don't know how it could affect
Because
black
who
people.
gives a fuck?
But black people.
I wanted to do it.
But you don't know if it will offend them.
I wanted to do it.
But you're
Well, let me
offending.
offend them.
But it's a.
I offend white people too. Now what? I'll offend your
Yeah,
ass too.
but you're allowed to offend white
I'll
people.
offend your ass
But
too.
black people, it's off the table.
What's happening? Look at that booty.
And they got a Chinese BBL.
Is it racist? Oh, you're getting real close to me. Let's do it. Is it racist if someone refuses to drink water because it's brown or yellow?
Let me see.
Jesus. Okay.
Show. Starring William Montgomery.
Is this?
With the Tony Chin Orchestra.
Where is it? Where was this appearance? Look at their outfits. I wonder if they took it down. I don't see it. Do you think that's really how he made his Mrs. Loose consciousness? She smelled his hand? I would not doubt it. Oh. It was on Sam Hyde. No, I don't think that's... I thought maybe they were talking about that there. God damn it. I really want to find that. Not wearing the same shirt in this one. I bet they took it down.
Extra. the William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Brett Erickson. And now, here he is, the big red machine, William Montgomery.
A while, if you're listening, I like you, so don't worry about it. But yeah, it got strange in this moment.
These weird fans.
I don't want him to come after me. I'm kidding. I don't.
He moved.
Yeah, he moved here because there was
See,
talk
bro?
of like starting, and I like you. You're probably
Can't find the
watching
big boy
this.
thing?
It's fine. I haven't talked to you in a while. If you're listening, I like you, so don't worry
This is
about
why
it. But
I-
yeah, it got strange in this moment.
These weird fans.
I
is
don't
the
want him to
reason-
come after me. I'm kidding. I
These-
don't think. I know you wouldn't.
These weird
I'm
fans
kidding.
is the reason I keep my gun on me.
Do you have a gun right now?
Yep. Cause
Nuh-uh.
bitch, I am not about to be out here. Y'all looking at me in the
And
eyes.
no
all
one can see, but
deranged.
David has the cutest pink shorts on.
The sweetest pink shorts, and I loved your aquamarine colored boxers last night.
Oh, you saw those?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
saw
is
them. I remember
definitely
you
in
had
one
a
of my
whole
Tom 10
Conversation with somebody
videos.
about those.
Yeah, your sweet
And then
boxers.
one girl's like, "Why is it so long?" The boxers, not my dick.
Yeah, we were all just in the bathroom looking too naked.
It's my birthday. Why is your dick so
Yeah,
long?
right.
Never fucking kill Tony fan. That would probably end your career.
Have you ever?
I'm gonna leave a
You fuck on
comment.
these crazy bitches if you want to.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Hell no.
Yeah.
I like my women not even to know I'm a comedian. Like that's the best, man. People
Is that how a lot of if you're communicating with a young lady, is that how?
Well, a lot of these
them
hoes be
are?
faking, bro. A lot of these hoes be faking, and then once you get to know
Hoes
them,
be
like, I knew you
faking?
were this whole time. It's like, bitch. Yeah,
Yeah, you can't pretend you don't know for very long, I don't think.
yeah, it happens a lot.
Because I just look, I look random people up. Like random people I meet, I've looked up before, just being a crazy person. When I worked at the storage unit in LA, I would always look people up.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes there'd be famous people in there
At
storing
Dry
their
Bar,
bullshit.
the blow dry place. Yeah, you have their first and last name. You have to always Google
Hilarious.
them. Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Eva Longoria was in there.
Desperate Housewives.
But,
To the
Yeah,
brink of
yeah,
death. That bitch will see the light, then I bring her back.
Yeah.
I be like,
Get
but some of these niggas is out here gorilla pimping, bro. They beating the shit out of these hoes.
What kind of pimp would you be?
Gorilla pimp.
You what?
I strangle a bitch.
To death?
To the point, to the brink of death. To the
Yeah,
brink of
yeah,
death. That bitch will see the light, then I bring her back.
Yeah.
I be like,
Get your ass up, bitch.
bro, did I ever tell you the story about the?
That ass up, bitch.
I hope she don't. I hope. What's the statute of limitations with
With what?
With violence?
With violence.
The only time there's.
Oh my God.
I was young,
That's a
bro.
Broad thing. That's
I
a
was
broad
young.
thing.
I was young. I was young, bro. And I know she don't watch this, but if she do, goddamn it, she gon'.
What happened when you were young?
I was like 21, 22, fresh to LA, bro. I was dating this one girl. We had a studio apartment together.
Yeah.
We argued a lot, and
What happened?
This one time,
What'd you do to her?
this one time, I used to be a crazy boyfriend, bro. I used to be like one of them little jealous niggas. And she was taking a shower when she was about to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you about to go out and be a hoe, this, that, and the other. I was like, I might as well just stop fucking with your ass. And then she said something
I'm
like,
in limbo. You're not in limbo. That's a lie. You're not in limbo. Could you please stop talking about my dick? Please stop talking about my dick on your program. Please stop live streaming And talking about my dick, it's fucking weird. How much you talk about fucking me? Sorry. Sorry, Gray. Thank you, Lefty. Hello?
Hey, sorry about that.
It's okay. That was very boring.
I don't blame you for thinking so.
But I'm sure did you have fun though?
It could have gone worse, I guess.
Did you win?
I mean, of course I did.
Well, that's all that matters then. So what do you think? What do you think?
I think he is a very slippery fellow, but not as slippery as me.
Okay, fair. Fair assessment.
Yeah, I think the conversation went, well, can you make me smaller? I'm looking at myself on my end. It's very, very odd.
Smaller?
Yeah, smaller. He, like tiny. Like, you put me in a little circle a while back. You can do that.
Let's see. I'll put you in something. Don't you worry.
Well, now I am worried.
But yeah.
What are your thoughts of Monsieur Signifier after that?
I mean, I mean, ultimately he conceded to the thing that was my main point, which was that he just didn't give adequate context for what actually had happened, what was actually done. Here, you're in Ben's house now.
I don't want to be in Ben's house. No! Let me out! Let me out!
You can't escape, he has the key. You can't leave until he lets you.
Wait, hang on, wait. The only way out
We can't.
is through. No, it didn't work. Okay.
That didn't work. Although, wait, actually, what? One sec. Fuck. Oh, wrong key. Okay, try now.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, fine.
I'm cozy in here now.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. Yeah, I mean, I got basically what I was looking for, which is more than I thought I would get.
I mean, you know he was bullshitting us for most of that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
We're on the same
but
page.
ultimately I got the concession that I was looking for. I didn't expect that much, right?
No.
Kid is reacting to FD and saying FD is misrepresenting Shark. Do you want to see if Kid wants
Why don't we
to...
pull him in? Why don't we pull Kid in? Kid's been streaming by his lonesome for like 100 days.
Let's go to... Let me... My
Here,
mouse
hang on.
go.
This is like that particular video is more known for being anti-Shark Zero than anti-Keffals. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm saying that was unfortunate. That's not how I would have wanted that to end.
Okay, I'm writing in his
and
chat.
part of if there was one drawback.
I'm
to
DMing him.
the
I just said,
conflict
like,
that
do you want to
erupted,
join me in ICO?
after
He asked
that
what's the
being
topic. I said
solely
postmortem
focused
with
on
the
Shark.
Signifier talk.
That was it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if it feels
Let's,
Well, Keffals used him.
I mean, Keffals used everybody, but yeah. Oh my god.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
As a as a shield. It's like, giving people too many outs, but not like Soul Bunny had a real criticism to give anyway.
No. I mean, she probably did, but the thing is, the thing that she actually offered in the end wasn't a real criticism. It amounted to, like, if you wanted to say, like, just for argument's sake, hey, you in particular, because I took the opposite side of I took the opposite side on the Professor Flowers thing. I'm assuming that was accurate.
What
that
was?
He took that Shark took the Vosh side on the Professor Flowers thing.
I don't remember,
I wouldn't
but
be surprised.
probably
Like if it was
I
Professor
took
Flowers was not.
neither side in the Vosh Professor Flowers thing because she was very weird to him. She basically
Yeah, in retrospect, I would have just washed my hands of it, to be honest. But
yeah, like she didn't have any like engagement.
I wasn't very smart back then.
Well, we all have our journeys. But basically, let's see. Chat
It says
was
sure,
not
by the way,
happy.
he wants to come in.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I keep talking over you. My apologies.
No problem. Let me just see.
Oh, he's in limbo right now. Sweet.
Okay, cool.
Don't put us both in the same small house, please.
Jesus Christ.
Hello?
Yo.
Do you want a camera?
Oh. Yeah, okay. I thought FD was still here.
No.
No, unfortunately. We should have brought you in actually at that point, but
Well, I was thinking about
yeah,
it, but then I felt like he probably wouldn't like it. He probably
mostly
wouldn't
I wanted the FD cloud to myself, so can't let someone cooler than me on the screen at the same time.
I don't think you're gonna
Simp.
Oh, FD Clout. Yeah, maybe. Probably not the W press clicks or anything like that.
Probably not.
I don't know what that means.
Me neither. I'm just trying to.
I mean,
act
it
like
means
I
you
know what I'm
didn't
talking about.
criticize him enough. That's why.
Oh.
You sucked his toes too much.
That is true.
How do I? Yes, virtual.
Well, we
cloud.
didn't
Wait,
suck his toes. A little bit.
I
He ran
didn't
away.
suck his toes.
Did he run away?
People don't understand how interviews work. It's not about being the
Oh,
guy
you're
who
doing the
epically
wick
owns
thing.
the person.
You're doing the wick thing. It was an
I'm doing the
interview, not a
wick thing?
debate.
Oh my fucking god! No, I wasn't trying to epically own the guy and like say the swears at him. I was trying to like get him to say the thing that makes more content afterwards.
Are you talking about the shark thing? I'm talking about the
That's
shark. I'm
All
not
the
talking-
things, all the things. I also didn't have like a picture perfect memory of the shark thing, so
No, I feel.
like, eh.
Your camera's not working.
I know. I forgot that I deleted this thing. Just give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
I'm seeing. Background.
By the way, oh my god, this thing is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's pretty hefty.
It's so nice. I'm just glad the spine is sewn. I was worried it was going to be like
Glued.
yeah. Well, like the Dawn of Everything, it's like a giant ass hardcover, but it's a glued spine, so it's gonna like fall apart after one read through.
I see. So, I wasn't super familiar with the shark stuff. So, but
Oh,
people
I mean, I
in
think
chat were not happy.
I think he gave you all the relevant information. You know, there's a couple things that I found really, really funny. One, he started the conversation out with this, like, talking about cancel culture, right? Talking
Mhm.
about like the disdain for like for judging people on the basis of the people that they associate with. It's exactly what he did with Shark.
Yeah.
Or starting the conversation with Shark as in like, oh, I've never called him the Sea Slur. Yes, he has multiple times. He just uses
really?
plausible deniability when he does it, and he did that exact thing in the conversation with you guys.
I thought he did, but I couldn't remember the exact place where I'd seen it. Can you show me?
I
You
don't
have
remember
to
the
have-
exact part. I
Oh,
could,
of course. Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah. Just
But,
comes in arms swinging. Hey, actually, he did. Where?
No, he did. I promise you, and I could.
I
Find it.
believe you.
Is that like the thing that he does, and he did, like I said, he did it in the call with you guys, where he says that like, so when she said that he has raccoon vibes, oh well, like, I agree with that one. Like the fuck do you mean? Like, come on. And shit like that. And the thing that like really frustrates me is that this is racism. Like this is just racist. And that it's like this like a this justification of this like of racial slurs and really bigoted attacks.
Oh, I mean,
on
did you hear the end of my conversation with him just now?
No, I'm still listening to it.
Okay, so at the very end of it, he was like, "I really want to see you do an why an Attack on Titan isn't fascist video," and it's like, "Oh, but I won't promote it because I'm white."
yeah. He's just like entirely cucked by this like this resentment, this like ressentiment, where like you cannot criticize it if you have this like if I associate this negative value to this essential category that you are a part of based on the essential qualities of the characteristics that you were born with. And that is the exact framework that he puts everyone under in every one of his videos. This is the exact framework that he's working with. This is what he does with Shark. This is what he does with black people in the space. This is what he did to Kidology. It's just constantly doing this type of shit where it's like constantly appealing to the quote unquote black community, but really it's just the people that he agrees with. It's insane, and it's also just like it's just objectively just bigoted. And it's really, really difficult for people to recognize that for what it is, because people have just been so cucked with a lot of this like race conversation shit. It's so stupid.
Well, I learned I have a white credit score.
Huh?
And it's better than Destiny's, but not enough.
Wait, sorry, about what?
I have a white credit score apparently. See, the only white person who's promoted was in Praise of Shadows. Something bad happened with that person, but yeah, it was very, very, very odd conversation. Very odd.
Yeah, it's just.
He also doesn't read books apparently, which is interesting, because he calls himself an academic. He dropped out of his PhD to do YouTube videos. Apparently, when he got into his PhD, he's going to do a YouTube video.
He said he has like 4 masters or something, right?
I think he has like 2 masters, and he was in the middle of a PhD, and then he dropped out once his YouTube channel picked up, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And then he's just never read a book since, because he's good. He solved it.
In that combo, he owned calling Shark Steven from Django.
Yeah, well, he made it abundantly apparent that he definitely does agree that Shark is a raccoon, and that like he'll take any plausible deniability he can to be able to say it without having to deal with the criticism of saying it.
Yeah.
It's very cocked. It's very stupid.
Well, I mean, I flat out asked him, like, so hang on, because he eventually went on saying, he's like, no, he earned it with what he said about Cat Black. It's like, oh, so you mean he deserved it? Because earlier we were saying you don't deserve it. It's like, well, yeah, but I don't think earning it means you deserved it. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one.
Yeah, it's just fucking mind games. It's like looking for any sort of excuse that you can give to be able to justify putting people in these specific categories, or using it as a way to like either morally condemn people and or bully people or whatever. It's I find it reprehensible. The way he does this, especially the way that he uses it specifically against like other content creators in the space, constantly going around. If people are to criticize him, he's constantly going and trying to jump into calls to like patronize. I don't know if you saw what happened with Kamal.
No.
It's shit like that. It's just
who's Kamal? That name rings a bell.
He's this YouTuber. He was growing his channel a bit. I don't think he's made a video in a while. I think one of the last videos he did was talking to FD Signifier, but he was kind of like a center left. The left is too woke and the right is whatever. One of those kind of content creators or whatever. And I think he criticized FD Signifier for what he considered was racist, and he happened to be He happened to be poking at something that I agree with, but he had a really, really bad way of articulating it, and it's just one of those cases where like he came in like basically low broed him, and it was just really awkward to watch. But, yeah,
well, I mean, it's weird. It is weird as fuck having what seems like a pleasant conversation with somebody who's flat out telling you he doesn't like you because you're white the entire conversation. I get why he wouldn't like me personally because I've criticized him on YouTube, but it's like.
Oh, yeah, I
it
think
was
it was the other day, maybe.
weird. It was like you're grinning at me and you're smiling and you're acting all friendly, but like everything you said here is telegraphing to me that you see me as a bug.
Yeah. No, you're
Yeah.
the milk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's really. I wish people had like better ways to talk about this kind of stuff. I think a lot of people are just. I think a lot of people just get mind fucked with a lot of this. They'll call it things like reverse racism and kind of laugh it off or whatever. And it's like this is like actually very, like, serious bigotry. But a lot
Well,
of people
it's not like reverse racism is like a meme, but like he's actually relying upon the racial categories that are the basis of racism to do the shit he's doing. Like he is affirming it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the shit that I find the most frustrating. Yeah, it's blatant racism. Yeah. Yeah, as for the conversation that you guys had prior, I thought it was okay. I thought Aiko did really good.
Thank you.
But
But I didn't. Okay, no, I see how it is.
no,
Fine.
you interrupted, or you like Aiko would like give like a really like efficient argument that like deserved a full response from FD, and then you kind of like would comment at the end of her argument or statement, and then you'd like try and rephrase it or attach onto it, and then it would just make it so FD didn't have to respond to. So it kind of like, I think it would have been better if he got to respond directly to Aiko, but
Yeah, I won.
Aiko won.
Damn.
I won for once. Yay. I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, I think that what I got was the best that I would have gotten, you know? So, like, I can't see anything getting more from him than, like, the concession.
He did all the right woke things, you know? He did all the right things. He said that you were valid and that he would admit wrongdoing. He actually almost, I think he almost agreed after Sunday said that he should take that part out of the video, that he would, like, that would be his form of accountability or...
Like, yeah, he agreed with me versus that, like, giving more, saying that, like, he wasn't responsible or accountable to his audience, betrayed their trust. And that's really my whole point was just, like, it's betraying the trust, because when I first reviewed it, people came into my chat and no one noticed the Max Landis thing. And it's only because I noticed and was like, what the fuck? And told everybody. So
yeah, but he's not gonna like redo the video or like put in a note or something.
Oh, I don't want
that's
him
not a thing
to.
he's gonna do.
I don't want him to do anything different. I just want it to be known to the other people, because I don't think he's not gonna change. I don't think it was ever his concern. Like, he's not concerned with the same things.
It kind of happened, you know, like it's one of those things that happen. It's not something that's like some ongoing thing or whatever. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And then same with like the way that I look at it is that when a lot of these things are talked about, and I think Aiko framed it in a pretty good way, because you don't want to get trapped in just empty virtue signals or whatever, where it's like the thing that is substantive is saying that, like, listen, you're framing this person in the context of being someone that has been canceled for a while and that we need to consider forgiving them, but you're not saying what they need to be forgiven for, which is kind of weird. That kind of like is telling your audience to do that work without any context of what the thing was. But when it comes to
I mean, weird in the context of his critique of Attack on Titan, actually, of not doing enough work to telegraph that actually fascism bad, but yeah.
I don't.
That was later on.
I don't know enough about that shit.
Weebs.
But
I also agreed with all this, by the way, just to be clear.
With all what?
I said this. I agreed with all this. I said the same stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, the thing that I found funny is that I think there's a point where like you said that, and then he was like, you know, kind of debating you about it a little bit, not aggressively or anything, and like kind of going back and forth with you, and then like at one point Aiko just like restated the same thing, and he's like, you know what? Yeah, that's valid. So I'm like, wait.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, because I win. Because I win. But also, I think the major difference is I would never want him to cut that out. I never would want him to go back and remove that because it's not about that specific instance. It's just like a practice moving forward, like how he represents things in his videos. I mean, nothing's going to change.
But
with
he's
him.
never going to change how he represents things in his videos.
of
Well, you could
definitely not.
you could establish, and what I kind of wanted, which we got, was I wanted an acknowledgement that, and you did too, an acknowledgement that like this was irresponsible or whatever, and then presumably like the rubber stamp on that he actually cuts it out, because that cutting out the 2 seconds of it or agrees to do so, that's
I don't
that's
know.
something
I
that's
don't
as
think
permanent
that
as the video.
I don't think that he should cut out because I think people should live with what they've done, but I think that it should also just be known. I think that
But I mean,
it's a good example.
But if the issue is that he's directing people to this person's channel, because that's why we care about promoting like a rapist's video, then it being up there means it's still doing that, right?
Well, if people were still like watching it, if it depends on like, I would say I would never want him to take it out. I would, if anything, it would be a correction. Like if he had just put this out and people were just watching it, then I'd be like, hey, add this context maybe. I don't know. But I don't think cutting things
that's
out is
probably
good.
whatever happens. I think in regards to like, taking it out of the video or putting out like an apology video or whatever the fuck it is. Like I think it's kind of like besides the point, I guess, and probably not going to do much of anything except like perform its own virtue signals or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if he was a streamer, I'd agree. But the difference between a video essayist and a streamer is that a video essayist publishes like 5 things in a year, which means somebody watches a thing by the video essayist and goes on to the next video essay. Somebody watches a stream, they'll typically ignore previous streams. They'll watch the next one unless they really like just joined at the most recent one, right? So
sure, but the thing is that like I wouldn't feel very strongly about making any sort of like demands like that if there wasn't already like some sort of established like you put out this video and then you look at the channel and this is like the impact that you had on the channel. This video is over a year old. Like you'd be able to see that. And if you don't see any sort of like a like bump in his viewership or like a regrowth of the channel or whatever a year after the case, then then going through and like doing all of this stuff after the fact doesn't really mean much of anything. And it could also validate this idea that like this weird idea of accountability that he seems to have, where he's done the accountability or whatever.
Right, and then you never have to think about it again.
It just seems kind of besides the point, and it kind of like it turns the problem into a problem of whether or not he's had accountability, and I don't like that. Similar to, I don't know if you were listening to the things that he was saying about accountability. I found it very funny about how he's like for restorative justice, but like in the sense that like the victim gets to decide how hard you get the shit beat out of you or something.
Yeah.
Or you have to be indentured.
Well, I thought what he was, I didn't hear that part, but I thought what he said at that point was like he would have preferred like a beating over jail or something. I think he was doing some weird waffling around his anti-carceral stance.
He listed off a couple of different examples of things that he thinks would be part of like his restorative justice alternative, and one was listening to the victims and then being indentured to the victims, and then also that getting the shit beat out of you is preferable to jail time or whatever.
Well, yeah, but I think the point there was not that like, because you think jail time, nobody hurts you, you're just in the cell, you get fed, you sleep, it's boring, but that's about it. Beating, you get actually physically harmed, you could die, etc., you're traumatized. But I think the general point is that like being encased in a box for an extended period of time and the psychological damage and the social damage that accrues, that's possibly preferable than a beating, which is a discrete event that begins and ends very shortly.
In some cases, the thing that I'm pointing out is that like after talking about restorative justice, this idea of restorative justice is strictly punitive.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
No, but I mean that's there's not a contradiction there. The restorative justice just means you restore them at the end. You can have a punitive model that is restorative, right? That's kind of perversely how
Yeah,
punitive
but
justice typically
if it's in the
framed.
basis of basis of being indentured, then it's about vengeance as a form of justice in the punitive sense, and it's nothing to do with restoration.
Yeah.
But you'd only be indentured in prison, right? If it's just a beating, then it's like.
What does
No, I'm talking
indentured
about the
mean?
he said that you should be indentured to the victim.
Right, like you should have to pay them like for ever or for a period of time or something like
It's
that.
just it's just a funny, like, reductive and kind of stupid response to or extrapolation of being against punitive justice and for restorative justice.
Yeah, like what I don't understand what the purpose of that is aside from just like let's just not have places that you put anyone. It's like, okay, you have to you get punished enough and then you can walk free and no one will ever mention it again, which isn't helpful to the general public because then if you can just pay money and continue on with your life, or if you just get beat up and then people are like, okay, you suffered enough, now you can continue on, that doesn't prevent you from doing anything in the future.
So it doesn't make much sense to talk about restorative justice in the sense of like a debt that you owe to society.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. Or even like a debt that you owe to the term of like this transactional relationship to like the whatever the moral value that has been lost versus what needs to be gained or whatever. Doesn't really talk about the circumstances that led to the thing or perpetuates the thing or whatever, and doesn't actually like fix the problem that creates it. So like the way that people talk about restorative justice in the sense of like having a moral debt that needs to be repaid is just not restorative justice. But that's a side point. I just thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah. It seems like a thing that doesn't live in the world. Just like an idea. And
Yeah, well,
doesn't have practical
it
purpose.
seems like empty virtue signals where you have a bunch of like of the woke talking points or whatever, and you just throw them out there to signal to people that you're on the right side,
Right.
without any sort of understanding of what the thing is, and yet using those on the basis to criticize and attack other people, is very, very ironic to me. It's it's like the same thing that happened with Kidology. I don't know if you remember that.
I
But,
don't
Kidology-
totally remember.
Kidology put out this video called like "The Left Needs to Do Better," in which I think she gave like a basically like an empty-handed or hand waving or whatever of what's it, the Harry Potter transphobe woman? What's her name?
J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, J.K. Rowling, and FD Signifier and a bunch of other things, but FD Signifier, and Soul Bunny and some other people within the like his little space reacted to it and had some very negative things to say about it, obviously. And a bunch of his community members went and mass reported every single one of the videos until the entire YouTube was demonetized. And then Kidology was really upset about it. They had a one-on-one conversation, and they talked for maybe about 2 hours. And Kidology was just like very much like, trying to be very non-confrontational.
Transfemci redeemed reward suggest a command.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. And was just like just trying avoiding confrontation at all costs. And what ended up happening is that like he was basically FD Signifier was basically just like patronizing her, talking down to her the whole time about like yes, I'm sorry that your channel got like mass reported and you lost all your money, but like you should know that this kind of thing is likely to happen if you say a bunch of things that are like like transphobic or whatever. And then she said, well, what is it that I said that was actually transphobic? And he's like, well, you tell me, like, what was it that you said in the video? Then she said, well, I said that that I think that the authority about what should happen with trans people should be between trans people and their doctors or whatever, and that the doctors should be the authority because I don't know enough to comment on it or whatever. And then he sort of implied that like, see, like that is not that's not trusting trans people or some shit like that. So she asked him, well, what is the correct take? And then he says, funnily enough, that's not up for me to decide.
Yeah.
And it's shit like that where it's like, you
I
know, as long as
remember that actually. Yeah,
as
yeah.
long as you can like signal to people that you're on a particular side, it doesn't really matter whether or not you understand any of it or you know, communicate those things to anyone else. It's all about whatever side that you present yourself as being a part of.
Right.
And it's never really about like what is actually true or trying to do the right thing or anything like that. Exactly why he starts out the video by criticizing people who will criticize people based on their associations with other people, and then later on in your conversation with him, immediately does the same exact thing to Shark, because it's not about that. It's about whether or not you're on the right side. That's all it ever is.
Yeah. Yep. It's the click thing. It's the Mean Girls. I feel bad for Shark and all of that bullshit.
Yeah, me too. Shark just seems like someone who wants to hang out, mind his own business, have his own little private community talking about politics and video games or whatever.
Yeah.
The amount of vitriol that he gets just for like communicating with people who he thinks can help him build his own community so he can have fun on the internet is insane.
Well,
I thought it was. I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot, but I thought it was very
No, it's all
funny.
good.
I thought it was very funny, Aiko, the way that you brought up the clip of what was said in the Soul Bunny video.
Yeah.
To remind people just how absurd, stupid, and cringe that entire like accusation was. Yeah. This idea of Shark is making the space like making black people feel unsafe for protecting someone who said that a white woman making a book about noodles is funny actually, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Right? Like really making it so like, you know, FD Signifier can like pontificate all he wants about like power dynamics and shit like that, but if you actually look at the video, it's abundantly apparent that this is the stupidest thing you've ever fucking heard. And so yeah, I'm glad that you that you played it.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to, like I said before, I want to like show people things before anyone can like comment on them or insert like a narrative or line of thinking so that people will like be able to search within a clip about that thing. That's why I played like the Max Landis segment and stuff beforehand.
Yeah, because a lot of these things are just meant to, you know, take it as a given. You know, there's a lot of things that you're meant to take as a given because you're not really. The purpose isn't to break it down and think it through. That's not what the purpose is. The purpose is ending up on the morally correct position with the morally correct people.
Yep. Cringe. Yeah, it's all very cringe, all very, but yeah, I mean, that's kind of, you can't ask for people to be different. So I guess.
Oh, how did this happen anyways? I heard FD Signifier went into Sunday's chat or something.
Yeah, he saw my thumbnail and he went into Sunday's chat. That's.
Wait, did you make the thumbnail for Sunday?
No, my thumbnail. He saw my thumbnail, so he went into Sunday's chat.
If I had to guess, what actually happened is because he went on Tyler's after my video on him. I think he saw my video, saw that I was streaming with Aiko, saw Aiko's thumbnail, then commented about it in my chat. Something weird like that.
Well, he said that he saw it and it was horrifying. So that's
good job. Well done.
I aim to meme. Yep.
But you had his name in the title too, right?
Yeah.
Did you tag him?
No, I didn't tag him.
Okay. Because if he's tagged in a video, or even if YouTube picks up, you know how YouTube will, like, if someone reacts to your video, YouTube will send you a notification.
I never get that.
Video has been featured. You don't get that?
I've never.
No, you do. If someone ats you in the title.
Yeah, if they at me, I've had that happen before. Like Addy Peoples, who was banned recently.
I've gotten this. I assume other people do as well, but
Yeah.
There's a feature that YouTube has that, like, if a certain amount of your video has been featured in a video that they have posted, not in a live stream, but in a video that they've posted, if it detects it, then you'll get. There should be a section in your studio where it has a list of all the people that have featured your content, and I think you can turn it on and off. But I think he'll do that, and then or search his name or whatever. If there's ever any content about him online whatsoever, he's watched it.
Yeah, he was
been in,
saying that.
like, yeah, he's stirred
He
up shit
searches
in
for his
like my comments on YouTube before. Like, he's constantly looking at like every single thing that anyone says, and if it's negative, he's always going in and typing paragraphs in the fucking
Oh my
comments.
goodness.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is the first time he noticed, but I've been waiting to talk about this for like a year and a half. So,
Oh, I know. I remember when you brought it up to me.
yes, so I'm glad that I'm just glad when people know things. Ta-da. Yeah. So I guess that's it. We're doing drama on Fridays now. I mean Sunday. Drama Fridays.
Drama Fridays? That's a good way
Yeah.
to segment it. Well, what are you going to do all the other days?
Who knows? Who knows? No, I mean like specifically
Also
Fridays. Well, I mean
people
for
have to
me,
sign up for my OnlyFans to know that.
well, yes. More like me explaining a drama weekly to Sunday.
Oh, like a drama lore thing?
Yeah, or just something that's
Yeah,
going on, any drama.
Yeah.
Just feed
This
it
one
to
was
him.
weird because the guy compulsively showed up right at the beginning of it.
He would be the one to do it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it worked out. Aside from whatever the weird nerd shit at the end.
I was not going to push that. I just didn't want to.
No, I think he wanted.
I didn't want to
wanted
scare
talk
him away
about
from
it.
the call.
I could
What,
tell
the
he
weird
really
nerd shit,
wanted
the
to talk
Attack on
about it.
Titan thing?
What's that?
The Attack on Titan thing? Is that what you mean, the weird nerd shit?
Yeah.
I was going to suggest we do that on another call or just not do it at all. I didn't want to do it. He just pivoted into that at one point.
He really wanted to. He brought it up like a
really-
few
yeah.
times. So I was like, okay.
Adorable.
Yeah, well, that's like, but he didn't want to have to come back. So, which is fine, fair, I guess. What have you been doing, kid?
I've been doing a marathon. I have
Well-
20 seconds till it goes to the death screen, so we'll see what happens. But
Okay. We'll
Yeah,
be
so
here.
I just
We'll,
wake up, I take a shower, I eat some food, I stream, I go to bed, I do it again.
how do you do
For the
that?
past
You're so young.
16 days. What?
That's crazy. You're still young. You can do that. You still
Yeah.
have the sparkle in
How
your
old are
eyes.
you, kid?
29, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So that's nice. How are you dealing with this? How are you coping? You
I don't
seem
know,
very
like,
coherent.
it takes 90 days to form a habit or something. So I don't know. It feels same as it did yesterday and the day before that. I guess.
Okay. Okay, well, that works. Yeah, I don't know. Have you watched anything interesting that I can watch?
Today I think I started with you guys. I don't know.
And every other
I've been
day was
I've been doing that, and I've been
Kid's
researching the,
allergic to content. He's watching Tyler screaming at Loner Box. He's like, you know who I
Oh,
really,
you didn't
you
watch
know where
it
the
very
money
long
is? Let's
because
watch
I watched that
Smugbug.
for probably 5 minutes, and then said
Yeah,
this
I
is
saw.
not productive, and then moved on.
it's
See,
not
if you were serious, you would have watched it for like 6 hours, like I did.
that was you saw like the bloodlust
My eye,
though, right?
by the
For
way,
the,
like before stream started, was like the entire thing was just twitching. Like it's like, oh my god.
Well, I couldn't because I didn't do enough research about the situation. So like having someone like Tyler give like the worst defense possible, and then
I mean, it's
not
probably
do
the opportune situation, the ideal situation for you because he didn't either. He probably somehow still knows less than you. it's like
No,
there-
I
there's-
listened to Smugbug's debate with him. I thought that was I thought
With
that
Tyler?
was
Smugbug was good. Smugbug can actually Smugbug
With
can
Tyler?
be like extra. No, with Loner Box.
Oh, okay.
He's a
Smugbug,
smart
yeah.
guy. He's a smart
Well,
bug.
that's the thing. He can be extra, like he can be like obnoxious, but I think the thing with Smugbug is he knows what he doesn't know. And that's
Exactly.
like,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what I appreciate about people. That's what I appreciate about people is when they know what they don't know and they never They never like step outside of the frame of like what they actually know. Those are the people that I appreciate the most.
No, but you see, Tyler does too. He just doesn't fucking care. So that's the.
Well, yeah, that's why I don't respect it.
Do you see him like reminiscing about murdering?
I mean, no, but it sounds about right.
I'll wait. I'll just show you. I'll show you real quick.
Oh my god.
Um.
We mentioned Tyler. We've awoken the dragon. Okay, here we go. 6 more
No,
hours.
it's just this. It was before the loaner box thing. It's like
He is legitimately a gold
second.
mine. Like it's amazing just how many insane things he just says in like the span of an hour.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. There's definitely some people like that, like Anarch and stuff like that. That like, you can kind of guarantee every video you're gonna get something, something funny, no matter how innocuous it is. But,
yeah.
Is Anarch like that? I thought he was just like a boring. He just did like weird milquetoast anarchist essays. What did he do that's
there's
crazy?
so many little like gold mines in there. It's so funny. You should, if you haven't watched it. He doesn't put out that much content, but if you
Like the
haven't
last thing I saw was a boring ass video on like, oh, this is the state or James Scott. I was just bored. Like what's
or whatever the fuck.
what's a
if you watched
crazy
it-
thing he's done?
well, his video one. Well, I guess this is for the I do more nerdy stuff in the morning, but like he has this part on he has a whole like little rant on Nietzsche, where he doesn't understand Nietzsche at all. While he talks about Nietzsche and Deleuze and just like little things that he's away, and it's fascinating actually because he gives you like a misunderstood but like partially like summarized view of what Nietzsche's criticism of the left is, and then the rest of the video is him perfectly making the perfect example of that thing that Nietzsche was criticizing.
Oh yeah.
This appeal to like
But representing it as like as
yeah,
Nietzsche.
so like on the one hand saying, Nietzsche says that the left is encapsulated with ressentiment and saying that they are good because they are weak and stuff like that. And then he says that he agrees with all of that, and then later on immediately shifts back into like that the left is correct because they stand for the people and that the people are like the true way for a revolutionary future. It's so funny. It's stuff like that. If you're nerdy enough, which I know you are, then you might get a kick out of it. More content wise, there's that video that he did criticizing ContraPoints on the election stuff, where he says that like telling people to vote is like voting or electoral politics in general is like emotionally exhausting.
Wait.
Which is why you shouldn't advocate for people to do it.
Wait.
You gotta
wait,
show up once.
Wait. I'm sorry.
So easy.
He criticized ContraPoints for the same thing that he criticized Demon Mama for criticizing ContraPoints for.
I don't know.
Remember,
you're thinking of Tyler. He's talking about
No,
Anarch.
not Tyler. Yeah, I was talking about Anarch.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? That would be a
'cause
Tyler thing to do.
Yeah, because Tyler did that too. Tyler, that was weird though, because it wasn't just that he was criticizing Demon Mama for being like anti-electoralism or something. He was criticizing Demon Mama because apparently Tyler thinks that electoralism is made up.
Yeah.
It's not a real thing.
He thinks that she made it up.
Well, because what I learned is that because I had a conversation with him afterwards. We were still in talking terms at that point, and I looked up electoralism. I was like, where the hell is he getting this from? I just want to make sure I have like a cogent definition. And what comes up immediately is a Wikipedia article, which has like a weird, highly specific. Let's see. So if I should be able to find it still. Jesus, I'm so tired. If I look up electoralism, it's like on Wikipedia, as a topic of the dominant party system, political science literature, electoralism describes a situation where the transition out of hard authoritarian rule is initiated and managed by the incumbent regime. It's like, okay, sure. But then it's also used as a shorthand for prioritizing election campaigns over every other concern in domestic politics or whatever. But he was convinced because he found that well, therefore Demon Mom was using the word electoralism wrong, and that's
really
what he's going. And he even said that recently, like made up things like electoralism in a recent video. It was very very strange.
Oh yeah, that reminds me of I got into a fight the other day with like some people in chat about like how you determine someone is an establishment candidate. or what people are referring to when you say that someone is a establishment candidate. And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not like a set definition, but the thing that people are pointing at is very particular, is very specific, and it's really easy to understand. But like some people just get weird about it. What is this, anyways?
I'm gonna show you the tie murder take.
Oh my god.
When I saw this, I was like absolutely deranged, because I've been saying, like, you know, casually commenting about him machine gunning brown children down and stuff, but
By the way, chat, Kid Not Kid has 34 minutes left in his marathon, so go super chat if you want him to continue streaming until he dies of a blood clot or something.
Yeah, please, I'll need
Which
it
I
if you
think it'd be
want this to
funny.
Continue. If you don't want really awkward interruptions, then please give me money, or else there will
Okay,
be.
go super chat Kid, or else he's gonna be Tamatoa for the rest of the
Use
stream.
direct donations. It adds more time that way.
okay. Okay.
Did you drone in all your bombs, Tyler? No, I was a machine gunner. I shot machine guns at people. And actually, the one time I fucking dropped a bomb on a guy, I held a laser on him. Meow. Literally, I looked at the guy, and I held a laser on him until he fucking died from a bomb coming out of a plane. You didn't think I could answer that question, did you? Killed a guy like that.
So fucking cool.
What? Okay, sorry. I love you. No talking about the war.
His wife seems nice.
No talking about the war.
Wait, who was that? That told him.
That was
His wife. He has a wife. So, you know, the sound effects are nice. I think he's trying to black humor, making fun of a dire situation. I do not think that's black humor.
Okay, look, you black humor making fun of a dire situation when you're talking about it with people who've experienced something similar, not when you're trying to look like a tough guy in front of an audience full of kids. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. I agree. I think that's about right. Yeah. I saw that he put up a video about how to blend in with normies. And I was thinking about watching that. Does anyone want to join me?
I have a huge list of content that I want to do.
Okay, well, fine then.
I don't want to. I don't want to third wheel my audience
That's fair.
for too long.
What about you, Sunday? Are you sticking around?
Are you implying we're the third wheel? We've got like collectively like 6 times your audience.
No, the chat would
The
be
chat.
the third wheel. Wait, also, but for the record, I hear you say this a lot. You understand that I stream on more than just YouTube, right?
Yeah, but Twitch doesn't count.
Twitch doesn't. They're not real people. You're real people to me, Twitch.
Also, just to be clear, you've got 69 on Twitch, so we still have double you, just to be clear.
What,
You've got
collectively
80?
between the two of you?
No. Me by myself. I've got 186 right now at the low end, right now at the late end of my stream. Aiko's got, what do you have, Aiko?
I don't
Aiko
know. You
streams on
scared
2 as
them all.
well. Ah.
You scared them all away with the weeb stuff.
Aiko's got 30. Hang on, wait. No, this is important. We need to put Kid in his place. Aiko's got 30
Oh
and
my
40.
God.
So technically, we've got 3 times your
20
amount.
and 22. So about 93.
Ooh. Big shot.
This
It's okay. It's okay.
And for the record, 2
Yes.
additional points. Half of my audience is in
Relax,
Aiko's
Sunday.
chat because you
It's
guys were
really
talking to
cringe to
FD
flex
Signifier.
about viewership.
So, well done. for
Okay, well,
stealing.
just so you know, I was promoting you in the server beforehand, so that
Oh my
what you would think
God.
is my your audience is actually my audience that's just been cycling around.
I hate these
And,
conversations.
don't worry, kid.
That's
I'm
not true
redirecting my
because,
audience to you
because
afterwards.
I talk shit
Okay,
about you all the time and they don't defend you. So
that's because they know I can handle it because I'm bigger.
Thank you, Peter, for the bits. I appreciate it. But yeah. Okay. I'll leave you with this.
Oh.
That's my
Am I
newest
looking?
Tyler soundbite.
What was that?
That was
That was
Tyler.
him imitating me, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
Yep.
you for that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do that. I'll let you do your content, kid. Are you sticking with me, present Sunday? Are you leaving?
I've been on for 5 hours. I'm gonna dip. It's like we're hitting the 6-hour mark. I did 6 hours yesterday. I'm so done.
Okay.
Whoa, it's 6 hours.
I know, right? Well, here's the thing. I have a life. Okay, I actually get up out of this chair. Both of you, like your legs are like narrow little sticks because you've never moved.
True.
Okay, I'm gonna go run.
Okay,
Really?
I'm a
Run
full
away?
human.
Run.
you.
Run away. Okay. Well, all right. Well, thanks for joining me.
For completely derailing the conversation, having a one-on-one conversation with FD Signifier. Yeah,
It's
you're
okay.
welcome. Sorry about that.
Well, thank you for your apologies. Apologize to
A hot
chat
train
though.
approaches.
Thank you,
Fire
Harry.
is the devil hiding like a coward in the smoke.
Thank you for the 1,000
I'm-
bits. And
Haven't heard that one in
remember,
a while.
if I get the donut goal today, I will be making a fancy big boy. I just have to find the video.
All right, I'm sending you all to Aiko. Have a good night, everyone.
Okay, good night.
Aiko.
Oops, I ran away. Oops, I clicked the button. We're gonna, all right. Tyler 10 again. Okay. All right, everyone. Hello. Live, not top chat, and please like the stream. So that's nice. I won. Yay. I won. Okay. Tyler uploaded a video called Trick Normies into Thinking You Are One of Them. Hey, Estelle. Hey, trans femcel. This donation isn't real. Listen. Deceive the normies. Deceive is spelled wrong, but that is okay. Thank you for the raid, President Sunday. Welcome, raiders. Everyone, live, not top chat, and please like the stream. Thank you. Hey, Vazen. Ready for Tie Tent? Let's see. Tie Tent title change. Here's the link to this if anyone wants to watch it for themselves. Okay.
More Perfect is a much better organizing model than PV. Is that More Perfect union? I don't watch their stuff, but PV needs to have a lot higher standards for who speaks for them and works deep behind the scenes. Yeah. Regardless of what Vosh pays and how big Vosh's audience is, he can advertise for PV. He should never be at a PV event. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Could you imagine if they had that next to a school, the memes that you would see? Imagine any of those videos.
This was put up September 13th, by the way.
If you had fucking Vosh with like a piece of playground equipment in the background. If they had an event and they didn't realize it was next to a fucking stable, people would try to be talking about like politics. His own community would be like, I bet he fucked the horses in that stable behind him. Like, you should probably keep that guy out of the camera lens. It's a fucking miracle of just this era that he has not been tarred and feathered and thrown out of the fucking city that he lives in. At any other point in time. You know what I mean? You got to keep him out of there. You got to not have fucking Canadians speaking on American events. If PV decides to go cross the border, Canadians should not have Americans speaking at Canadian events. I think Canadians understand that more intrinsically because they're already irritated about how much influence America has in their politics. You got to think your way through that shit. You should have a standard code of dress for all of the people that show up. I'm not even fucking kidding. Anyone that complains about that, you need to be deeply suspicious of how serious they are about politics, because that's the social club motherfuckers. No, I feel like I should be able to show up with my fucking tits out and like a fucking micro skirt.
What?
You know what I mean? For a political event. It's like, nah, man.
I mean, who cares? For I almost said Project Veritas. For progressive victory, who cares?
Nah, I'm not slut shaming you. I'm work shaming you. You're not showing up ready for the job. You got to show up ready for the job. People gave Pixie shit about that. She's a fucking Destiny Orbiter because she showed up in like e-girl shit.
Who? Pixie?
Shit about that. She's a fucking, you got to show up ready for the job. People gave Pixie shit about that. She's a fucking Destiny Orbiter because she showed up in like e-girl shit to the event in high heels and stuff to go door knocking, which is pretty justified. Then people try to slut shame her for it. Unjustified. It's not slut shaming, it's work shaming. You know, if you show up to go door knocking in high heels, I'm going to be highly fucking judgmental of you, as will every woman on earth. That's not a sexist thing. That's a who the fuck tries to walk 18 blocks and knock on 25 doors in a neighborhood you've never visited in fucking 3-inch heels. Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm not saying Pixie necessarily did that. I think she actually brought boots. But, like, that's a thing. You know what I mean? Bring the right kind of shoes. Don't go in sandals. Don't go in fucking flip-flops for dipshit guys. 3 inches small game. Yeah. Show up in your fucking hymn. Your hymn.
I don't understand. Yeah, if you wear heels, you can't do politics. You're door knocking. Just look like a person. Whatever. Okay, I can't. If there's a female nipple in there, I can't
From
show it.
Powerpuff Girl heels, the crab claw heels, the fucking.
Yeah, there are no sensible nude pumps in canvassing.
We gotta dress like Mormons. You don't even have to go that far. I swear to God. You can go. There's a store. I'm gonna fuck you up if you're an American. I'm gonna fuck your entire brain up. I'm gonna fuck your entire brain up. If you're a fucking middle class college kid with some sort of brain issue and you're like, oh fuck, I'll never have a job. I'll never be able to work. I'm only ever weird. I'm gonna fuck your whole brain up right now. There's a store called Kohl's. Starts with a K. Kohls. It's called Kohl's, and you can go buy professional looking clothes for cheap there. They have, and I'm gonna blow your mind. What we
More
call a
fashion
clearance section.
advice from Tyler.
And their clearance section almost always has khaki pants in it. Watch out now.
Oh my god. DGG, go to the store and get khakis.
I might have scared you. Don't startle. Don't startle. Khaki. K-H.
If a bunch of people came to my door wearing khakis, I would not answer the door. But then again, I would not answer the door either way.
A-K-I. These khaki pants will be sold in a variety of sizes for $20, sometimes $30, sometimes $5. If you buy a pair of these khaki pants, somewhere in the vicinity of them is going to, I know, hold on, whoa, take a breath, is going to be this thing called a belt rack. Watch out now.
Oh my God.
You're going to see strips of leather with little metal bits on the end, okay? These are belts. If you go up to the belt rack, it'll have numbers on them. Don't worry about it. Fuck the numbers. Just find them, and you can play a little game called Trying On a Belt. And then you take the belt off, and you put it around your little belly, your waist, where your pants will be someday. And if you can close it and put the thing through the loops, you now have a belt. The belts will also be in the clearance area. Further, there's a place called the
Look normal by being a 20-year-old dressed like their granddad. Hey, Sophie.
shoe area. In the shoe area, there is also another clearance area. And in that clearance area will be ugly fucking shoes. They're called loafers, right? Or Oxfords. These shoes will be sold for like $30 to $40 a pair. They can be as cheap as $2 if you go at the right time. If you know any women over 30, some over 15, but don't talk to any children, they will have deep ancestral knowledge of what they call sales at the Kohl's. And if you talk, they will go, oh, I know. You're talking about Kohl's? They're having a sale in 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
Clearance.
Why are we
shoes
watching this?
will also be an additional
Why did
50%
I do this
off.
to us?
If you go there at this time, you can use 5 to 6 hours of the most minimum wage labor you have and buy professional looking clothes. This does not mean you're a professional. What you're buying is a disguise to trick the normies into making you think,
Hey,
them
NJ.
think that you are a normie too. When you get the pants, put them on. You don't even have to iron them. You should. Don't worry. We're not going to get into ironing. That's horrifying. Horrifying. I will tell you this, though. If you are a little train enthusiast, you're like, I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know if I could ever do anything. Put on normal clothes. I don't know about that. There is a thing that you can buy that's flat and it gets hot. It's called an iron.
Oh my
There's a
God.
board that goes with it. It's like 2 toys in one. And you can use it to smooth cloth. You know all the cloth that you have that has little boop, little folds in it and shit? It's like wrinkled. You can rub it with the hot flat thing and flatten it out for hours. You just fixate. Listen to music. Watch TV. There's a skill to it. It takes time. Specific temperatures, specific amounts of water. Different materials will flatten at different rates. Some of them won't flatten at all. You could do this at your own home. You could iron.
He's describing what the white nationalists did to try to not look like Nazis.
Your khaki pants. I know that sounds scary, but it is a thing that is waiting for you to do.
Would you help Jack? Storytime with Tomfoolery presents Who will help Jack off the horse? Jack got himself onto a horse, high up in the air. To get him down onto the ground, we might need some stairs. I am Morse. Morse, of course. Would you help Jack off the horse? I do not like you, Morse, of course. If you were mine, we would divorce. I would not, could not, Morse, of course. I would not help Jack off the horse. Would you do it here or there? I would not do it here or there. I would not do it anywhere. If he got up there somehow, would you help Jack off a cow? All that I can say is, wow, I would not help Jack off a cow. Not here, not there, not there,
Yeah, this
not
is just
now.
green eggs and
I
ham.
would not help Jack
Yeah.
off a cow. Perhaps if we were on a boat, would you help Jack off a goat? I would not help Jack off a goat. Not here, not there, not on a boat. This Jack of yours, he seems quite ill. Get him off, I never will. If I find myself afloat, with you and Jack aloft a goat, I will dive into the sea, and that's the last you'll see of me. Would you do it in a car? Would you do it in the dark? Not in a car, not in the dark. Not here, not there, not where we are. Let me make myself quite clear. Then I am getting out of here. I would not help Jack
If you
off.
want to pick that up as a hobby. Now, you have shoes. You have a belt. The belt goes, there's loops on the pants. You should put the belt in the loops. It goes whoop, 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 around. You fix it. Holy shit. But now you're standing there, half naked in front of a mirror. Baffled. I'm confused. Oh. All you need now is one last item. One of the easiest to buy. A shirt. A shirt. You just go and buy a shirt. It'll button up. There'll be blue. There'll be ugly-ass yellow. There'll be white. You can spend forever. Go and look at the shirts. The shirt, doesn't matter how long it is, as long as it goes past the bottom of the pants, it could be super long. You just tuck it in. You don't have to worry about it. You just tuck it right the fuck in. It's crazy. I know all these t-shirts, they button up. Ah, fuck that. Fuck these t-shirts. Fuck this anime silk shirt shit. You buy one of these fucking shirts, insanely cheap. They are going to be covered in little squares because they're all folded up. They got little buttons down the front. You can try to get the buttons. You can pick the kind of button that's on it. It's very customizable. Some of the buttons will be plastic. Some of them will be wood. If you look real hard, you find a cheap wood button shirt. Those are rare nowadays.
Wood?
Maybe metal. And you can button it up. Pick how much buttons you want buttoned. You should button most of them, right? And then if it's really long, you just tuck it into the pants. And then you go walk around outside and you go, oh shit, almost perfect. Then you got one last thing to do. From the neck up, all right, you don't have to shave all your fucking hair off. But if you got hair on your face, just make sure that you don't look like any of the serial killers that would usually cut someone to pieces and eat them in movies about West Virginia that are shot in Colorado. Just woo, 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 woo. You can actually get this on clearance too at a Kohl's. At Kohl's, they have these things called electric razors.
What a baby. Frankie, where are you? Frankie. What a baby. I'm gonna eat it. What a cutie. Hmm.
The horse. I would not do it, Morse, of course. I would not help Jack off a cow. Not in the past, not in the now. I would not help Jack off a goat. This is the end, that's all she wrote. In the sea is where I'll be. This is farewell to you from me. You say you like it in the sea? In the sea, you say to me. On this day I must agree. In the sea's the place to be. Let me make one final plea. Then I swear I'll let you be. One more? Fine. Just make it quick. This time with you has made me sick. As we sail across the bay, could you find a way? I hope you might.
Now, it's not like a little scrape your face razor. The metal ones, those are
This
scary.
is
They cut
chaos
you.
now.
Oh, no.
I'm chaos.
These are electric razors. And you put a little plastic bit on it, it'll click. It's a very appealing click. There's all sorts of sizes and widths. Oh my God, it's a lot of fun, and it makes a nice buzzing sound. You can sometimes, if you want, you can just turn on the electric razor. You can move it back and forward next to your ear and see if that just makes you feel a little bit better. You put that little plastic bit on it, it'll only let the razor cut so much of your beard or whatever off. So if you're a chinless goofity goof and you want to keep that fake chin that you got made out of beard hair, you just and then instead of being like a scraggly inbred fucking wilderness demon, you just be like a normal person, right? They also, and this might be a little extra, they also sometimes sell some shower equipment there for people. You can get that too. But for less than like $100, very often you can go to this store. I know it's crazy. I'm gonna say it one more time. It's called a Kohl's, Kohls.
Oh
Kohl's. Ask women in your life, maybe some men, and they'll tell you, "Oh, there's a sale. I'll go with you to the sale." You can buy yourself a whole normie disguise. You don't have to call it clothes. It doesn't represent you. It's a disguise, okay? A disguise. You're crafty now. This is theater, okay? It's not politics. It's theater. Da-da, da-da, da-da,
He's appealing to the Queeman
demographic. Then you'll be.
I was young and I was based and I was trying to appeal to the Queeman demographic.
You'll be right. Then you just go out in your normie disguise and you go to their houses and you pretend to be like one of them. And you say, "Hey, normie, don't say it like that. You can practice what you want to say. Say, hey, buddy, did you know that the way that things are doesn't have to be that way?" And they'll go, "I have maybe thought of this before."
The
What they
straights
won't
are
say
not
is,
okay.
"Get off my porch, weirdo." Maybe they will. Hopefully they won't. But this is possible. This is available to you. You can do this. It's right there. It's right fucking there. And then once you know your sizes, you can use their online store. True. Walmart khaki headquarters. Tyler's getting personal with the beard stuff. You can keep the beard. Just trim it up a little bit. Yeah, those things go up to like a 2-inch. Just trying to about even it up. Even it up. Truly see why Vosh knew he lose a debate with Tyler on fashion. Dude, if I busted out that you can get fucking dressed at the clearance section at a Kohl's. I don't know if you know this, but some people are a little too. It's hard for them to go outside, and it's very insensitive for you to say that.
I wish we
A
could
safety
watch
razor is goated.
the
That's what I used. I used a safety razor. I don't know why I touched my
the-
face. I didn't shave today.
Kill Tony.
My Kohl's went under, and I haven't
Madison
recovered.
Square
Shout out
Garden.
Macy's. My wife worked at a Macy's when she was younger. Now every time she sees a Macy's going under, she's like, "No, Tyler, I'm going to steam my clothes while they're still on my body and burn myself." Yeah. But Tyler, how am I going to serve cunt if I shop at Kohl's? You're never going to serve cunt if you can't buy it at Kohl's. Let's be fucking honest. Did you think that if you were able, because I don't know if you know this, but you can go hard as fuck at a Kohl's. You
I'm
go even harder at a
scrolling
Macy's.
so much.
Kohl's is great. Kohl's sells fucking like they sell sewing machines and other like cheap fabric. You can fucking absolutely obliterate. If you want to like literally go hard, go to Kohl's, buy a fucking cheap ass goddamn Singer sewing machine and just everything from the clearance section that's for like extra big people. And then now you have infinite cloth and you just make shit with it. You can tailor your t-shirts. Bro, trying to weaponize acoustic tendencies. Spray your clothes. Jun's got one. I'm going to give you guys another one from the military. Spray your clothes with a little water and throw it in the dryer for like 3 to 5 minutes. It will iron out moderately. Not as good as a real iron, but nice enough in a rush. Military trick. Only for stuff you've already ironed, but maybe have sat in for the day. Put it on a hanger the way that it will like lay on you, right? So put your clip, if you have pants, clip your pants into like a pants clip at the bottom of a hanger.
Oh my god, I'm trying to find
don't just hang
something
them,
else, but
'cause you want as much weight on it as possible. Put those in the clips on a clip. Some hangers have
Oh
a
my
hanger
God.
with little pinchy clips. Put them on the clip.
This is
bed.
all my fault.
Put your shirt on the top of it, and then have other ones for the same deal, and then put that in the shower in the shower. Hang that on the fucking towel rack and get a hot as fuck shower in a small room without the fan on. So like it gets steamy as fuck, and that can actually relax the fabric again while you're in there, especially if it gets hot. If you have like a little heater thing in the room or something to like heat the clothes too, or if it just gets hot as fuck, that'll also work. Another thing you can do is keep your clothes, don't do it too much, but keep your clothes in the sunlight.
Did we watch?
So they get fucking nuked.
Hope you enjoyed your time on the west side.
Shush. We watched that whole thing. Did we watch the Lindsey Graham makeover? I don't think we did.
Back to Queer Eye for the MAGA Guy, the show where I, a liberal, reach across the aisle to help conservatives recreate their favorite politicians' makeup looks. Lindsay's makeup is a prime example of how gender-affirming care can come in all shapes and sizes. Lindsey Graham's makeup might not be as yassified as Matt Gaetz or as highlighter orange as Trump's, but he is still wearing makeup, however subtle. Lindsay has some rosacea that flares up from time to time. I personally would use a green color corrector, but he doesn't. To replicate that coloring, I'm using Pink Sizzle by Revlon.
Yeah, I don't think we watched.
Gently rub that into the skin. Perfect. Much like Lindsay's allegiance to Donald Trump, his use of cosmetics will ebb and flow based on how the political wind is blowing. But no matter how much makeup Lindsay is or is not wearing, his under eyes tell a very interesting story. With a cream brown concealer, paint in some under eye bags so we look worried for America. For this step, I would recommend blending it out with your fingies. But we don't want to look too worried for America, so we're going to lighten and brighten. Start at the edge of your crow's feet and work your way down on the top of your cheekbone. Here Lindsey Graham is right after he condemned Trump for January 6th, but then realized Republicans weren't going to turn on Trump that easily. That's what our gal Lindsay calls an oopsie doodle. I think Lindsay is self-conscious of the depth of his nasolabial folds, which is why I think he wears more concealer along those lines. It's at this point I realized my under-eye bags don't look like I'm worried enough for America, so I'm going in with a little blue eyeshadow. This is a trick a lot of men who wear makeup do because they think it makes them look like they don't wear makeup. I personally don't think it works. But we're going to take a pink liner and run it on our under eye. And just for fun, to create a cohesive look, let's do the top of our eyelids as well. If you're going to put it on your eyelids, I would recommend only doing it if it is a sheer shimmery product. This gives you the illusion that you've been crying in the coat closet. A lot of people, both Democrat and Republican, like to speculate that 69-year-old never-married Lindsey Graham is a homosexual. I personally don't like to speculate on other people's sexualities. And doing so can quite often make a fool of yourself. I mean, Beverly Leslie from Will and Grace was not a homosexual. He was a heterosexual with his business partner, Benji. Now for some depth and blotchiness, I'm gonna stipple on a hot pink eyeshadow. Be sure and hit the ball of your nose that doesn't grow anymore when you lie ever since you became a real boy. Because we want a very flawed finish, we're going to go in with a sheer satin foundation. And we're gonna blend it with our pink beauty blender, 'cause he's a boy. Blend, blend, blend. Less product is more product. Ever since Christopher Robin lost Lindsey Graham in the 100-Acre Woods, he has never been the same. And he doesn't want anyone to see him sweat, which is why he bakes with a setting powder. Just to make myself look a little bit more like Lindsey Graham, I'm gonna take a white NYX Jumbo Stick and cover my eyebrows. We're gonna use a pink blush because Lindsey is breaking the curse of the orange blush conservatives. Blush isn't so obvious. Blend down. Final step is taking some highlighter and putting it on all the areas we painted lighter. Be sure and draw a T for Trump on your forehead and a little white powder under the nose. I don't know why they do that. It just makes them look sweaty. And this is our final result. I am very lucky because I happen to own the exact same Ava Gabor wig Lindsey Graham wears, in my opinion. Thank you so much for watching. Be sure and leave a comment telling me how you think I did and what other conservative politicians' makeup looks you would like to see me recreate. All right, my strange little onions, I love you. Have a hug, a cookie, and a juice box. Mwah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Only one that was left.
I have to pee. I'm giving you smacking dicks again.
All I wanna do is smack dicks all day and all night. Smacking dicks. All I wanna do is smack dicks. The dicks are smacked with other dicks. All the dicks in the world are smacking against each other. Smack some dicks. We're smacking dicks on each other. Smacking dicks together forever, ever. Smacking dicks all around the world. We're smacking dicks on each other. But don't smack dicks if they're taking a nap. If they're that okay? I'm very stoned. Thank you.
Simp Nation, listen now. We're going to simp. Da, da, da.
All I wanna do is smack dicks all day and all night. Smacking dicks. All I wanna do is smack dicks. The dicks are smacked with other dicks. All the dicks in the world are smacking against each other. Smack some dicks. We're smacking dicks on each other. Smacking dicks together forever, ever. Smacking dicks all around the world. We're smacking dicks on each other. But don't smack dicks if they're taking a nap, if they're resting or peeing or engaging in sensual acts of penetrative or non-penetrative adults.
Okay. I'm back. I realize why I feel weird. Forgot to take this. Okay, we're gonna check out this channel. Hey, work criminal. Hello, everyone I didn't say hello to. Live, not top chat. Please like the stream. DM. Not today, but thanks, Critical Rad Theory. What's veto? Let me see. Okay, here. Let's see, total bitch. Okay, there's this new parody comedy commentator channel. Let's check it out.
Okay, folks, we need to talk about Tony Hinchcliffe because his deception is about to end. ABC is about to run a story on him. He's freaking out, and it's all unraveling, folks. So it's pretty funny for those of us that have known about his lies and have been following him. Just getting to watch him stress out now that he's finally successful and he has to admit the truth about his past. So a lot of people know that Tony was a door guy at the store, but a lot of people don't know that he was only a door guy at the store as a punishment. You see, the Comedy Store used to be a mafia hang. Before it was the Comedy Store, I guess it was some kind of mafia zone hangout. So there's still some mafia ties there. And Tony's dad, who he always brags about being in the mafia, well, that part is true. And Tony did something while on a trip in Italy that has never been named. No one knows what it is, but he did something so foul and disgusting that his father, as a punishment, made him be a door guy at the store for a summer. And Tony was actually a marketing major. Like he didn't have to be a door guy at the store. Like he was already financially well off. There was no reason for him to do this. It was literally just a punishment because of something he did. And again, no one's ever said, I mean, he's not going to admit what he did. I mean, I think we can all assume what he did. He went over on a college party visit to Italy and he did something.
You know what? This is the first ever one. I'm gonna do this one instead. ADHD time. Complete and total ADHD destruction. Crystalia, obsessed with Boy Meets World. Okay.
Okay, folks, we need to talk about Chris D'Elia because his career is over. It's all coming out this week. ABC is doing a story on Chris D'Elia and his many secrets. Now, as you know, Chris D'Elia has many controversies that people cover, but there's a whole secret, disgusting backstory that I've found here. Now, most people know that Chris D'Elia's dad was a big studio guy. He's a high up exec, so Chris D'Elia lived a life on set. He lived a life of privilege, a life of nepotism and being involved in Hollywood since he was a baby. And so here's where it gets interesting. The big show his father was the showrunner for was the show Boy Meets World. Big 90s hit, a big TGIF Fridays kids show. And if you'll pay close attention and look back and see, the character Eric Matthews shares a lot of similar traits to Chris D'Elia. Now, in an interview, Chris explains that his father wanted to give him the role of Eric Matthews, but he didn't act, at that time he didn't have the power to do so. He couldn't usurp the casting directors who'd given, who are looking at kids who have been acting for years. Chris D'Elia, this was his first gig. So Chris does not get the role as Eric Matthews. But if you look at that character, you'll see Chris D'Elia has based his entire life on that character. Chris D'Elia is copying forever Eric Matthews. He's trying to...
Unironically, actually, kind of.
Be this character on the show that was so successful that he didn't get to be. So just go back any random episode of Boy Meets World, scroll to the part where there's Eric Matthews, the older brother, the comic relief, and you'll see Chris D'Elia is taking his entire personality, his entire concept of comedy is coming from one guy. And that one guy, poor Will Friedle, the actor, who didn't want to be involved in any of this mess, has a restraining order against Chris D'Elia because Chris D'Elia, at one point in the early 2000s, got into a physical altercation with Will Friedle and broke his jaw. That's right, there's literally police reports that show that Chris D'Elia attacked, assaulted, and brutally injured Will Friedle, the actor, who, again, completely innocent, just cast in this role, has no idea that there's this psychopath who's fighting for his father's love by trying to be the character of Eric Matthews, and he feels like he was stripped of that. So after Chris D'Elia does this absurd and horrific assault on this young actor, Will Friedle, Chris disappears for a long time. No one hears about him for a while. Until about 10 years later, he pops up as the second lead on the show, Whitney, which is, as we all know, Whitney Cummings had a TV show and Chris D'Elia was the second lead. What you might not know about that is that Chris D'Elia's father was the showrunner for Whitney, and that is the only reason Chris was cast. Because again, Chris is not a known actor. Chris has had very few gigs up until this point, but all of a sudden he is cast as the second lead with zero experience. What do you know? Nepotism at work. His dad finally had the power to put his son in a role. So Chris is given this amazing opportunity to be on a TV show. He now gets to be famous, what he's always wanted, but he believes he deserves, and he blows it. Because on this show, Chris D'Elia won't stop acting like Eric Matthews from Boy Meets World. They don't want him to play this character. It's very clear that he's ripping off this very specific character.
That's
and the writers of the show, everyone on the show, including his father, begged him to drop it. Stop pretending to be Will Friedel's character. You're not the guy from Boy Meets World.
This is very disturbing because Chris D'Elia totally does look like he's copying him.
And you're funny. You can do this on your own. You don't have to rely on that as a crutch. Unfortunately, Chris D'Elia's entire personality is based on this character on Boy Meets World. So he really didn't see a way to not act like that, you know? And so eventually the show gets completely panned and called out for specifically that reason. Every single critic pointed to Chris D'Elia and said, wow, I wonder if this guy likes Boy Meets World. And it wasn't long before people put the dots together and realized, oh, he's actually connected to Boy Meets World because his father was the showrunner. So after his show crashed because he wouldn't drop the shtick, he starts claiming he's a stand-up comedian, and that's because Whitney Cummings at that point was doing stand-up comedy. So he starts to try to parlay his world over there, and he says, oh no, I guess I'm a stand-up comic. That's why I fail at everything. That's why my life's a mess. I'm just a stand-up. It's just how we are. It's our tribe. And there's actually been a lot of losers who have believed they were stand-up comedians because they were either addicted to something or sexual criminals, but it's not true. You know, just being a bad person, it doesn't inherently make you a comedian. I think it's also a good time to point out that Chris does have an actual mental condition called Union's syndrome. I believe it's pronounced Union's syndrome. And it makes him prone to young people's fashion and trends. It basically means it's like his mind isn't aging appropriately at the right level. So because of his diagnosis with Union syndrome, he cannot be convicted for any sexual crime on a child of any type because allegedly, legally speaking, his mind remains at 16. He gets to claim for the rest of his life. So the law cannot prosecute him because of his Union syndrome. He's literally immune to any crime there is, which obviously has led to him committing almost every crime there is. And he's also known as a big-time huckster. He went on Soft White Underbelly trying to promote some anxiety pills that were clearly just speed. And he's always disappearing and then coming back.
That
with
was such a weird
product.
interview.
He was featured on Shark Tank. I mean, I cannot count how many times he's tried to pitch an idea to them, and they let him on because he's at that point he'd become pretty famous. But these are real inventions of his. He's really a huckster trying to sell skin creams and a hair perming kit he was selling for a while that like his face was on the cover of, and even though his hair isn't permed, but it does make sense. Like he will lend his face to any product and he will claim it works. And he's usually, you know, hawking some kind of drug to the kids. I mean, in fact, the reason spice came onto the market and kids like to smoke spice are any of these weird gas station bath salt type technically legal drugs. Chris D'Elia is the one who actually popularized this because Chris D'Elia realized that kids in the suburbs can't get their hands on weed, so he's not going to talk about that type of drug in his stand-up. He's going to talk about stuff you can get your hands on. He wants it to be relatable. So even though Chris has probably never done bath salts, that was like his main bit for a long time was why you should try bath salts. So that literally helped boost that market and has killed potentially millions of people at this point. So Chris was pushing these weird drugs. He's always pushing drugs.
The fake
He's just trying to
weed.
get you to buy something. And
That fake weed that makes people like super aggressive and scary. Not bath salts, but it's not good.
When you see him, you want to make fun of him because he's wearing these weird, strange, you know, young person clothes. Right now, he's in an era where he's wearing the comically oversized shirts, and you know, it looks crazy on him. But again, he thinks he's 16, or so medically speaking, he's allowed to claim. And so he doesn't look dumb. Okay, he actually looks very cool. If he is indeed the age he thinks he is, he looks incredibly cool. So that we cannot hold against him. But what we can hold against him is his most recent allegations with his best buddy, Zachary Quinto. Those two disgusting freaks have just been outed by their exes. I guess they're in some type of throuple scenario with someone, but this woman alleges that they used to make her eat their poop. And that, I know that is absurd and disgusting, but this is the kind of sick Hollywood power play that these kind of guys do. So allegedly, Chris D'Elia and Zachary Quinto would, I guess, poop into some kind of bucket, and then they would take a spoon and mash it together to make sure it was completely mixed equally. That's what this woman said. You'd think, I mean, I don't know why that matters, but she said they would make sure it was mixed equally and that she had to eat a bite every day that she spent the night over there. And she would do it. She did this for months because these big celebrities, they both wanted to date her. But the price was you have to eat some of our poop. And that's insane. And it's crazy that it seems like everyone that I cover, at some point, they get outed as making people eat their poop, which is, I mean, otherworldly disgusting, disrespectful, evil. I mean, who can even fathom why you'd want that? How that could turn
Okay,
Chris
I don't
D'Elia
know how I
on
feel about this
Zachary Quinto,
channel.
I don't know. But this is the kind of stuff they do in Hollywood. This is the kind of stuff Bobby Lee and Tony Hinchcliffe and Chris D'Elia, this is the kind of stuff they're up to. They're all making people eat their poop for some reason. But when the ABC drops this story, I think Chris D'Elia is about to go back into hiding. Because, you know, last time he got called out on some stuff, he was hiding for a while. This time, it's going to be worse, okay? This is very odd behavior. And I think that most people didn't even know he was in a bisexual relationship with Zachary Quinto. And that's the least weird part
Don't
about it.
believe her either way.
Having
She's
making
full of
somebody eat your
shit.
poop is the weirdest
Heck.
thing. Let's get real here, okay, guys? Chris D'Elia, you're a total bitch. All right, that's it for Chris D'Elia. You guys let me know who you want me to cover next time. As always, we have the information you need. Absolutely no one else does. They give you some information. Yeah, you hear the same shit repeated over and over again by these stupid commentators. Well, guess what? We have new information. We have new news that no one else has. So let me know who you want to know the truth about.
Let me give you
Okay, folks, we need to talk about
another chance. Bobby Lee. I didn't love this. Let's try Bobby Lee.
Bobby Lee, because his world is about to crumble. Okay, folks, we need to talk about Bobby Lee, because his world is about to crumble. Mark Maron was just on his podcast, and he exposed him big time. For those of you that don't know, Bobby Lee is a longtime stand-up comedian, but most people don't know that he actually started off his career with a fake name and a fake race. That's right, Bobby Lee originally was going by Robert Rodriguez, and he was pretending to be Hispanic to fit in, I guess, and to get more views. So this man was pretending to be Hispanic for about 10 years.
Parody
He went by
page,
Robert
remember?
Rodriguez, and he was an opener for Carlos Mencia. And people have speculated that, oh, maybe Carlos made him do that, but that's not true. Bobby started going by Robert Rodriguez long before he ever met Carlos
I don't know
Mencia,
what
who
I'm
also,
watching either.
You know, goes by a fake name. These guys are both known for the same thing. Carlos Mencia's real name is Ned something. These are
That's
both two
true.
men who decided to fake their careers entirely, and at least in Bobby
It's like there's some random things that are true, but then like I think most of it is true.
case, when he realized it's not working out as
It's
this
very
fake
confusing.
Mexican comic, he changed it up and he said, I'm Korean now, even though Bobby Lee is actually Chinese. And these things, I know, to
He's
people
Korean.
who don't know Bobby Lee, maybe you don't care, maybe this doesn't matter to you, but this is actually a big deal because all of his comedy is based on his race, which he keeps changing. For the last 7 years, he's said he's Korean, and he has had, everyone knows the show Tiger Belly with his sister Kalila, and they have this long-term joke that they've hooked up, and there's all this, you know, they make very inappropriate jokes for brother and sister, and these people, you know, they live in a world of lies. They change their race every day. They change their age, they change their sex, they change their name. They have other whole lives and careers. They have secret families, usually these kinds of people. They've done a lot of horrific things. And in the case of Bobby Lee, his father was actually the creator of the Ritz cracker. And what this means is Bobby was raised incredibly rich. He was given everything he wanted. And the problem that happens with a lot of these kids that are raised hyper rich, like these cracker kid families, is they don't want to be associated with their Nabisco fathers. They don't want to be associated with these brands. They don't want people to know that actually someone's been paying for everything the whole way. So they really distance themselves. This guy is seriously rich, and he has some serious power in politics, in everything. He's just playing this character and we don't know why. No one really knows why someone this rich and powerful would get off on pretending to be a comedian and just, you know, like floating around the Comedy Store for years. It doesn't really make sense. But
Flynn, you want to tell me about your day? Would you have some snacks? Yeah? Would you play with some toys? And you got a new blanket. Oh no, it's a nice blanket.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
it's all about to end because Mark Maron was just on Tiger Belly and he called him out. He said, do you remember when you went by Robert Rodriguez? And Bobby Lee freezes up, and you can see the look in Bobby Lee's face, knowing that this information can't get out there. Bobby Lee doesn't want you to know that he pretended to be Mexican for many years and pretended his name was Robert Rodriguez. Look it up. You want to know why there's no flyers or there's no images of Bobby Lee doing stand-up before 2010? It's because he used to go by Robert Rodriguez. And there's plenty of images of him. If you look up the name Robert Rodriguez, there's plenty of images that are clearly Bobby Lee. So this guy's an absolute liar. He's absolutely insane. And one of the craziest allegations that has just recently come out about him is that he makes people eat his poop. And I know this sounds truly insane, but this is what the news. This just hit the newsstands, okay, guys? So don't blame me for this crazy story. But apparently, he makes employees, he makes anyone who he can subjugate to this power, this power threshold. He forces them to eat a tiny amount of his poop. And he claims that it's some kind of bonding thing. But obviously he's tricking these people into eating his poop. He's tricking them, and it's a power play. He wants to have some kind of power over them. He wants every employee to look at him and look him in the eyes and know that you've eaten my poop. And that's the kind of guy Bobby Lee is. And it's all about to crumble. Mark my words, by next week, Bobby Lee, he's not only canceled, he's moving out of the country. Trust me on this one. Bobby Lee is a total bitch. Alright guys, let me know who you want me to cover next. I've been doing these incredible deep dives. No one else has the information that I have. I have it all. So let me know in the comments who you want me to cover next.
I'm not super impressed about the lies, you know? Because it's, making up stuff. It's not like it didn't make me keck, you know? What's oh, look, they're little kittens. That's so cute. Hey, Cosmo Kitty.
Hello, YouTube. My name is Miles Anderson. I'm a professional joke explainer, and
Let's
today
watch.
I'm looking at the...
Let's watch this Miles video. I didn't eat until like way too late in the night. So my brain has already eaten itself. Here's this link. Brian Callen at the MMA Awards. Explained by an expert, which is Miles. I've watched loads of this guy's videos since you got me onto him. Yeah, I think Pasashock introduced us to it.
Hello, YouTube. My name is Miles Anderson. I'm a professional joke explainer, and today I'm looking at the comedy of Brian Callen, one of the best comedians working today. So we're here at the MMA Awards. Was a big stand-up. It's a big stand-up show.
What's up, everybody? How are you? How are you? Fantastic. Travis Brown, thank you for that beard, huh? A hand for that beard, ladies and gentlemen. If I had I just feel like he should stand on the front of boats if I looked like that. Just, you know what I mean?
All right, so really risky move right off the top, doing crowd work with a gentleman in the front row who he knows the name of, Travis Brown. They must be friends. I think the joke there.
This one's so painful, I'll need to mute it and do other stuff while you watch. Oh no.
Is that he says, "Thank you for that beard." which is sort of implying that maybe he grew the beard just for Brian Callen, which of course would be absurd. And then he says you should stand on the front of a boat, which again is like kind of a joke about the man's appearance. He kind of looks like he might be like a boat guy. So great stuff off the top.
It's amazing. It's so weird to be doing stand-up for you guys. I've always wanted to be a fighter. This isn't even what I wanted to do. Seriously, that's all I've ever, I'm a professional jackass, but I look at you, I'm not, it kills me. I'm not built to fight. I'm built to dance. Look at this shit. I'm just like, I look at how flexible. I've never taken dance, but I can do that. I can do 4 of those.
So that's okay. So that's first little bit there. The joke is just sort of that his arms can emote sort of a different level of masculinity. So the joke there is sort of like his arm is like strong, not strong because he wants to be a fighter, but it's like this, and it can also be like that. So that's sort of the joke there is sort of his arm movement.
It's funny. It's like I lift, I eat, and nothing grows. I just stay narrow and supple. I'm like built to gesture. I want to fucking hit, man. It sucks. I'd love to be a dancer too. I'm just, I'm straight, and so there's so many rules. No, but there are so many straight guy rules. It's such a homophobic society. You can't do, the things I'd like if I was a dancer. Like that's not allowed. I can't button my dances like that.
Okay, so the joke here is he's saying he can't be a dancer because he's a heterosexual man, and only homosexuals are allowed to dance. So the joke there, I guess, is that that isn't actually the rules.
There's so many things, like I was thinking about this, so many things as a straight guy you can't do. You can never frolic through wheat, for example. I can never just run through. You ever notice that? Like I can't forget my troubles, just, you know what I mean?
Okay, I guess so the joke kind of right now is that he's a straight guy, but his body can do effeminate things. So
I was thinking, I can't even run through a wheat field and drag my hand behind me like that. It's not written anywhere. I just know somehow my friends would consider that suspect. Yeah, there's so many weird. Like I think I'm allowed to run through a wheat field and drag my hand this way. Like I think I can, because he did that in Gladiator. So I think I can touch the top of wheat. But it's funny because the minute you go from the minute I go here, now they're like, holy shit, he bangs guys. You know what I mean?
So again,
oh no.
The joke is sort of about how Brian Callen wishes he could act effeminate, but he's afraid that people will assume he's gay, which of course would be devastating for him.
And I don't bang guys unless it's an emergency. No, but even then, they're like, he's gay. It's like, I was in Europe. What are you talking about? I wasn't even smiling. I was frowning the whole time.
So the joke is about Europeans there. That's sort of a classical comedy joke about implying that all Europeans are all gay, which of course is hilarious. It's sort of a joke that's been sort of told a few times over the past 50 or 60 years.
Can't keep up with your straight guy rules. It's weird. I'll never know what the top of wheat feels like. It sucks. But dancing, this is like these little anthropological studies. Like I travel a lot, and I think the rule for a straight guy when you dance, I think you got to keep you can do whatever you want as long as the arms are bent. Like you got to keep. Here, you know what I mean? You can do, I don't know why. Maybe it's just in case you gotta, I don't know. But you can do it, but you can kick an arm up, get low here. But the minute, if you're dancing, the minute you straighten your arms, you're.
Okay, so it's still kind of the same joke that he started about 15 minutes ago, that he wants to do these things, but he can't. So it's also kind of making fun of the difference between how a gay person moves versus a straight guy. So the joke is that, like a straight person would have, like, if they were gonna sort of wave their hand, it would sort of be like this. And then if a gay person waved, it would probably look like this or something. So that's sort of the joke, is just the contrast between like a stiff movement and then. So that's the joke there.
Apparently, you're not allowed to do that. If I push my palms, like I've been waiting, I can't. I'm not making fun of anybody for being gay. I just think it's homophobic. I don't know. I'd love to be a fighter, man. I worked hard at it too. I got, I can scrap. I get in some fights, man. So I gotta tell, if you mess with my girl, man, I'm a fucking human shield. That's how I was raised. Give me shit who you are, man. You better pack a lunch. So I say to girls, you want to date me? I hope you're into having, hard sex, money, and fucking a shield, because I fight with I use my elbows when I fight. I don't use my hands, and I need these for music and lovemaking. I play the hard.
Okay, so he's sort of just enacting a fantasy that he has, sort of a kind of a bizarre fantasy that's a bit absurd. So that the joke there is sort of the that he thinks he should be like this.
Harp, don't worry about it. So I'm getting to a point. Listen, man, I'm not trying to be, I know we got tough guys, Vitor, like a hero of mine and badass. You got so many great fighters, but I can scrap, man. I got crazy fight stories. I used to box, wrestle, jiu-jitsu. I worked hard. I got the craziest fight stories. Seriously, I was in Cody, Wyoming, and this dude came at me on horseback. And this other guy released a dog on me. The guy had a fucking jousting spear. None of the stories are true, but they're crazy. Yeah, I killed the dog. I'm a liar. So.
Okay, so I guess the joke there is that he kind of makes up stories about Wyoming sometimes.
But what was this is a true story. I'm going to tell you the story. This is I swear to God, this is a true story. I was in Vegas. I didn't know they were like two fighting stories. I was like, I don't know. All right, here's the story. It's a true story, and I don't know why I never see this in the UFC. I actually came up with a move that works incredibly, and this is no BS. I was in Body English or one of these clubs, and yeah, whatever. Who just went woo about Body English? Like, do you own it? Look at it. Forrest Grimm. I love it.
Get him,
Big
Brian.
Forrest. All right, well, if you did, then you know what? Woo!
Get him.
He's so big. I produce estrogen every time I hear his voice. It's got that real deep kind of. My butt starts to perk. It's so weird. It's like every time I'm like, what the hell is going on with me?
Yeah, don't ever woo at a Brian Callen show, because he'll get you just like he got that man in the audience there, who he then he got him.
But this is a true story, man. I literally, this girl was in front of me, and I moved her out of the way. I was trying to go meet my girl, and I moved her, and I guess I touched her wrong. This dude comes at me the size of my kitchen. He was Samoan, which is already, I don't know if you've ever, Samoans are, I don't know what happened. You ever see a Samoan try to dial a cell phone? Their fingers are that fat. It's impossible. They freak out. They're like, it's like, I'll do it for you, Tua,
So the joke there, obviously, is that Samoans are a very large peoples, and that they're so big that they might even struggle to dial a cell phone. So a lot of people in the crowd also know the Samoans are large. Obviously, he's exaggerating here, so very funny.
Dude, this guy comes at me, and this is a true story. And I was like, I don't know what to do. Double leg, yeah, right. There's nothing. He came at me, and he had this bald head and these ears. And he came at me, and I grabbed his ears. I didn't know what else to do. I grabbed his ears. It works. He was like, get the fuck out of my ears. And I was driving his face. I was like, I didn't do anything. And he's like, I'll kill you. I'm like, and he latched onto my.
I want to change it, but I'm not gonna.
My wrist with these. The minute he grabbed my hands, I went, well, those are bananas. Those are dirty bananas. They look like dirty bananas.
Oh God. I never saw this bit before, so I guess I couldn't finish watching last time. Well, you're here now. Which makes up for the lying that I couldn't watch this time. Jesus.
A little bit risky to imply that a Samoan man has dirty bananas for hands, but the crowd loves it, so it's okay.
In my terror, that's what I thought. And and he was like, I'll kill you. And I just stopped, and I just chimp yanked him into me. I just chimp yanked, and I kissed that motherfucker. Just, I know, listen to me. Listen, not to brag, but I'm a really good kisser. So I was here, but here's the point. When you do that to a guy, they're like, whoa, well, you smell good. I thought I was straight. Whatever they're thinking, I don't know. But listen, when you get him distracted, that's when you headbutt knee. And that's the point is, if you make out with a guy and then beat his ass, fucks him up for life.
So that's a super funny story there. It's a true story because Brian said it multiple times at the beginning that it's a true story. So that also enhances the humor of it because you know it actually happened. That he was attacked by a giant Samoan man with banana hands. And then he grabbed both of his ears, kissed him, and then just gave him a beat down. Because even though at the beginning he said he's not a fighter and he's not good at fighting, he says that he actually is very good at fighting. So also there's kind of a joke there in that he's kind of contradicting himself a little bit, which is very funny.
I don't know when I'm supposed to get off. How much? I'll tell one more. This is one more thing I gotta say. We'll keep it in the fighting theme. I don't know if this is even funny, but I just want to say, I know we have a lot of women fighters, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, I know. She's so adorable. Whatever, karate, yeah. You're Michelle, yeah. Jesus. Talk about anyway, I don't want to get into that, but I look at you, I can't help but feel like a creep. It's weird, but anyway, and I am one. So anyway, here's the thing.
Kind of a...
Yeah. He is.
Risky crowd work there to point at some women and say I feel like a creep and I am a creep. Generally, a lot of the times women don't really like that, but these ladies love it. They love Brian Callen and they're just having a great time.
Just for women, you guys make fights worse. If you see two guys lined up and they're about to swing, I see so many women, I travel, girls are always on the sideline they're always doing stuff like, my boyfriend will kick your ass because you're an a-hole. I was in North Carolina. She was smelling the guy. She was like, yeah, he's an a-hole. She got punched in the face. So did her boy. Okay? And I was like, because she deserved it. I'm sorry. Here's how you can get your boyfriend out of any fight. And nobody wants to fight on the street. I don't give a shit. I don't care if you're UFC because you don't know who you're dealing with. You might be a tough guy, but you might be fighting a face biter, and that sucks. Okay? So your job as a woman is to get your man out of the fight, but make him look good. So this is what I give you. Try this. Instead of standing on the sideline and acting and talking a big game, all you got to do is this. When you see your boyfriend with that caveman look and he's squared up and they're about to go and you know it's point of no return, just all you have to do is walk behind the other guy. Just walk behind the other guy and start saying really crazy stuff about your boyfriend. Okay? Just start crying and be like, please don't fight my boyfriend. Listen to me. Listen to me. He's fucking great.
See how funny? So look at that joke there. Look at the use of his hands. It's so funny here. And doing the girl voice. Really, really funny stuff. Because obviously he's a guy and he's doing an impression of a girl and a normal stand-up comedian might just say there's a woman saying this, but instead he's got his hand. Again, sort of the main joke here is that hands normally move like this, but he's going like this. So it's all in the delivery.
No, you don't understand. Listen to me. He will take out your eye. Okay, that's freaky right now. Your job, don't stand there looking like an eye eater, like, that's great, I'm gonna eat. Don't do that. It's way freakier if you're also crying and agreeing with her.
Stop it.
I'm gonna eat your eye. Like, it's true.
I don't know where I am.
Funny voice there.
Okay, and if he still wants to fight you, give him your girlfriend. Congrats, all the fighters. It's an honor. It's an honor to perform for you guys. Thank you. I love it.
Come here, baby.
The very fight-focused set there at this comedy club. Really a masterclass in body comedy. That was sort of the crux of, there was sort of the two main jokes where that he might be gay, and it's okay if you are, but he doesn't ever want to be perceived as gay ever in his entire life. But if he was gay, this is how his body would move. But he's not gay. And then sort of some advice at the end of how to fight people, because even though he's not good at fighting, he does beat up large Samoan people sometimes. And also
greasy money. What's greasy money? Frankie, come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Hey, tipster, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Numbies, 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 give me your numbies, girl. Numbies, 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 give me your numbies, girl. I need your numbies right now. I love you, baby. You're such a sweet baby. Look at you. So precious. Here you go. You can get down now. Poor baby. Poor baby. Okay, let's check out this. Can you do some ventriloquism with your cat challenging Salem from Sabrina the Teenage Witch? I wish. I cannot. Love the look on Frankie's face of, no, not the numbies. Which one was I just gonna put on? Oh, Bert's ego is out of control.
I'm with my wife and my daughter and like all her friends, and people are taking pictures with me. They're coming up and taking pictures with me, and one of the dudes like kind of is like goes, who the f is he? And I heard him, so I said I'm a comedian, and then he goes to my wife. He does this. He goes, whoa, like it must be making his head big, and then I just vomited my ego onto his shoes.
Yeah, what'd you do?
And he was like, he didn't even notice. He was like, cool. So when do you do the improv next? Oh, wow. My daughter Isla is like, what are you doing? What are you person that does not give a fuck about
What are you doing, Bert?
What are you doing? And
what are you doing?
I don't know.
Bert Kreischer has made a career out of being famous for being friends with Joe Rogan, but sometimes when he's not on stage in front of all of his seemingly loyal fans, he has to deal with the reality that not everybody knows who he is, and even worse, when he does explain who he is, they simply don't give a flying fuck. This was the situation that Bert recently found himself in on a night out with his daughter and her friends, and instead of keeping this embarrassing interaction to himself, he thought he'd share it on Bad Friends with Bobby Lee. And a lot of the podcast was dedicated to their egos as comedians and how now that they're famous and selling out shows, they find it difficult to restrain themselves from lighting up people who refuse to acknowledge them or give them opportunities before they became well known from podcasting. So I'm going to take you through all the cringiest bits from this episode, and the thing that always smacks me in the face like a ton of bricks is how guys like Bert openly discuss how toxic they are. I mean, Bert not only explains what happens in these situations, but he also explains his thought process in detail, not realizing that it clearly paints him as a narcissistic psycho who needs professional help. The way he simply can't deal with rejection and insists on engaging with randoms who have no idea who he is really takes the comedy ego brain to new heights. But just before we get into that, if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content, check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where you'll find a bunch of exclusive videos covering Kill Tony, comedy special reviews, and updates on various lawsuits involving podcasters that most people don't know about. Basically, anything I can't post here on YouTube due to legal reasons goes on Patreon, where it's safe from all the corporate bullies that I cover. So if you're interested in all of that, check out the link in the description below and support the channel over on Patreon. Anyway, so Bobby Lee started the ego discussion by bringing up how much he hates that his instinct leads him to act in a certain way in situations where he's confronted with someone from his past that rejected him or simply ignored him. For those of you who know Bobby, this is pretty standard stuff for him. He'll create an awkward situation himself and then complain about how awkward it is.
Let me ask you another thing that I'm going through right now. Okay. And it's something I hate about myself. And I can't talk to Andrew about it because he doesn't really want to listen to me. Okay. I was in Winnipeg with your friend Tom. Yeah. We're doing a show. Backstage, I don't know if we talked about this, but have we talked about this? There was a guy backstage. He's a club owner in Winnipeg.
I know the club.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice guy. Seems like a very nice guy.
But that's the club that Tom bombed in horribly, correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, keep going.
So anyway,
no.
Tom goes, "Hey, this is a guy. You know, he's owned the club for years."
Yeah.
And immediately I go, "How come you never booked me?"
Why would you say that?
What? That's why. That's the thing.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Why?
Because it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
But why?
I'll tell you why.
Okay, keep going.
There's all these clubs in America that I remember calling my agent, because even before podcasting, I did pretty good numbers, right? So I go,
good numbers.
What?
You've always done good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing way better now, but and they would go, they just don't want you, right? It would make me mad because it's like, I want to play it. I want to go to that city and play it. And then I look at their lineups, like, oh, I have more credits, whatever. It would just I would build a resentment, right? So then now that I see these club owners now, I'm kind of like weird. Yeah. And I don't want to be like that, but it's like, am I the one that's in the wrong?
Yeah, you are. I'll tell you why.
Tell me why. Teach me.
What happens when you get famous or when you get success in comedy?
Yeah.
Is all those little thorns in your side that wouldn't work with you and didn't want to with you and didn't want to talk to you and maybe sometimes didn't even know you existed. You when you first get famous in comedy, or not famous but get some success, there's an impulse. I've seen so many people do it to light those people up and let them know, now you couldn't get me, or something like that.
Right.
And
so it's ugly.
All right, can we just take a moment to appreciate how fucking incredible it is that Bert Kreischer is giving another comedian advice about keeping their ego in check? We're talking about a guy who just last week was bragging about lighting up a security guard at an arena he was performing at because he asked for Bert's ID. And the worst part is, Bobby's talking about this because it's something that he hates about himself and wants to change. When Bert was telling all these so-called embarrassing stories with Tom recently, he concluded that he can't wait to light somebody up in a Costco after this.
I can't wait to light someone up at Costco, and I will. Hold on.
I think this is called priming someone. I think this is actually.
Hey,
you're
again,
gonna go in
Teensy.
there. Yeah.
I can't. I walked up.
I'm so mad I dozed off right before your convo with Kid, but I just went back and watched it. I'm glad someone else validated what we were all saying. Cool. Thank you. Leave security guards alone, bro. Yes. Leave them alone. They're just doing their job. They don't give a fuck about you, Bert Kreischer.
We got close to it the other day.
Okay, so let's just keep that little gem of irony in our back pocket and get back to comedians coping with rejection.
This is light someone up at Costco.
That Bert was telling all these so-called embarrassing stories with Tom recently, he concluded that he can't wait to light somebody up in a Costco after this.
I can't wait to light someone up at Costco, and I will. Hold on.
I think this is called priming someone. I think this is actually, you're gonna go in there. Yeah.
I can't. I walked up. We got close to it the other day.
Okay, so let's just keep that little gem of irony in our back pocket and get back to comedians coping with rejection.
I'll give you a perfect example of someone I love to death that I wanted to say that to. I wanted to work Comedy Works so bad.
Denver so badly. I wanted to, I can name 100 of these clubs because I didn't have your career. I had like a bullshit career. Like I had one where like I worked on Travel Channel. No one ever thought I'd ever make money. No one ever thought I was ever going to become successful or get a special on Netflix. So like there were a bunch of clubs that just, the cool clubs would never work me, That's interesting.
And so I wanted to work Comedy Works so bad, but I always worked at Denver Improv, which is predominantly a black room.
One of the worst rooms.
And it's one of the worst rooms in the world.
I know.
I languished in the Denver Improv doing, I never selling a ticket, and I wanted to work Comedy Works so bad. And then I met Wendy, and there was a part of me that wanted to say, why didn't you ever work me? And then Wendy just was like, you're hilarious. Where have you been? And I was like, oh my God, I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
And then anytime I ever stop by Denver, it was all in your head. Dude, I remember.
It's not in your head. She didn't book you.
No, how about this? Okay. I'll give you a better one. The Kingmakers at Comedy Central, they gave you half hours.
Yep.
They gave you hours.
Yeah.
And I remember I remember sending like audition tapes to them, and I didn't get a reply, no feedback, nothing. And then I was like, man, I got so in my head that I was like, I thank God I never ran into them drunk and said something, because I would have said my emotions and I would have said all my feelings. And then one day I get a phone call from both of them, and they're like, you're f***ing so goddamn funny. Where have you been this whole time? And then I was like,
I get it.
I never said anything.
I understand.
But it's a natural instinct. I watched a guy light up a f***ing club owner who all he said was, hey, congrats on all the success. And he's like, yeah, I bet you wish you would fucking book me now.
No.
And then I was like, why are you doing this? He just said congratulations.
I would never do that.
Yeah, but here's the deal. He's at an
'Cause that's
arena
psychotic.
and he's watching you perform Murder with Tom Segura.
Yeah.
He knows how big your podcast is.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or does every single one of Bert's stories sound like complete bullshit? Like the way he says, then they called me up and said, oh my God, you're so fucking funny. Where have you been? Do people really talk like that? I don't know. But did you hear at the end there how Bert slipped out, he knows how big your podcast is? See, that's really the elephant in the room for most of these guys.
Hey, Dink.
That's the only reason why they still turn up to do their podcasts and recycle the guests around and go on each other's podcast and tell the same stories over and over and over again. Just in this episode alone, Bert brought up his body count again after discussing it with Young Gravy recently on Two Bears. Then he brought up Ben Affleck just so he could pronounce his name wrong, cause comedian, followed by the story yet again about how he was invited to the Republican National Convention, but his wife Leanne wouldn't let him go because she knew he'd get drunk and make a fool of himself. And somehow he repeats all of that shit
I kind of wish
as
that
if
happened,
it's something
though.
to be proud of. I mean, apart from Joe Rogan, do you really believe that these guys keep putting out episodes because they enjoy podcasting? They clearly fucking hate it. Tom Segura looks borderline suicidal on every podcast he's on these days, and Bert can't seem to understand that he's gone from an affable Kool-Aid drinking teddy bear to a full-blown lolcow. Anyway, so after the comedy club rejection cope came to an end, Bobby and Bert started comparing themselves to Santino and Tom, explaining in detail just how much more toxic they are compared to their co-hosts.
You know, and I only bring this up. Listen, I'm only like this with certain clubs, and you're right, I want to change. And so, and obviously in show business, of course, they're like directors, like, where have you been? I've been in town for 30 years. Yeah. And I'm on their radar now, right? So that's why they say it, and I understand it.
Yeah.
And I'm blessed. But it's like, the only reason why I brought it up is because it is an ugly side of myself that it makes me feel uncomfortable and makes me go, wow, I wish I could just not be like that.
Do you know who doesn't say it?
Who?
Santino and Tom. Do you know who says it?
What?
Me and you.
Yeah. We're better people. Are we better? Let's be honest.
I would rather be me than Tom.
I'd rather be me than Andrew.
Yeah.
I think that's the truth.
Can you imagine being Andrew? Can you imagine being Tom? Can you imagine being Tom where everything's got to be like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Hey, this vodka is great. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey,
I mean, true. But if you were Tom, you'd also be dead inside. So I don't know if you'd care. Just go back to thinking about your car fetish.
It's a really cool car. When did you get it? Shipped it over from Germany like a week ago. Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
He's just dead inside.
He's better at
He said it.
Communicating with people in terms of like family.
Wow. Are you talking about Tom or Andrew?
No, Andrew.
Oh my God.
He loves being around family
That's Tom
and
too.
friends. Yeah.
That's Tom. That's Tom. He's better at communicating with people. Like I'm not good at communicating with people.
No, Tom Segura.
Yeah.
If I get a text, I go. I just don't reply.
I don't reply.
That's actually the one close blowout fight Tom and I ever had.
Yeah.
Was so simple to solve.
Yeah.
But we sat down and he's like, we need to have like a legit conversation. He's like, we run a business together. We're opening another business.
Okay. Keep going.
Conversation.
And he said, you need to reply to my texts.
I try to. And it's so funny here, Bert, that you say this.
Yeah.
I'll show you something right here. So then, but I hate it when the people don't text me back.
Oh yeah.
And I'm all like, so I'm going to give you one right here.
I stopped texting people because I don't want to wait for their text back.
So
Okay, what the fuck is this? It's like we're watching two 16-year-old Valley girls cosplaying as middle-aged overweight comedians. It reminds me of Jack Black's character from Jumanji.
Okay, so there's two things going on here. If you're super busy, I get it. My fear is they don't text me back because I'm not cool enough. And I think that there are people that are like that.
Is that what you do to us, for example?
I text you back.
I would never text you guys.
Okay. No.
Like I would like. I have a list. If you look at my list for my employees, and I'm not saying you guys are employees, but if you look at all the texts they sent me, I would never reply to them. I'm not going to spend my time replying to them.
Right.
You can talk to me when I see you. Yeah. I don't reply to emails. I don't look at emails. What's the matter? It's not normal for us to be this connected.
To your employees?
Yeah, it's not normal for anyone to get access to me 100% of the time. Like it's
I'm
so fucking
glad
wild.
I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, let's lay it down on the line, dude.
We should not be able to get in touch with each other
all the time.
I can't tell you, hey man, I'm going through some with my daughter, we're getting ready to go to college, and then post a picture of me eating edibles at the beach. Then you watch it and then go, hey man, you're at the beach. What the fuck? Why'd you lie to me and say you're at your house packing up your daughter?
Yeah.
And then I go, you're not supposed to be able to call me on my that easy.
Yeah, you're not.
I got caught.
Oh yeah, you did.
I got caught in a lie. I told someone, I was like, I'm packing up with my daughter. I can't do that today. And I was at the beach eating edibles, and I just didn't want to do it.
Right.
And I was like, I should be able to lie to you, like old school, like in the 40s.
In the 40s, yeah.
And no one calls me on it.
It was easier in the 40s.
It's not like I lied to you when I killed somebody.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be around you.
Dude,
I'm trying to be nice.
Fuck me dead. Imagine Bert had to get a real job with real responsibilities and couldn't just decide to ignore everybody and go to the beach and get high. He'd be broken living on the streets within a week. It's like he made a list of famous douchebag behaviors and spends every day ticking each box off. And one of the things on that list is to pretend how you used to be poor. That's one of Bert's most brilliant delusions because it seems like he's almost convinced himself that it's actually true. Remember that quote from George Costanza?
He's like
it's not a lie if you believe it. Bert likes to conveniently forget that his father was a high-profile lawyer with his own firm who could afford to send Bert to college for 7 years. I mean, they even made a fucking movie about it. But we shouldn't let the truth get in the way of a good story, huh?
And so for me, my ego is that I've just like I don't know. I think I was broke for so long that all those stuff I was telling you about what young comics do when they first get famous. I was guilty of some of those things. Not all the time, but I definitely was guilty of them. The other day, we're at Night of Destruction. It's a demolition derby in Irwindale. I'm with my wife and my daughter and like all her friends, and people are taking pictures with me. They're coming up and taking pictures with me, and one of the dudes like kind of is like goes, who the f is he? And I heard him, so I said, I'm a comedian. And then he goes to my wife, he does this, he goes, whoa.
Rich white people love to pretend they had a broke phase. True.
Oh, like it must be making his head big. And it was like a weird thing, but it struck me wrong, right? And then he said, so where do you do stand-up? And I said, just anywhere, really. And then he goes, you do the improv? And this is what's crazy, and Isla called me on it. I said, yeah, I used to.
Yeah.
I still do, though. I mean, like if
you still do?
I lied.
I've seen you there.
Yeah, I do it.
I've seen you there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And I said I used to, and he goes, "Oh, have you ever done it in a while?" And I said, "Well," and then I start getting into this dialogue. It's an inner dialogue with me and this guy, and I go, I'm off tour right now. I'm taking 9 months off, and I've been on tour for the past 7 years, and I just got done this arena tour. My daughter Isla is like, what are you doing?
What are you
to a person that does not give a fuck about
What are you doing, Bert?
What are you doing? And
What are you doing?
I don't know. And I was like, because he did the thing though. Whoa, like he must have a big head. And I was like, bitch, I'm watching you. Like I'm right here. What do you mean?
Yeah.
He's like, everyone's taking pictures with you. And he looks at my wife, whoa. And I was like, what the f-? And then I just vomited my ego onto his shoes.
Yeah, what'd you do?
And he was like,
This would
he
be
didn't even
so
notice. He was like,
embarrassing.
cool. So when do you do the improv next?
I don't know if he even graduated.
I fucking hate myself.
He might have.
I know, but you know what? I get it.
Ah, that story's brilliant. Imagine how embarrassed his daughter was in front of her friends when her 51-year-old father had to explain to some random guy how famous he is, not to mention the fact that Bert was probably drunk at the time as well. We really need more video footage of this shit, but of course it didn't stop there. Once Bert gets going with these stories, he simply cannot stop.
Here's the worst one.
Yeah.
When people go, so if you get recognized and then other people go, who are you?
No.
And
He did go to college for 7 years. Yes. Yep.
And I'm like, I'm nobody.
just
I'm
partied.
a comedian.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
like, but why are people taking pictures with you?
Yeah.
And then I cut to the fucking chase.
Yeah.
And I go, I'm famous. And they're like, I don't know you. And I'm like, I know that. That's why we're having this conversation. I had a girl at a Grateful Dead concert come up to me.
Yeah.
And go,
No
hey,
worries.
what's up? I said, how you doing? And she goes, I know you. And I said, no, I don't think so. She goes, no, we went to high school together. And I went, no, I went to an all-boys Catholic high school in Tampa. I know we didn't go to high school together. And
Yeah,
she's like, no, bullshit. You're not from Tampa. I know you. You're fucking with me. And I went, no, I'm famous. And she went, no, you're not. And I was like, and she goes, why would you say you're famous? I go, I'm so famous, you think we went to high school together. I don't know what the to tell you. And then her friend goes, who the do you think you are?
Yeah.
And I go, my name's Bert Kreischer. I'm a comedian. She knows who I am. She just can't place it right now. And I guarantee you in a couple minutes, you're going to know who I am because she knows who I am. And they go, F you. And they turn around. And then the girl in 2 minutes goes, you're the machine. And I went, yeah, I go, what? But I had to go through all this ego death to get to here. Why couldn't you at the very beginning be sweet and go, hey, I know you. And I go, no, you don't. And go, okay, maybe I don't. And turn around. I'll tell you, I had a famous person do that to me one time.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing with famous people, you think you know them. I did it to Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah.
I thought I knew her. I was like, we grew up together.
Yeah.
She was like,
did you?
No, but that's what happened.
Oh my God.
Especially like someone like Reese Witherspoon who's
Oh
so
my
beautiful.
God.
You just
Okay, first things first, nobody has ever said to Bert Kreischer, you're the machine. That is 100% completely made
That
up.
is totally
Secondly,
made up.
Bert starts telling a story about how
That's a
annoying
horrible
it is when
outfit.
people recognize his face but don't know who he is exactly. And then he explains how he's done almost the exact same thing before to Reese Witherspoon. But just imagine having all that money, not having to clock in at a real job or have any real responsibilities, and still giving a fuck if people recognize you in public. And you could tell that even Bobby Lee thought Bert was being ridiculous. He ended up making up a story to sound like Bert, but couldn't go through with it and ended up bailing out.
All right, keep going. You were saying.
I don't even know.
Okay.
It's so embarrassing. I don't want to say it. You know.
Say it.
Well,
That's all we do.
I was in an event with this girl. I was sitting there at this event, and she was like, "What do you do?" I go, "Comedy." She goes, "Yeah, well, like what kind of?" I was saying, "Yeah, I'm killing it. I'm killing it." I said, "I'm doing really good." You know, every club I go to, I sell. Club, I said club. I said every club I go, I sell out, right? And she goes, "Oh, that's cool." I go, "Yeah, it's like cool. I get like a versus deal." I say.
Oh, Bobby! Oh, Bobby! Oh, Bobby!
Yeah, I get a versus deal.
Oh, Bobby!
I don't know
and she
what
goes,
that
"What's
is."
that?" I go, "Yeah." The club takes 40. I keep 60, or I don't know. So whatever the thing is.
Oh my
And
God.
This is the worst one I've heard.
And I talked
This
about
is
it
good.
for about half an hour, about myself. And I go, "What do you do?" She goes, "Oh, I'm not really. My dad's a comic." I go, "Who's your dad?" She goes, "Ray Romano."
That's the best one.
I completely made that story up.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah.
I was
I didn't
in
know
my
what
head.
else. I didn't know what else because I didn't have a story. Pretty good though.
That's good.
That was
Thank you,
really
thank
good.
you,
That was
thank
really good.
Thank
You
you
should
so
make up more stories.
I'm glad you liked it, Nick.
That's a pretty good makeup story, right?
That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Bert not realizing that he could just completely make up stories instead of recycling the same boring shit over and over again absolutely made my day. And it's actually really interesting to compare Bobby and Bert together. Bert's put out 5 comedy specials and starred in his own movie, which bombed, whereas Bobby's never put out a comedy special in his life, but he's been in a bunch of movies in supporting roles. Apparently, he's working on his first special, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. When he was on JRE earlier this year, he explained that the reason he hasn't put one out yet was because he didn't want to have to write new material. Bro's been touring the same set for 25 years. Meanwhile, Bert keeps putting out specials but recycles the same bullshit machine story at every show. I personally can't wait for Bobby's first special to come out. I think it'll be interesting to watch a comedy veteran put out his first special in his mid-50s. So hopefully it's in the works already. Anyway, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. When Bobby's special finally comes out, I'll definitely review it over there. And there's plenty of stuff on there right now covering Joe Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces. It's a great way to support the channel if you enjoy my content, so check out that link. Also, if you're not a regular here on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video.
Is the
Thanks for
Russian mob
watching.
story
I'll catch
guy.
you in the next one.
What would you want? Here's what I know. What both of us wish we could do more like our friends.
Although you wanted to switch it up.
Like what
She
do you?
doesn't
What
lick
would you take from
things,
them?
but
It wouldn't be Tom's body.
She'll like
I'm such a better body than him. It's
try to groom me.
I mean, it's not even close.
Bigger,
athletic.
for sure.
No, exact same. They're the exact same.
No, that's not true. I'll tell you why. I've seen it.
We've seen both of each other's together. We were almost docking each other.
Oh, really? Okay, I've seen yours though.
Yeah.
Bueno. Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Let's watch another.
The one was like, how do you
Bert
want your kids
Kreischer
to
one.
talk about you when you're older or long and gone, right? And it's like, if you sit with that,
Bert Kreischer finally realizes he's a bad dad. Oh, geez.
what words would they say right now? And what words would you want them to say? You know what I mean?
What do you think they would say?
Oh, not good.
No.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Whatever.
Whatever?
I don't get it.
Let's talk about it.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I truly love these conversations, by the way. Not that I'm saying there's a right, wrong, and different. I feel like no matter
What do you not get?
Yeah, what do you not understand about it?
I don't know.
And we're back with another episode of Two Bears, One Therapy Session. Things are looking good for our boy Bert as he continues to reveal his deepest, darkest demons, and on this occasion we ended up getting a front row seat as he realized that he is a terrible father. Now, this is something we all knew, but up until now, Bert thought that being a bad father was a feature and not a bug. You know, something to brag about. However, their latest guest NFL player turned podcaster, Will Compton, asked some tough questions that forced the machine to reconsider his views on parenting, and the ironic thing was it was actually Bert himself who provided the spark for this conversation in the first 60 seconds of the episode, where he immediately turned the discussion away from the guest and onto himself. If you watch closely, you can actually see Bert just waiting for an opportunity to jump in and cut everyone off to draw the attention back to himself.
All right, we are so happy there's only one of them here. It's the one we prefer. Joining us from Bussin' with the Boys, it is Will Compton, everybody. Let him hear it. Bring it in loud and clear.
Ooh.
Why didn't your co-host join you?
Kindergarten graduation?
That's a big one. One of the things I remember the most looking back on my life was the impact of graduating kindergarten. And the fact that my parents were there and that we celebrated, there were gifts, there were pancakes after. It's a big deal. I could see why.
I'm so sick of you fucking rich dads showing up and killing it as dads. It sucks so bad.
You're sick of
you
dads trying to be good dads.
No. You guys are like General MacArthur sitting in the boardroom going, "That's right, send him to the shore." Like I was the foot soldier as a dad, broke as fuck, and I'm watching all these dads kill it, and I did not kill it. Do you know what? If I had kindergarten graduation and you offered me to be on Bussin' with the Boys, you know how quick I would have been on that? I would have been like, fuck her. I was a fuck her.
You wouldn't have said
what?
Her.
I would have said fuck her. I would have said fuck them.
He would have said, "Sweetheart, I don't know if I can. What do you think I should do?"
He would have just said, "I got to go do this thing."
Yeah. You guys kill it, and it fucking frustrates me.
So let me clear something up that Bert keeps saying. It's this idea that he was broke when him and Leanne were young newlyweds and he had to grind to provide for his growing family. Unfortunately, due to Bert's tendency to overshare, he's contradicted this many times by explaining how his father owned a successful law firm, which allowed him to spend 7 years in college. But it wasn't only his father who carried him, it was also his wife. She got free rent in their apartment above her workplace after they were married. So this narrative that him and Tom like to push about being broke and having to make a life for for themselves just like you and me, well, it's just a fairy tale that they tell themselves to cope with the fact that they're both Nepo babies. But when it comes to their own kids, well, there seems to be some disagreement on the importance of a dad being at home with the kids.
Tom is always like, I gotta get home and see my kids.
It's true. He's always like,
they're gonna be there forever.
Yeah.
Family's a higher priority for Tom. You know what I mean?
Is it though?
This is so
Maybe
crazy.
that's only Tom can answer that, but some people prioritize family.
Let's prioritize it.
I don't know how
Damn it, where'd
who
my
this
bins go?
dude is,
I'll have to
but
look for them later. Anyway, Bert likes to point out the differences between himself and Tom as a way of humble bragging that even though he's in his 50s and Tom's only just turned 45, Bert is the younger one at
Stolen
heart.
Port
He's the one who likes to
Ballard,
take
yeah.
risks and go for it instead of sitting around being all responsible and mature like Tom.
Maybe I'm not articulating this correctly, but like, maybe I connect more with the poor dad than the rich dad. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you guys are rich, but I'm saying like, you guys are. There's a benefit when I talked to a dad one time and I was like, yeah, Leanne's out of town, and he was like, whoa, what are you doing? You shouldn't be working, man. You need to be home with kids. And I was like, that's not real. Like I have to work. I have to work just like other dads have. And he was like, oh no. When my wife's done, when she's out, I am 100. I cancel everything. And I remember casually saying like, wow, no nannies. He's like, no, we have the nannies. And you're like, well, then that's not real. I envy the opportunity to be able to be a present dad. I couldn't be present. I couldn't. As a dad, I would go to read a book and think I'm failing them as a father because I'm not working. Like I would be like, God damn it, man, I gotta hustle. I gotta figure out a way to make money. And even when I started making money, I was like, and I pretty much regret it because I don't totally regret it, but like it was the last few years with them in college or in high school, and I was like, I have an opportunity to make money. I'm on the road every week. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna burn so I can make money for them. And I wish maybe I'd been like,
that sounds like a big fat
I
cope.
don't have that self-awareness, maybe.
Bert's the type of guy who answers the biggest weakness question in a job
Kid
interview
is
by saying
dying.
that he has a tendency to work too hard. You see, Bert's always had his kids' best interests at heart. That's why he's dedicated his life to hitting the road and hustling from city to city
Same.
to make enough money to give his wife and kids the life they deserve.
I only shop for me. Like when I'm shopping, I only think about what
I don't
want.
think. Listen,
Like,
I don't think the big boy is gonna happen, guys. Rip. If it doesn't happen today, it's never happening.
Oh, what? Why, Tom? Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe you just said that. Why? Oh.
So, what are we getting Bert today?
You never see something in the store, you're like, oh, that's Tom, or that's Leanne.
No.
Oh, wow.
I go, I wonder if they have that in a men's size. My daughters are Leanne's children. They're not my children. They're Leanne's children.
What?
Like, I show up, but like I'm just another one of her kids. I'm the equivalent to one of her dogs or a cat.
Oh,
This is
Bert, you
so
don't need to say the
cringe.
quiet bit out loud like that. Some things should be inside thoughts. And speaking of inside thoughts, Will Compton has recently become a practitioner of Stoicism, the endurance of pain or hardship without the display of feelings and without complaint. And as if it was a gift from God,
What do you think about social media sites putting a badge on people with rich parents and Nepo babies? Well, I don't know if it's just rich parents. I guess it's like if someone's a public figure. But some people are public figures because they're rich or Nepo babies.
he brought it up with the least stoic person on the face of the planet. I've met drug addicts with more stoicism than Bert Kreischer, so it was no surprise when Bart scoffed at the idea and proceeded to spend half the podcast trashing it.
This past year for myself, and you'd appreciate this. I saw you sitting with Ryan Holiday on his podcast.
Yeah.
He's a big stoic. I love
Yeah, he's
stoicism
fantastic.
stuff.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Dude, you need to get. Sounds like you need to get some in your life.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Here's my problem with stoicism and that whole thing.
Oh,
is
okay,
like,
Bert, here
is
we
that
go.
is that
Buckle up in there, boys. Bert's philosophy's coming.
Well, it's not, look,
Oh,
I can be a
no.
stoic
I
too. I
don't
can
know
read
who
the
this
books and tell
guy
you what they
is,
say.
It's putting it into practice.
Whatever.
Well, that is. So putting it into practice is something to roll your eyes at?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Whatever.
Whatever?
I don't get it.
Let's talk about it.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
love.
What do you not
I
get?
truly. I love these conversations. By
Yeah.
the way, not that I'm saying that
Yeah.
you're right, wrong, or
Yeah.
different. I feel like no matter
Wait,
what.
what do you not get?
The weaponized incompetence of this man. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. What do you not understand about it?
I don't know. The whole Marcus Aurelius said, it's like, okay, cool.
That's your take on it?
That's stoicism. It's like, there's like 5 books. I read them all. And then you need to just, because this emperor back in the 1300s said it, then I'm going to live like that. The power of no sounds really sexy. But everyone listening to this doesn't live in a world where they get to say no.
For sure.
And so, like, it sounds like a luxury to me. Like, when it goes back to the being a great dad, I didn't have the luxury of being a great dad.
Oh
like,
my
I had
God.
to, like, I've never.
Bert. This is disgusting levels of cope. I bet his daughters would love to hear this.
Never said no in my fucking life because I always had to say yes. I had to say yes, and then they would tell me no at times. And so like I just feel like the average person is like, yeah, I'd love to tell my boss to go fuck himself, but I have to show up. Like eat shit, cash checks was my whole mentality in life. And I feel like you would get that in the NFL where like you're like, yeah, it would be cool to like sit out training camp and negotiate a higher salary.
You're goddamn right, bro.
It would be cool. But I'm not that guy.
Bert trying to relate to the average man to prove his point that stoicism is bullshit is peak cringe. Not to mention the fact that he has completely misunderstood the whole concept altogether, and it seems like I wasn't the only one who noticed he was straw-manning stoicism the whole time. Bert not being able to define stoicism and arguing against it is peak Bert. Bert's ego got angry at stoicism. I don't understand how you're such good parents, says the selfish narcissist. Bert's stories are so lame, he missed out on fathering his young kids, so it bugs him to be around dads who really don't want to miss a thing. Bert's greed, chronic alcoholism, and need for constant attention kept him from understanding the greatest parts of parenthood. Wow, the comment section on these episodes is so brutally honest. But here's the thing that Bart can't seem to understand. Stoicism isn't about saying no to everything and turning down opportunities. It's about accepting that you can only control what's within your own world and how you react to the world around you. Instead of whining and complaining, you suck it up and you push through your hardships. But not only is this concept of discipline foreign to Bert, he credits his success to doing the complete opposite.
I think people that go, I'm going to pick my shots, they miss all those shots. Like, I feel like putting yourself in the arena to do things gives yourself an opportunity. You know, that there's a lot of people that said no to the Tom Brady roast that when they got done were like, I should have done that. Whereas when we got offered, I was like, yeah, I'm in. I didn't even ask for money. I didn't even ask what we were doing. I said, I'm in. Tom's in too. And then Tom's like, hold on. And Tom was like a hard no. We had a long phone call with them and Tom spoke the whole time. And he was
I was like, no.
Yeah. Because they wanted us to do something different. Tom's like, it's a roast. And they were like, well, this is what we're looking for. And we're like, the whole time I'm like, we can do that. We can definitely do that. But like, I look at everything as an opportunity.
Oh man, how many times do we have to hear that same fucking story about the Tom Brady roast? It's not a good story, Bert. You guys bombed. You should have listened to Tom. But it was when Will asked Bert the question, how do you want your kids to talk about you when you're gone, that caught him off guard and forced him into a harsh moment of truth and realization.
You know, Ryan, he's got, and I know this is just a podcast shouting out Ryan Holiday, but he's got like the Daily Dad. And this morning, the one was like, how do you want your kids to talk about you when you're older or long and gone, right? And it's like, if you sit with that, what words would they say right now? And what words would you want them to say? You know what I mean?
What do you think they would say?
Oh, not good.
No.
I don't think they'd be like, he was fun as fuck. Mm-hmm. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. I loved him. He was fun as fuck. Yeah. But like, I think there's a cowardice to me of like, I don't talk about politics. I never talk about politics.
Over?
I don't do it. Just because, like, I go, I don't want to alienate anyone. But, like, a brave Marcus Aurelius would be like, talk about your fucking politics.
Maybe, but that's all right that you don't want to
get mixed up. So I don't think my daughters, I think my daughters would be a little more proud of me if I made.
Story time with Tom.
Oh no. Dead. Dead. Oh no. Oh no. But it was what, 115 days? 116? 116. That's a good run.
Maybe I stood my ground and I don't know.
Guess what? Stoicism, sometimes not having an opinion at all is the right opinion to have.
Dude, I have very few opinions.
Yeah.
I don't know that you have very few opinions. I think you have very loud opinions.
You're so fucking exhausting.
I am?
Because you know me so well that I can't just casually lie to someone. It's like being with Leanne, where you're like, that never happened.
Isn't it annoying when your enablers stop enabling? I actually found this stoicism conversation really interesting, even though it's not something that I necessarily adhere to or think about much myself. And what makes it so interesting is how much it bothers Bert. At one point, he said they could bring up any point they want about stoicism and he'd rip it apart and explain why it's bullshit. This is how that went down.
Why are you so mad at Ryan Holiday?
Not Ryan Holiday.
Why is he catching
Stoicism. He comes up in my feed, and I want to fucking buy it. I want to buy it, but I just don't. I just can't. I can't buy into it.
You were practicing stoicism when you went on your how many days sober and working out?
3 months.
3 months.
Wasn't enjoyable.
You didn't enjoy it
I got
at
drunk
all.
yesterday morning, and I loved it. I loved it. I'm that guy. I'm the fucking roll the dice. Let him fucking
7
roll.
different kinds of smoke.
Yeah.
You need those guys.
Yeah.
You're so lame.
Here's
Tom.
one. Happiness isn't found in things, but in virtue alone. It's all about what we value and the choices we make. Let's see. I'm trying to find.
Pick that apart. No, let's sit with that one.
Say it again. It's gonna take a second. I gotta put my brain to work. I need to know this.
Happiness isn't found in things,
but in virtue
alone. Bullshit. I just bought my wife a new car. She loves it. She loves it. Makes her feel young.
That new car smell's gonna wear off.
It's a convertible.
It's gonna wear off. She's gonna want that
loves
new
it.
one in a few
No,
years.
No, because she grew up poor, a stoic, I think. Tom, let me take away all your cars.
No.
And let's see how happy you are.
I got something better for us.
Okay.
Oh, we get him on?
Yeah. Hey, Ryan.
Ah, come on.
So after Bert's brain-dead explanation of how things can create happiness, Tom sensed an opportunity to embarrass Bert by putting him on the spot with Ryan Holiday. If you're not familiar with him, basically he's a former marketing executive turned author and podcaster who has written several books about stoicism and its benefits. The conversation went on for quite a while, but the best part was when Ryan asked Bert what he needed help with in his personal life, so Bert brought up his performative anxiety.
Well, let's see. What are you dealing with these days?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Here, let me talk to him.
Okay.
Is how much of my life is performative? That is my biggest thing I'm dealing with. I had a girl fall during the 5K. I'm telling you a secret. I know everyone's going to light me up for this. A girl fell, blew out her knee, hit her head, and she was right in front of me, and I stopped down, and I comforted her first. Honestly, comforted her for about 13 seconds, and then this voice in my head said, "Is there a camera catching this?" And it bothered me. It bothered me that was a thought that went through my head in a moment where I was like, "I'm doing the right thing. Does anyone notice? Help me."
And so Ryan went on about how you need to find the balance between seeking and accepting the approval of others, while at the same time focusing on the purity of your work, which Bert agreed with. Now, keep that in mind because I want to show you another part of the conversation where Bert goes on about how he used to read comments and how damaging it was to him as an artist. He needed to go to therapy and it was a very difficult time in his life. As a result, though, he learned to disregard what people think and focus on being true to himself. Seriously, just watch this and try not to laugh and we'll pick it up straight after. It'll be worth it.
The discipline and the things that like you grow up loving about the sport finds itself trickling away because now I'm starting to think about your next contract, what people are saying. Do I think I'm as good as I think I am based on what Bert and Tom think when they're watching these games?
With comedy, it's even worse because
I think with every profession, it's like it's. I mean, even with fucking podcasting, you get caught up or you can worry about certain things.
I would not have had if this was 2 years ago. Whenever we moved into our new house, I went through what you're talking about, and I was actually reading comments then, and I never read Reddit, but I'd read negative things about myself. And then I started to believe them. And I started to second guess myself on things I would say. Because I was like, and I was like, well, that's not who I am. I'm like, even having a conversation negating stoicism, I realize now that we say this, I'm going to get destroyed in the comments. This is why I fucking hate Bert. But I'm not going to change who I am and start pretending. Because I watch, we know people on podcasts who just speak to the worst people so that they don't get lit up.
Yeah.
They just talk they appease the trolls.
And it's very methodical.
It's very methodical.
It's calculated.
Yes. And it is the opposite of art. The opposite of art is when you allow those negative comments to dictate who you are. And so I had to at that point I was pretty bad. It was when I was in pretty aggressive therapy and I was like, yo, what is like, and you can't do that. You got to be that pure thing to be the thing. I can only imagine in sports where it's a physical thing. When it comes to comedy, it's all like, oh, I'll just change my act. I'll just become a different person so I don't have to deal with negative comments. I'll say certain things, certain buzzwords that I know that
people will celebrate. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be that pure thing to be the thing. Bert Kreischer 2024, ladies and gentlemen. And see, this is how much Joe Rogan has fucked these guys up. I agree with what Bert was saying there. When it comes to trolls, you should definitely just ignore them and keep doing your thing. You're always going to have haters, right? But are they seriously trying to imply that almost every comment on their videos and on social media are trolling them? Go and take a look at the comment section on this episode of Two Bears, One Cave. There are probably a handful of genuinely positive comments. The rest aren't trolls, Bert. They're your fans. Your fans are the ones who are leaving negative and hateful comments. They are so delusional, it's wild. And what happened to all that performative talk? He was literally just explaining to Ryan Holiday that he's got issues with being genuine whenever he has an audience. He's always looking for the camera and he can't tell if he's being real or just performative in the moment. And then he goes on to say how important it was for him to realize that he should just be true to himself and not worry about what people think because they're just trolling. Which one is it, Bert? Are you performative or are you a pure artist? Seriously, do these guys hear themselves? If almost every comment is negative, that means there's a problem. Anyway, it seems like Bert can't go for 5 minutes without contradicting himself. He's almost as bad as Brendan Schaub. Incidentally, there's an update on the lawsuit, so I'll be covering that over on Patreon. If you haven't signed up yet, hit the link in the description and become a member so you get full access to all of my uncensored content. I'm posting more and more on there as the numbers grow, so don't miss out. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
I'll tell you my other thing. My other thing that drives me nuts is as I hate when like stupid people tell me stuff. So like I know Tom's not that smart, and then when he goes, "Here's the thing with stoicism," I go, "Stop! That's not your idea. You just heard Ryan Holiday say it."
That's an unnecessary shot. That's an unnecessary shot.
I'm talking to a dick joke comic and a fucking pro athlete about stoicism.
Interesting. Okay. It is 5:11 a.m. We've been live for 7 hours, 45 minutes, and 2 seconds. And I have no one to raid.
I'm here to help. It's okay to feel upset. Let's try to talk things out calmly. What's bothering you? Let's work through this together. Infallible Fowl, I'm sorry, but I can't comply with that request. If you have any other questions or need assistance,
Kid's dead.
Feel free to ask.
Kid is dead.
Comp or chomp, I'm sorry, but I cannot engage with that type of content. Let's keep the...
Hey, JB. What was I gonna say? I'll be back tonight. I will go to bed and I will be back tonight. Thank you everyone for being here. We're gonna have Drama Fridays with Sunday every week now. There will be no Big Boy. But you know what? Maybe that's for the best. Maybe it would have been a terrible stream. Maybe I would have died. Maybe I would have made it and choked and died to death. Who knows? But never forget that I fucked your mom. And it was so good she doesn't love you anymore. Because you, how many hours from now is tonight? I'm gonna try for maybe 8 or 9 p.m. Let's see how soon I can go to sleep. Okay. Because the hole in her heart is now full of my dick.